Alrighty, let's switch us around here a little bit. There we go. Just the way I like it. I like it more when you're on that side. Your better side, right?
I don't know. Is it?
Anyway, just got off the premiere of the latest video. If you haven't check it out after the live. Or if you have multiple places to watch it, maybe watch it while you're watching the live. I have no idea. Anyway, this is episode. Let me find my freaking information again here. Yeah, we are on
It is
episode. Of course, I can't see it.
15.
15. Is it 15?
Yeah,
I went
15.
lose count. I'll trust you, Cap, but I still want to double check. Yes, we're on episode 15.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to screw with you that way.
Huh? Anyway. Episode 15 of NOVAtazz's Automotive Podcast. By the way, if you're in the chat, pop down if you got a better name for our live stream, because that one's a mouthful. We'll see what we can come up with. I might just switch it back to NOVAtazz Talk or maybe Garage Talk. Something. Anyhow, just posted new video live. Just came off of the premiere. Yeah, so new build, new shirts. Not this one. This one's from another one of my favorite YouTubers, and the same breed as my old dog, Sylvia. It is a Cane Corso. This channel, I think it's called Jason's. Oh, shoot, what is his name of his channel? But anyway, he has two. He has two Cane Corsos. He has Bruce Wayne, huge ass black Cane Corso, and then he has his new little puppy. His name is Justice, and Justice is also no slouch in the size department for being a puppy. But I do believe that Bruce Wayne just had a birthday. So, if you like dogs, especially big dogs, you can go check out his channel. I should actually probably give you the name of his actual channel.
That would be an idea.
So let me see if I can find it real quick. Jason Corey. That is the name of the channel. So it's Jason Corey. JASONCOREY. Or you could probably just look up Bruce Wayne Cane Corso. You'll find it. Anyway, so that's one of my favorite things. Especially since we're looking at getting another Cane Corso, I think, come August. So, I do have, I did get my new merch in. Woohoo! I actually put this shirt on so I could actually show you the new merch because I didn't want to be wearing it when I showed it. Let's see, where's chat? Chat's there. Chat. Howdy, Bradley. So we'll get to that a little bit later. And somebody remind me to show the new merch when we get some people in here, and I will show you the new merch. And as I was telling Kat before we went live, I possibly have a new design hitting the store probably this week. It is of my own design, my own artistic McDonald's squirrel. Anyway, it is my Brain on Engine shirt. I don't know. Is that I don't have an appropriate title for it, but it's what would happen if you smashed a brain and an engine together and created some kind of mutant thing. So, brain on engine, engine on brain. Yeah.
It's an open header brain.
Open header brain. There you go. It's not naturally aspirated. It's blown.
That's true too. It's like, that is like if you have ADHD and you're a car person, that is.
Yeah, it's a blown MC squared.
Eh.
Anyway, so we have a new shirt going to be dropping here shortly. I still have yet to finish that drawing as in a full colored thing, so we're going to release it as a sketch. So it is literally going to be a sketch. And I think it'll look pretty cool, especially if we put it on like a gray shirt with black ink. I think it'll look pretty cool. So there is that. I'm gonna start that. We still do have the website, which I will put up on screen here. website's actually been doing pretty good. Still haven't gotten a sale on it yet. I kind of want to see how that works because it's new. You know, it's not like before where the website that I had my old merch on took care of everything. So now when somebody places an order, you know, it's going to have a different process on my end. Your guys is still going to be the same. You buy the shirt, it says you got the shirt, it's on its way when it's on its way, and you get tracking number and whatever. The cool thing though, and I don't, where did I put that? Oh, here it is. Yes, let me block out. Give me a second. Let me block out my information if I can find a Sharpie. Do I not have a Sharpie? It figures I don't have a black Sharpie.
Do you have tape?
I have tape. I have tape where? Unless you're seeing something I don't see.
I'm just saying. I was just saying it. I don't see any, but I'm just saying if you have any.
I should. You know what? Hold on. Is there a Sharpie in here? No, but I have tons of black pens. All right. Let me wiggle out some of this stuff here. And I can show you the packaging that they come in.
Yeah, nice to be prepared.
Right. Would this show be us if we were prepared? Would it be a podcast? Do podcasters actually generally end up coming prepared, or do they kind of just wing shit?
Depending. Some have a script. Most don't.
Ew. Then is it really a podcast if it's a script? If it's scripted, or is that a show? Is that a television show?
Well, I mean, like the thing is, it's not necessarily as fully scripted, but you know, you have like an itinerary of what you might want to talk about,
I
sort
have
of
that
thing.
in my
But
brain.
then,
Does that count?
yeah, I mean, we're winging this entire thing. I know that. So it's
Well,
fine.
you're winging it on your end. I have some sort of a freaking plan in my head.
Whoa, hey now, come on now.
Anyway, I think I have everything that needs to be cropped out. Anyway, it's pretty cool. The logo is right on the bag. Like, I couldn't do that before.
That's cool.
So, like, when you get, like, before when you got my merch, it said it was from that other company. I don't really want to bash the other company because I don't. After like, I dealt with them for, like, what, 4 years? And on my end, they didn't treat me badly. But I also didn't like the quality of their product. You know, and ultimately it was you guys that received that product.
You see, like, I haven't had any issues with mine, but I guess there was other people that.
It also depends.
So...
It might also depend on the type of clothing that you bought, like the material, how well the print held up. But it wasn't just the whether or not the print held up. It is the color of the print. And I have examples here to show you. I have my old merch and my new merch. And the color difference is incredible. I'm totally missing whether or not anybody's talking in the chat because I have it blocked by this. Apparently that's still not working. Let me turn this off.
Yeah,
turn it off.
Nothing's working in the chat.
Restart it. Turn it back on. Refresh the page. And the other thing I need to check to see is whether or not it's in, if CloudBot is still in my settings over here.
It doesn't look like, because it hasn't said anything the entire time.
No, it hasn't. And normally it does. What's that under? That's under settings. Under community, and it should be under moderate. Yeah, Streamlabs is still there. Let me take it out and put it back in.
You want to go look at the window? Then go look at the window, cat. I don't care. Go.
I need to use the. Okay, I need to have its whatever key. Okay, so let me put that in. I'm going to re-put him in. which is, hopefully that's not going off in front of the screen.
No, you're fine. Nothing's popped up here yet.
Let's see. And add that under here. Paste. Enter. Yes. Okie dokie. Now, why are Streamlabs not working? Let's try this again. But the Streamlabs should be flooding my freaking chat with all of its useless garbage it normally floods my chat with.
Exactly. It hasn't been doing that. It's like, what the hell, man?
It's oddly silent. Let's go back to close that.
Oh, hi. Yeah, hi, resting bitch face. How's it going?
Okay. All right.
Resting bitch face. There you go. You can just watch him the entire time.
Oh, there you go.
Look at that face that he's giving me. He has the best resting bitch face ever.
Does he?
He does. Absolutely. Like, he gives Grumpy Cat a run for his money. Hey, Rascal? Rascal. Hi, buddy. But yeah, you are happier than sin.
Right,
yeah, we might just
maybe it's good now.
I don't know.
It just said welcome to my stream. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to spend my whole freaking time trying to freaking get CloudBot here to freaking work.
I mean, if it doesn't work this last time, I wouldn't bother. We've already wasted,
yeah,
more time on it.
Well, I just don't understand why, and it's annoying. I don't like when things don't work.
So I feel that, especially after today. I totally feel
that. I mean, yeah, it makes my chat look like it's moving and whatever, which encourages other people to chit chat and to comment back and forth and everything else. So I kind of like having it there because it helps me. It helps the stream. But anyway, let's go back to what we were chit chatting about. Anyway, so we went over the new merch. We went over the new video. I've also been doing a lot more with Instagram and Facebook and trying to increase exposure on those platforms. Party on.
Hey,
welcome, Mr. Mach 1. So yeah, I've been doing a lot more behind the scenes, and in fact, I just got done doing my taxes for last year, and I already know that this year might be more expensive than last year, but I spend almost $500 a year just on software and other things that have to deal with running the YouTube channel. That's not even like stuff for buying to put on the YouTube channel. That's literally just the stuff to run the YouTube channel.
Oh, yeah, see, my YouTube channel, literally, for me to run it, it cost me $35 a year. That's it. So it's actually quite nice.
What do you subscribe to that costs you $35 a year? If you don't mind?
It's just
is it basic
what
TubeBuddy?
the hell is that? It's just an editing software. That's all.
Oh, okay.
That's it. Because I don't do anything else. Like I don't.
Yeah. So like I've
never used StreamYard or anything like that. Yeah. Streamlabs. I haven't had to. Like with everything I do, it's just me. Don't get me wrong. I will eventually use StreamYard, but it won't be like major. It'll just be for these, right? Whenever I decide, hey, I'm gonna have a guest on there, But
yeah,
I never actually told people what I'm gonna do though.
I have Epidemic Sound. That's like the new intro that I just used in my video. That song is from Epidemic Sound. Most of the songs that I use anymore are from Epidemic Sound, mainly because I want to avoid all of the BS from using. I've used YouTube's music before. Besides the fact that you hear them in like every single video, which gets annoying. You kind of want your videos to be a little more unique. Yeah. But besides doing that, I've literally gotten copyright strikes on my content for using the copyright free videos or music.
See, that's interesting. I've never come across that. Like, but mind you, I never use theirs either. Because like I use PowerLink, or what the hell is it called?
The
Um,
one through your Power Director?
Power Director, that's one, yeah. You know, so and I do all my editing on my phone, right? So
Right.
Power
Well,
Director's perfect because of
and
that.
yeah, Power Director owns their music, so it's the same thing. It's
Oh,
like
yeah,
me using Epidemic Sound. You're paying for um a copyright subscription.
yeah, exactly.
But I
And
used to
it's like that.
use the free to use copyright free, you know, music in my videos way back when, and I stopped doing that because I was getting copyright strikes for things that were, they tell you, okay, you have to do this, this, and this to be able to use this music in your video. You do the things, you know, you give the artist credit, all of that stuff, and it would be like 2 or 3 years later, all of a sudden I'm getting a copyright strike because that artist that was putting their music out there before so that way they could gain exposure. Now they've got exposure and they're like, well, nope, I want rights to that music now. I want to get royalties off of that music that everybody shared how long ago.
Which, I mean, I get that, but at the same time, if the content's already out there, there should be a disclaimer on that.
Right, and I fought I've won every single one of them, but it's annoying because then your monetization for that video is held until the case is resolved.
See, now I've only ever had one video of a copyright issue, and I know I'm not even gonna fight it because honestly, it's totally fine. It is absolutely 100% copyright music, but it's
Oh, I've had that.
like, and the thing is, it's not like that I had um it's not like I put it in the video. It was physically being played at the event that I was
I've
at,
had
and
that.
I'm totally fine with not making money on that video because it's not like that's not a video that really pertains too much to the channel. Just that one specific event,
um
and that event, because I was show you ride for Brandon, which is a big car show and everything. But the thing is, um, toward the end of the car show, we actually did a balloon toss for him, and they were playing some copyright song. I was just a very beautiful moment and everything. And I was totally fine with this not making money because it's out there for the family of
right.
the people, and if anybody else wants to watch it, it's totally fine. I'm totally okay with that. Like that, there will be instances of that on my channel, and I'm totally okay with that because I don't care that much. It's like if I happen to use like put some music from my software and it gets copyright, then I'll be pissed. But because not that I do it very often, it's only when I do like my picture videos, which again, don't do that very often. So
Well, I have videos from way before YouTube got to stick up their butt with the copyright issues. I have videos where the radio was playing in the background because, again, at the time of filming that video, it wasn't a freaking issue. They didn't care. Um, Music playing in the shop, things like that, where the music wasn't necessarily intentionally put into the video. It just happens to be there. Um, and those ones, yeah, I just leave them demonetized or whatever. Um, as far as like when I film at car shows, I just mute the sound. I literally mute the actual sound of the clips, and I add my own sound in later. Um, if I need to speak or whatever, I may listen to what I said in the original video, and I might just do a voiceover.
yeah, see, like depending on the event, because like there are some times where I can get away, like because it's interesting. You can barely hear it in the background. It's not audible very much. When I did, there was a walk around that I did of a Cremona car show, and I did 95% of the cars. I think I missed like 12 of the 100 cars
You could just
right
put
there.
some music in the background very lightly, over top of, just loud enough that it covers the music and the actual ambient music, and a lot of
Yeah.
times you can get away with that too.
Oh yeah, for
Where you
sure.
don't make the
And I
music
just
overpower your own voice, but it's overpowering the music off in the
yeah.
distance.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, and I haven't had an issue yet. So, and like, I know if my mic is gonna pick it up or not on my phone. So, um, but yeah, and like, actually, although I do want to mention something about my channel though,
Go ahead.
because this video is gonna probably come out, likely not tomorrow because tomorrow's Easter, probably Monday. Um, is well, doing a compression test on my convertible. Oh yeah, she's down on compression, bad. Like,
So
um,
he just threw a junkyard 302 in that thing and called it a day.
yeah, oh yeah, and like, and it makes sense because like even with it running the way it is, it should still be fucking smoking the tires. Like,
It's a V8
really,
and a light car. It should.
exactly. Like, it that car weighs maybe 3,100 pounds. Actually, it's maybe a
Well,
little more than that now.
the oil
It's got
on
a
the
302.
plugs. There's a bunch of other signs that you had came up with in the past that that point to the fact that the rings are shot in that engine.
Oh, I haven't. Did I pull? Oh yeah, I have pulled all the things. Like the thing is, and like because I pull all them out, and like, and I'll mention it now for the people here, and if you want to watch it later, you can when I have it out. Because yeah, cylinders 1 through 3 only had 110 pounds of
Should be
pressure,
what 160,
roughly. Yeah,
140,
at least
160.
100, somewhere in that range. Should be around that.
They should at
So
least be all
okay,
consistent.
exactly. And then, well, they were mostly all consistent, except for weirdly, cylinder 4 was 120, but that's the one with oil all along the freaking plug.
That's
So
why
it's like,
the oil created somewhat of a seal.
yeah. So it's just like, so it's really annoying, but whatever. And then the rest of them, like I found one that was like 110, like 100 and I think 15, and the rest were all 110. So consistent for the most part of 110, but it's just so I don't know what I'm gonna do yet. We'll see. And you'll watch that video as I do the first one. I'm like, okay, this does not look good. Do the next one, next one, next one. Just my descent into madness in the video is fantastic. So yeah, that video is probably gonna do well because when you talk about there's gonna be an issue with your car, the video just explodes. So there you go. But I also
Yeah.
have the really sweet, at least the rear wheels on it. Those big, wide, fat tires. I love them. They rub, but I did order some air shocks for it so that they don't rub anymore.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it was hard to find those, but because yeah, I found one that would fit, and it was on Summit. So
Oh.
yeah, so it's just really annoying. And for those of you in the chat that haven't been here for a while, we're having issues with the actual games in the chat. Nothing's
Yeah.
really working.
I just went through and
So
tried to. I logged out and logged back in, thinking that maybe that might help, and it hasn't. I don't
yeah, so
think it
maybe it's just
has.
it's an issue on their end, obviously. You
Yeah,
know.
I'm gonna turn off CloudBot here for a little bit, and then I'm gonna turn it back on. So
That's fine.
remind me in a couple minutes to turn it back on, and we'll see if it works.
Sure. So yeah, like, and basically, I don't know at this point because like, okay, so that could be heads could be screwed, could be a bum camshaft, could just be a screwed motor altogether.
Well, when
Like,
when you did the compression test, did you use compressed air, or how did you
I just
just spun it
what
over?
I did, I
Um,
I I, I just turned it over with all the plugs out of it. And had it wide open throttle, although that didn't make a difference. A wide open throttle or not, it was the same rating.
well, it shouldn't. It shouldn't make a difference.
Yeah, well, people say it does. So,
It doesn't.
um, yeah. But anyway, so I did that, and it's like okay, and it was consistent like that. And yeah, it was just one of these like it's a brand new
Do
compression tester that I just picked
do
up.
you have access to compressed air?
I'd have to get an adapter for my compressor, but technically, yeah.
Your compressor, if it's got a regular, quick disconnect, should connect directly to the end of those compression tester. It's the same
Oh wait,
fitting.
I don't think it does. Not on that one.
It should be the same
Because it's
fitting.
just the problem is it's weird. The hose that goes to that one specifically, it's not your general size. It's smaller for some reason, so it's
Oh,
just kind of a pain in the ass.
okay. Yeah, because most of the time what you do is you just put your compressed air directly up to it, and just crack the air open, and you can listen. You should be able to listen if you hear. Obviously, if you hear the air through like, um, if you hear the air, you listen to where the air is coming out of. You know what I mean?
Yeah, oh, for sure.
Obviously, if you got air that's coming out your exhaust pipe, well, you know that you got a cracked valve or whatever. If the valve's closed, you have to make sure the valve's closed, obviously, for that cylinder. You make sure it's at top dead center, so all the valves are closed and whatever. If you hear the air coming down through through the bottom of the engine, obviously you know it's rings. If you hear it coming out through the carburetor or the exhaust, you know it's whether it's an intake or an exhaust valve.
Oh yeah, like,
If you end
but
up
I mean,
with bubbles in your coolant, well, then you know you got a head gasket.
oh yeah, like and the one thing is, look, I don't know because basically, regardless, that motor's gonna have to be pulled, and then I'm not gonna rebuild the motor because it's useless to rebuild it. It's actually gonna be easier and cheaper to just swap it, to be honest. Because I have a friend that has got a few 302s lying around. We can do compression tests and everything to beforehand, bench test them to make sure
Find a
these are
good
good
block,
motors.
yeah.
Exactly. So we'll just do that, and we'll just put my intake and carburetor and my valve covers on it, and and then because he's got a really good, like, he's got a few of them lying around, so we'll see. There's one out at my buddy Greg's place. There was a T-bird that went into a front end collision, but it still has a healthy motor in it. It's 302.
All right.
It's late 70s 302, but I could always put better heads on it later. You know, that's just one of those deals, or I don't know. We'll see. Um,
Great hashtag
contemplating
moment
a
to
few
freak
different
out the masses. Should I LS it?
things. You know how many people have told me to do that? It wouldn't actually freak people out.
Tons.
Ooh, I just realized there's a few new mini games for the chat. There's a emoji pyramid and an emoji combo.
Oh, would
I
be
was I
cool if it
was
was actually working.
Yeah, well, I just restarted it, so let's see if it's working yet. Just instead of trying to start a game, just try to pull up your points.
Yeah, I just put top. So,
Um,
hey, Jesse, how's it going?
hey Jesse, you're here early. We don't normally see you till what, like the second half of the live stream.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, and like tonight, I mean, at the top of the hour, I'm gonna be gone because hockey game.
You say
But
that so many times, and then you just can't leave.
well, no, I do. Sometimes I come back, depending,
Yeah,
but sometimes.
gives Jesse time to freaking catch up if it was all working.
Yeah, the problem is it's not working, so he can't catch up. I mean,
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
yeah. So I mean, and like, and something else that I noticed was interesting because I know that the thing is running obscenely rich, and I know that just you look at the smoke coming out the back of the car, just like it smokes like a chimney out the back of that car. A little bit of black and a little bit of blue, but that's from cylinder 4. So yeah, the thing is, cylinders 3 and 7 actually were not running rich at all. In fact, they looked a little lean. So that's interesting. Um, so I'd have to look into that for sure. But I mean, I'm probably not going to stick with this engine. I'll probably just find another motor because I can't even just throw parts at it to be like, okay, is it good now? Because okay, swap heads. Well, then I got to swap pistons if I want to do that.
Yeah.
And if I want to put a bigger cam in it, again, have to swap pistons. So, there's no point. I'd much rather spend $500 on a motor than spend $700 on parts.
Yeah.
So, oh, that's cool, Jesse. Very nice.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the stupid.
Just leave it. It's fine. It's not the end of the world. We have people in here.
Yeah, I know it's annoying.
Oh, definitely.
But
yeah,
we got a decent amount of people in here now. If you want, I can show off the new merch.
Go ahead. I don't mind.
Not this one. Like I said earlier, this is Jason and Corey's merch from his King Corso channel. All right, so let's see. Which one's the first one we got here? This is, oh, there you go. This is the one you have. You should notice the color difference right away. I know I did. This
Yeah.
is the Let's Settle This Like Adults. Now, again, here, let me turn down the,
Your exposure.
well, just the ring light. So there is the Let's Settle This Like Adults. Am I backwards on there? No, I'm not.
No, you're not. You're fine.
And I mean, like, the print quality. Let's get this. Oh, God damn it. The print quality is so much better on this.
Oh yeah, it definitely does look a little better for sure.
And it's got the logo on the sleeves, so that's right on the side of your sleeves. And it also has my logo on the tag, which is really cool. At least for me, it's pretty cool. You know, because you got to think, you know, that's where most brands put their label. It's right in the tag. And with the company that I'm going with now, it lets me do that. So it's got the logos on the sleeve, and then it's got the full picture on the back. So this is the Let's Settle It's Like Adults shirt, which I didn't have that one before. I didn't own that one before. You would think I'd own all of my own merch, but can't always afford to buy every design. Because I have to buy it just like you guys do. Wait, what's going on? When you have parts in your sink from your product? No, I've had parts strewn across my whole kitchen. I did a transmission on my kitchen table. With the transmission spread across the whole floor of the kitchen. This is the truck one, which, as you can see, the color of the truck is much nicer than the ones that I had before. Again, same thing, logo on the sleeves and logo in the collar. Now, here is that same design from the previous merch company. Cat.
Yes. Sorry.
That is the same design from the old merch company. So you got that one compared to, and it's the same files. I didn't change what files I used to upload it. So they're working with the same image to that.
Wow.
You see the difference.
Oh yeah, that is much
brighter, much bolder in the colors. It's just, yeah,
Tone rich.
It's night and day. And then this is the basic jean gray shirt. These are the three that I have so far that I personally have physically seen, and I'm not disappointed in any of them. So there's the basic jean gray. Again, any of the ones that have the car merch, they have the little logo with the car on the side. So the Nova one has this as well, has the Nova on the sleeve, and then it has just the basic NOVAtazz in the. So yeah, I mean, I have ones that have stuff on the front, but a lot of people were saying they didn't want things on the front of the shirt. So I took the stuff off the front of the shirt and just kept the stuff that's on the back and on the sleeves. So, which kind of sucks for me for doing making my YouTube videos, because I face the camera. When I face the camera, there's nothing on the front of the shirt.
Right, well, and that's why, like, I mean, with me, not that you can really read it unless I'm like right up on the camera, which I'm usually not. But well, this shirt, it's the only one that actually says Katarina's Garage on it, out of everything I own. So, because I don't actually have anything with my logo on it yet.
Well, I got these off of, I think it's Printful, but both Printful and Printify are both good companies. The one prints its own shirts, and the other one is kind of, I guess what I've seen it compared to is kind of like the Uber Eats of merch companies. They're just the front, and they connect you to all of these other companies that make customized merch. So you say you want a shirt made. They'll list all of the companies that can do that product, that can make you that product for you, and it's up to you to pick for you to pick and choose what company you want to go with. But everything then gets shipped through the Printful company, Printful or Printify, whatever one it is. It's one of the two. Um, which I will probably end up taking advantage of both companies, because the one company, okay, so the company I got these shirts from, they do basically shirts and kind of stuff like my old company did. But say like I want a freaking really nice glass tumbler with my logo on it. I can find that with the other company where I'd like, decorative glass tumbler, and it will find me a company that's what they do. They just do glass tumblers. So you'll have a bigger selection of what's available, and I can pick and choose what works for me, versus some of these bigger companies that, yes, they offer a lot of things, but they only offer like one option in each of those things.
Yeah, well, no, that's fair. I mean, and that's cool, honestly, because like for now, like anything that I do right now is just going to be for stuff that I wear on camera or to events. And I might give away some stuff, but that's about it.
Right.
Because like for me to try and set up sales is going to be such a pain in the ass, especially with my income situation. Trying to declare some of the stuff is difficult. So yeah, it's one of those things. And I mean, I'm totally fine with that. Until I'm at a place where I have a regular proper income.
Yeah.
So
And that's kind of part, well, not your income situation, but it's why I went with the original company that I did, because they handled everything in-house. They did the billing, they did the shipping, they did the printing and the designing. Everything was done in-house. The only thing they didn't do is they didn't promote my product unless I reached a certain threshold with that product, and then they promoted it, because they only promote the top tier of every type. So like the top whatevers, they'll promote those, but until you get there, you get no help.
and to be honest, like even with trying to set up a merch store and everything like that, I've had one person ask me for merch. One. So it's like there's no point.
Right.
Like until I get a few people asking me about it, there's not really much use for me to try and spend all this money to do this when it's something that I don't really have. Like I mean, I have money right now, yes, but I don't want to just blow it all, right?
Right. Well, with
So
my last company, I mean, I didn't spend anything out of pocket. Nothing cost me anything. I just got whatever, like the company handled all of the cost and then just sent me whatever was left over. So like if the shirt cost, X amount, the printing cost this amount, and shipping cost that amount, whatever I set the price at would determine how much I got after all of that other stuff. And then I would wait for it to build up, and then I would just dump it into my account whenever I felt like it. You know, and granted, it wasn't much. I mainly bought my own merch, um, but yeah, that it was a way for me to announce that I had merch, because if you have a video out there, if I have a video out there that suddenly blows up 6 months after I aired it, and all of a sudden it's now getting thousands of views. If I'm not directing those people that are watching that video somewhere, well, then that's a wasted opportunity in my
for sure.
point of view. So
Well,
even if I don't have anybody buying that stuff now, I'm doing these sniper videos now. Okay, I start doing these, and I'm 7 videos in, and all of a sudden they start catching like wildfire, and the first one starts getting a lot of views. If I don't push anything in the first video, well then it's a wasted opportunity. I'm now getting views and I'm not promoting myself in that video because I didn't think that I needed to, because at the time I didn't have a whole lot of views.
Yeah. Oh no, and I get that. Like, because even like, don't get me wrong, I promote myself on all platforms that way. Like,
Yep, you do.
with um, because especially like and TikTok recently, because I've been starting to post more of videos on TikTok, or not TikTok, sorry, on Instagram,
I thought
and
you already did TikTok.
yeah, like I'm surprised actually that of Instagram that stuff tends to really explode on there. Like almost doesn't matter what I post.
Well,
There's just been like one video that hasn't.
I posted. I'm not sure if you caught that stuff this morning in our group chat, but I posted. I have that business app now that lets me look at the analytics from both Facebook and Instagram at the same time. Same post,
Yeah,
same tags, same. In fact, the thing is it's posting it to two places on Facebook. It's posting it to my Facebook page, and then also my Facebook group that are Nova related, NOVAtazz related.
yeah.
And then the other place is just posting to my homepage on Instagram. And Instagram 98% of the time does almost 2/3 better in views and interactions than any of the Facebook posts.
Wait, well, because interestingly, like, um, yeah, because my Facebook page itself, it doesn't get a lot of interaction, to be honest, and that's totally fine. Like, I know there's gonna be one that lags behind everything else, and then it happens to be my Facebook page.
I
But
think it tends
again,
to be that a lot because I think it's their algorithm just sucks.
oh, I mean, and I don't promote it really. Like, I will say, if you want to, like, at the end of all of my videos, I'll say if you want to contact me, you can at either Katarina's.garage on Instagram or Katarina's Garage on Facebook, right? That's the way how I tell people to contact me, even though everybody seems to contact me through email, but whatever.
Well, the thing is my Facebook has more followers than my Instagram. I still have more interactions through my Instagram than I do my Facebook.
Wait, well, yeah, yeah,
Okay,
it's
so
just a
I have almost 800 followers on Facebook. I have just over 500 followers on Instagram, and I get 2/3 amount, almost 3 times the amount of interaction on Instagram than I do Facebook.
yeah, yeah. I mean, and like the one thing is because I don't get as many notifications from Facebook unless if somebody comments on a post, which is very rare that they do. On Facebook. Like I get that more on Instagram, and even then,
Yeah,
I
exactly.
mostly just get people liking my stuff because again, I'm promoting my Instagram is mostly for promoting my YouTube, same as my Facebook page. It rarely do they have different content. Sometimes they do,
Pilot
and
says
like
Twitter will be better if Elon takes over. My Twitter is deader than my Facebook. Twitter
my
is the
Twitter
most
has
dead out of all of my platforms.
my Twitter has 0.
Yeah, exactly. None. I have so many posts on Twitter, and I have gotten, I think, maybe one interaction out of any of them.
Well, like, and to be honest, you don't get anything out of Twitter. You can't like, in the end,
You can't
all
promote it.
you
You can't do
might
nothing with it.
yeah, you can't monetize it, nothing. Like the thing is with Twitter, the only thing you can do is promote yourself. That's it. You can give yourself more exposure for other platforms. That's all Twitter is good for.
That's all I
For
use any of my social medias for.
oh yeah, but you know what I mean. Like it doesn't really give you an incentive though to do like because you don't have that.
You don't get monetized
And
through Twitter. You get monetized through the intellectual properties that want you to show off their products through your audience.
oh yeah, yeah, you get those, but physically Twitter itself, no.
No. Twitter is a broadcasting platform. Again, you get and the thing is Facebook should be that way. No, I mean not Facebook. YouTube should be that way too. Yes, you can get monetized through YouTube, but you make more money off of your exposure on YouTube than you do from being on YouTube itself. If that makes
Oh yeah, like
sense.
oh yeah, like to be honest, I've gotten some offers to do stuff. Like there was somebody's actually I've had Spin Palace Casino try and get me a few times. They're willing to offer me $300 per campaign, but I'm like, it doesn't cater to my channel. So
No,
no.
you'll just be like all the other what is that video game that the Raid Shadow Legends that like
Yeah.
every YouTuber tends to freaking like, oh yeah, I play this game all the no you don't. Come on, you lying. You don't play this game. That's why you say the exact same thing that every other YouTuber says. It's because that's the ad campaign.
Oh, exactly. Like if somebody came to at me and said, "Hey, I want you to promote car related stuff," or even if it's something that could help my channel in the future, sure, I would do that in a heartbeat. But the thing is, all that does is just get me money, and it doesn't really help anything else. So, and it's
Well, and it depends on what it is. Like it's like, okay, we're car channels. We're not stupid. It takes
yeah.
money to run a car channel.
Oh, it
Parts
does.
are
Like,
not free. So what that does is, no, it doesn't promote your channel. It gives you the finances to buy the things you need to run your channel. That's what sponsorships is. Sponsorships aren't necessarily to give you stuff that you need for your channel. Sometimes
oh yeah,
it's
no.
just the capital to be able to afford the things you need to run your channel.
Well, yeah, like, and a lot of these, like, if it was just a, hey, these companies actually want to work with me, whatever else, then okay, fine. I wouldn't be opposed to, like, for example, if, a clothing company actually approached me and whatever else, and then we can work with them and maybe do a collaboration on designs and stuff like that. Cool. I'd be happy, like, excited about that. But
They're not going
so
to.
far, I haven't had that. I've had a
They're
lot
not
of
going to.
scams too, but
You know
that
why
and a
people.
lot of them won't,
Right.
and that's really fine. Like there are companies though that will actually work with you and actually be proper versus just these regular ad campaigns. It's a little different depending on the offer. So, but and again, right now I'm still small. I don't care that much yet.
The
Um,
companies you're gonna get contacting us when we're smaller is the ones that don't have a lot of physical property to lose on their end. So your
yeah,
digital media, your casino games, Raid Shadow Legends, those ones that it doesn't cost them anything except for if you pull through on your end, versus a clothing company or something like that where they're going to be out merchandise if the deal doesn't work.
yeah. Oh, yeah, and I get that absolutely. Like, and again, I'm totally fine with it. And until somebody actually approaches me that I'm comfortable with, then I'll work with them. But until then, and it might not happen until I hit like 10,000 subscribers, or even like something else too. Because and it might depend. Because I know, like for example, Roy gets deals actually at Bumper to Bumper up here. He gets like smoking deals because he
Yeah.
uses them a lot, and as long as it's on his personal projects, he gets those discounts. So,
Yeah.
and that's something like that I want to I would love to have stuff like that. Like, don't get me wrong, actually, it was cool. The
I
other
think me and you
day,
talked about that a couple weeks ago about that, and I think some of it also has to do with him having possibly some sort of shop license, because
yeah,
most part stores automatically work with you and give you what they call a shop rate if you have a shop license, because they're marking down their prices to a mark upable price for the shop itself.
yeah, like
um
I know, well, like I know that actually, because I went to JB Power Center in Calgary for the first time, and the thing is, like I was picking up a few things, like some plug wires and some nice protective boots for the spark plugs, stuff like that, right? Um,
Hi,
and
Chris.
the thing is, like, and the plug wires that I actually bought were Street Fire, which they're an MSD brand, but they're not the 8.5 millimeter, they're the 8 millimeter. So again, I'm not running a lot of power where I need that extra 0.5 millimeter, so it's fine. Um, and yeah, and they're just these build it yourself, and I got them a lot cheaper because the guy that was working there, he recognized me because we're actually part of the same Facebook group where I promote my channel all the time. So yeah, and he gave me actually a pretty decent discount. I don't know how much of a discount he got, but it was not retail. He told me that outright. So it's just like cool. And I knew it was because when I saw the total at the end of it, I'm just like, this probably should have been a lot more than that. So I'm happy with
Yeah.
that.
I mean, I
Um,
don't have any deals like that. I hunt and peck my own deals, um, just through clever internet searching and different things to find out who's got the best price and who's got a sale or a promotion going on at that time that gets me a better deal, whether it's through shipping or the price itself.
That's fair. I mean, like, and the thing is, when I physically go into stores too, like, I know that in Napa actually, and I just haven't set it up yet. If I actually set up an account, I could actually get a permanent discount across the board. Otherwise, I only get that discount when I deal with my buddy Cody that works there. So,
Right.
and it's just one of those deals that and again, because I make those relationships with people, and that's the reason why. And like I'm really good at networking. Like all across the province, I have so many connections
You
that I
network so hard. I think you've networked my own freaking Facebook.
I have.
I get probably close to, I want to say almost 20 notifications whenever you bring out a new video of that video throughout different places, whether it's Instagram, Facebook, the other Facebook, whatever it is. You know, I get like at least 20 notifications that you have posted this content. And I try to like and increase your your interactions as much of them as possible. I'm probably sure I don't get nearly half of them. And it's not just you. I did that with America Bumper to Bumper back when he was doing his stuff. Jason and Grant when I was following them really hard with their stuff because we were trying to promote each other. And some other people when I follow their channels, you know, I try to just, you know, give that heart or whatever just to increase that interaction because I know that it helps with the analytics, especially on Facebook. Because Facebook is hard for freaking for pushing your content unless you want to pay them to do it.
You know, like the one thing is because it was kind of interesting looking at. I know the that last Junkyard Tour video that I did a couple weeks back. That video, like it's over 2,000 views now. And the thing is, there was one group in particular that I know I got the bulk of the views. I could just tell because, hey, look, the interactions, there was like 400 people that interacted with that in that one group.
Yeah.
And I've never had that much interaction from
the
any
other
video
thing that I tend to
Facebook.
do when I post things, I don't always post them all in one shot. I will post one, wait a little bit, and then I'll post it somewhere else and wait a little, and I'll wait to see if any of those gets me a bump in views on YouTube itself.
Yeah, see, and I don't do that only because I promote in so many damn places.
Well, yeah, you don't.
Which just take me way too long.
But I also don't have time to sit there and promote all of them all at once either. Anyway, because it'd be nice if I could make one post and immediately have like a check mark. Okay, I want you to post it to these pages, and it just immediately post it to all of those pages at once instead of me having to go to individual pages and post it. It's annoying.
Yeah, it takes a long time, like, and especially because I will post so much so quickly that I'll actually get spam block for an hour, and then if I do it a little too quickly again afterwards, it'll give me a spam block for 3 hours. So at times it can take me well over 4 hours to actually promote my videos. Sometimes.
Yeah.
It just depends.
My troll is in the chat.
Yeah, I saw that.
The only troll that's allowed to be in my chat.
Yep. My daughter.
It's probably because I didn't look at the TikToks that she sent me, so she's like, I know where he's at.
I mean, you know what? Actually, something that you could do, it'd be really funny, if you decided to be... No,
I'm knowing her.
No. Hear me out on this, because it's related to that a little bit.
Oh, no.
If you decided to do, like, even as an April Fool's thing, be really funny, the cross-dressing mechanic. I've wanted somebody to do it.
Don't give her ideas.
Nobody will.
Do not give her ideas. She will run with them.
Oh, the thing is, I've been trying to get my buddy to do it forever.
I did wear the girl's Christmas sweater the one year, or were you not here for that?
I wasn't here for
You
that.
need to go back. There was a live stream that I did where I wore her ugly Christmas sweater for the live.
What?
The whole live, I wore it, and it had cheetah print and thing on it too.
Nice. Yeah, you know, it's just one of those things, like, because my buddy actually, why can't I think of his name right now? What the hell is his name? Half-Fast Garage, that's it.
I've seen some of his stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he works on Mopars, mostly. And like the one thing is, and I've been telling him every year he needs to do the cross-dressing mechanic thing because honestly, it could be something that would frickin' takes off, and he's scared of that because then he has to keep doing
Oh.
it.
I
Because
have my fear though is I do the whole fucking pink glitter thing, and then it fucking bombs, and I had to freaking do it, and it's out there on the freaking internet, and it was totally not worth it at that point.
it's still worth it for fun, just for fun. It's really fun. But actually, something that I want to share in the chat or share on my screen here, which I'll just do this right now. Share screen because I want to show off my sweet wheels. Although I don't have all
Oh
of
no,
them
she's
on.
pulling that card. That's not a fair card to pull.
It's the fairest card. So,
huh? No, it is not. It is the most cruel and unusual punishment card.
once it's low, there we go. So you can see those really
You can't see
big.
it yet because I haven't hit the button. Hold, give me half
well,
a
then
horses.
hit the button.
Give me half a horses. I was refilling the tankard. There you go. Speak away.
All right, so you can see like the one thing is I still have like up front. You can see I still have the original 14s up front currently. I did get the full set of these wheels and tires, but like you can just see how freaking big those are. And those are a 275 60-15.
You couldn't even put a pillow in your trunk without rubbing.
No, I can't. Actually, over big bumps it does rub. So that's why I have, and you can see the rust situation is getting really bad there too. But it's
I think I do have you. How tall are those tires?
They're 28.
I still have you beat in the stance game.
Hey, but mine's on a lighter card than yours.
Well, that does not change stance whatsoever. It doesn't matter how light your car is. That'd be the horsepower game. You need less horsepower to be have the better horsepower to weight ratio.
Yeah, but mine are wider, so it's fine. Like the one thing is you can run up to I think it's a 265 without rubbing on the Fox bodies, but 275s no matter what the aspect ratio is will rub. So and the one thing is that's why I have
those... spend 5 seconds in my chat and turn my whole chat against me. Where's the loyalty, guys?
Bragging? I'm not bragging.
She's got that fat ass. That's what she's bragging about.
Well, I mean, okay, there's that. But I mean, the thing is, I love the stance that it has, and when I have the air shocks, it's gonna be even more of a rake on them too.
I don't know, a rake on a Fox body.
It already has one. If you look at it, if you look at those pictures, it has a rake.
I know, because you got big fatties in the back and little skinnies in the front.
Exactly, and like when I find, because I have the shop here in town, looking for some Cooper Cobras that are 205 60-15s for the front, because I have the other set of wheels for the front, but they're dry rotted, so that's why they're not on the car.
All right.
Those will just be burnout tires. So, which I might just throw those on Stitch and burn them off, because Stitch does do burnouts if it's gravel or wet. So. Yeah, see, I'm not doing that. No. Those are, I shouldn't say they're pristine quarters, because obviously the one's very rusty. But no. I could also just roll them get them professionally rolled and be fine. But I'm not doing that either. I've got air shocks. They're coming in. They were like $160, so worth it. But
the ride quality is going to absolutely fucking suck balls.
It'll go down a little bit, but it shouldn't be that bad. We'll see.
When I first got my Nova, it had air shocks in the back. They didn't last long. I ripped them the fuck out.
Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario, I rip them out. I just resell them on at a swap meet or something like that, because somebody will want them, right?
Yeah.
And then I will just go with instead of doing air shocks, I'll just do spring spacers.
Well, the other thing you can do, does it have shocks in the back?
Yeah.
And what is the spring setup back there? Is it a leaf spring?
No, it's coil.
Ooh, yeah. You'd have
Like
to
I
get a
said,
taller. You'd have to get a taller coil spring and a longer travel shock. I
well, see,
kind of did this. That's what I kind of did with my Nova. I have shackles on my Nova, and then I have a truck shock. I went and found, okay, what shock has the same top and bottom mount but has a longer travel.
hmm.
And it ended up being, I think, off of like a GMC Sierra truck.
well, see, well, see, the other thing that I like, the other thing that I could just do, and it's just cheaper, and would work out still, because it is not as bad as what people think. Like I've looked into this actually quite heavily, and it's not that bad. Is you can actually get spacers for the springs themselves, just put it on top, and it does the same thing as a longer spring does, at least ride height wise.
Yeah, just not spring
But
travel.
it doesn't compromise your ride quality or anything like that.
Yeah.
So because all it does is just make it, hey, look, the body sits that much higher, right? And that's really all I need. I think I only need like half an inch. So, you know.
Yeah, um they're talking about the fact that the TA, I pulled the TA out the TA out the other day to do the oil changes in the Kias. I also took the TA around the block to pull it in because number one, it's easier than trying to back and turn it to just go around the block, and that way I'm getting a better angle into the garage. Um, I don't have a working fuel gauge in that car and didn't know how low on fuel it was. It went around the block and made it 30 feet from the garage and died. It was out of fuel. And the reason we know it was out of fuel is the little glass bowl that I have with the filter in it. She was empty. So she was
Yeah.
out
See
of
that.
gas, which is a good
Well,
thing.
see.
It's a good thing and a bad thing. It was bad because we weren't in the garage yet when it ran out, but it's a good thing because I have to drop the fuel tank anyway.
Well, see. I bet you anything. There's still a little bit of fuel in there.
Huh? Oh, there's
I bet.
probably like a quarter to a half gallon still in the bottom of that tank.
You see, now you could have cheesed it because if you were able to siphon it out, you could have just put it straight down the carburetor and
You
get it
realize
back
how
in.
hard it would be to try to feed that car while it's running and trying to drive it?
Oh, you don't have to. The one thing is, no word of a lie. If you're able to get a full, because realistically, if you fill the float bowls in uh you know in the carburetor, you can probably make it a good mile.
No,
Like,
not in
I
that
mean, maybe
car.
not in yours,
Not in that
but
car. No, I'd make it. Me and Chris have filled the fuel bowl in that TA, and it has literally run for like 30 seconds.
oof. Well, I mean, how you were only a block away,
Yeah, no, but the thing is I had to
Okay.
get it into a garage. It had to run for a good minute, 2 minutes. It would not have made it. That thing, that engine guzzles gas like it's going out of style.
Yeah, good old Pontiac big block or Pontiac 400. But yeah, um,
No, it would not have gotten me there. I would have been able to get the damn thing started. I would have hit the gas pedal to get it to go move, and it would have died. It's exactly what it would have done.
see, you could have filled, or if you were able to siphon out the tank and just into a bottle, and then have it hooked up to your fuel pump. Could have just did it that way.
The fuel
You know,
pump, yeah, I got it, but
you
yeah,
can do it that way.
it
You
was,
can do it
it
that way.
was, that would have been, it was dark. It was, no. I could have seen
Just
that a bit of a
all
disaster
I'm
waiting
here,
to happen.
all
We
I'm
we
hearing
got
is
it
that
in. We pushed it. Me and Jess almost got it in by ourselves, and we had somebody else that came by and helped Jess push it. I tried to get her to drive it to steer it into the shop, and she's like, no, she didn't want to get in and steer it. So she got in the back and pushed it, and I pushed it from the A post, so I could have a hand on the steering wheel and push it. We had it almost in the door by the time the guy helped us push it the rest of the way in.
ah, well, fair enough. But I am gonna say, and unfortunately, you lost your third compadre there.
I know
A while ago.
he bonked out a while ago. I think he lost connection.
But I'm gonna have to dash here because I've got the hockey game. I might be back later. We'll see.
Might
But you
be.
might be done by the time I'm back, so we'll see. But yeah. So enjoy yourself and try not to, try not to get made fun of too much in the chat.
Use a wheelchair. Oh, yeah. Jesse says he's in a wheelchair. He can push it pretty good with that until it's on dirt. Wall, garage door, workbench. Wait, I'm missing chat here. Hold on. Could have bottle fed it. Should have told him to grab starting fluid and run with it. I don't have starting fluid actually. Like filling a carb bowl would get you. No, it wouldn't. 30 feet you would have made it. Not really. Let's see. He was trying to get that. Steered it into the shop wall. Yeah, you might have, but wall, garage door, workbench. Yeah, okay, now I see where that comment comes from. Yeah, I saw that, Brad. I just had to go read through all the comments before I could see that. But yeah. She could tell the story probably. Yeah, but I wanted the car to have enough gas in it to be able to fire it up for the video I was making. I wasn't planning on running it out of fuel. But I didn't realize how low it actually was. Oh, it was pretty easy to push until we tried to turn the wheel. In fact, it rolls nice and easy inside the shop. As long as the wheels are straight. I'm not doing the pink beard. I'm glad your car is fine, pilot. Yeah, eventually I did that until you get really good at gauging exactly how far you've gone. I did that with my Nova for a while because the gas gauge was not accurate below a certain level in the tank. Pilot, I guess even with OnStar, it works the same way. Never wants it to do anything while you're getting it checked, but the second you're not getting it checked, it decides to show up. Everybody loves the kitchen mechanic. Ask Jess. A kitchen mechanic, the transmission in our kitchen. Then again, I rebuilt an engine before I was in a relationship. I rebuilt an engine in my kitchen before too. A buddy of mine used to park his whole Harley in his house. Ooh, see, I had permission. I had permission. I was doing it outside. You helped with the what? Oh, the U joint. I was gonna say, Jess, what? Yes, we also replaced a U joint for the outer axle on the front of my truck in the kitchen because it was too dark to do it outside, and obviously I did not have a garage at that point, so everything had to be done at night inside. Oh, geez, his motorcycle was spread all over the freaking place, wasn't it? Making sure he claimed I made a claim to every single spot in the house. Oh, well, yeah, yeah. No, that's your house. She doesn't have a say at that point. I do now, kind of. The problem is your crap is in my garage. So does that mean that if the house crap is in the garage, I can put the garage crap in the house? I already know how that one's gonna go. I'm not gonna win on that one before she even says it. See, told you I wasn't going to win. I actually have running water in my garage. Just nowhere for the running water to go once it comes in the garage. There's no drain for some stupid fucking reason. So if I wanna use that sink, I have to fabricate some kind of freaking drain for it because right now there is no drain. I don't know what the hell their plan was, but I guess put a bucket underneath of it because yeah, it just pours right on the floor. It makes no sense. I'm thinking that's what they did. I'm thinking that they had like a 5-gallon bucket or something that they stuck underneath of it, and then they dumped the water out. Which that to me that's just annoying. So I would rather it be on the other side of the garage where the doors are because then you could also use that running water to wash cars or something. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because I don't think there's no way to drain it. The other thing I was thinking is if I do rip up that floor, putting a drain in the middle of the floor, um, and then also connecting the drain from the sink into that drain and have it run out. But then it would come out the side of the garage, not where she's saying, not into her garden. Yeah, you have a pretty bad habit of killing your own shit. I have better luck with plants than you do. Then again, it's either you or the cats that either you or Scarlet that gets the plants. No, we shut the water off to the garage during the winter. Because unfortunately, the line that runs out to the garage is also the line that runs out to the side of the house, and of course, they ran the whole thing with copper, which means that it's just going to explode. You guys are horrible. No, you're not allowed to plant there. I have planted a Kia bumper in the back of my garage. That's what I mean, the back of my Dodge. That's what I have done. We'll see if it grows a whole new Kia. I gotta find somewhere to take that because I know it's worth money if I trade it in to I think a dealership. I think they'll take um the used bumpers for a core charge. The bed does not have rust. Maybe the fenders do a little bit, but not the bed. It would grow a Kia with transmission problems. Oh, that's funny. Should put it in the closet with the coat hangers that multiply. I don't have a closet that coat hangers multiply in. A good thing my kids don't hide in that closet then. I have enough of those. Brad, you get your phone fixed yet? You could be up here enjoying the live stream with me. Oh, that's right. No, you're working on cleaning stuff. Hell. I don't know. Why don't you try and find out? Well, Brad, give yourself a minute, clean yourself up. You have the link in the group chat. Pop up here and join us until your dad comes back. I don't know. We have no idea about that bet. That bet does not exist. I don't even know what bet you're talking about. Because she lost that bet. She did not post. She did not donate to the live stream. She just showered with me with money that she took back after the live stream was over. She rescinded her bet. I mean, her donation. So that also canceled my half of the deal. I don't remember what the bet was anymore.
Yeah, it was a while ago. Okay, let's try this and see if it works.
You didn't even ask if I would do it. You just freaking took the money back as soon as the camera was off.
Lucky you shouldn't break out the handcuffs.
So where are you at tonight, Chris?
Just entered Ohio, over here near Youngstown, up on Interstate 80. And
I'm
really don't understand
Chris, that Jess's dad says hi.
I'll do back.
And she says I'm holding her handcuffs hostage. I think I am. Her cabinet that they're locked in is wrapped in bubble wrap and stuffed in the garage somewhere.
Probably in the deepest corner buried, right?
No, actually, no, it's not. It's not buried. I purposely, when I cleaned the whole garage, I left certain things in that front corner that we were going to need so I could get to them quickly. Nobody wants to hear about your fun things, Jess. Not the appropriate time or place or platform. Ugh.
Well, for the third or fourth week in a row, we try to go on the show. Now, nothing but service connectivity issues, which had absolutely no sense, especially here, because used to be coming through here, had no issue when he was on the show.
Yeah.
So somebody wiser than me made a suggestion that, well, let's try it. So we'll see what happens.
What? What was
Somebody wiser than me told me one time, why don't you use the Wi-Fi box to run your TV and everything else in the truck when you're parked? It'll work going down the road and connect your phone to it and screw your phone service.
Yeah, I mean, then you're also not using your data, you're using the Wi-Fi.
So we got it all hooked up and configured. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Who was a smarter person than you?
Somebody much richer and more beautiful than I could ever think of being.
Me.
When'd you get a sex change?
Who says I didn't? Maybe I was a female before.
Oh, okay. So copy the hair color, gentlemen. You heard it here. When he goes and shaves, you know where his trimmings go. God bless Hollywood Blue.
Oh my God, you are almost too much for this live stream, Chris. You are pushing the boundaries. Then again, Jess is pushing the boundaries in the chat.
You'd be lost without me.
Well, without some of you.
I have an adoring audience. Pilot would be lost without me.
Audience.
Yeah, Pilot would be lost without me. Pilot, knock a beer back for me if you got any tonight.
I'm drinking one for you. It's
good. What do you got?
Wait, we gotta do our skit here. Hold on.
As long as this works.
There we go.
Oh, shut up.
There we go.
What's in the cup?
What's in the cup? Anyway, I am on my second already tonight. But got me some Red's hard cider. My last 2 bottles because I was too preoccupied whenever we were out to stop at a distributor and pick up some more alcoholic beverages. Miss Formy is drinking sailboat fuel. It's much needed fuel. Everybody needs that. We got Jessica because she's drinking water. You could be drinking tea, or the Coke or the Mountain Dew. No, root beer or Mountain Dew that you stole out of my boxes of soda. But all right. Jesse's drinking water. Yes, it is. Water is definitely the best. I drink a lot of water at work.
Mine's an assortment.
Honey, it's a dead giveaway that you snagged the freaking first root beer and Mountain Dew when there was already a half a case of root beer open. And yeah, we just bought them yesterday. I went out to go grab a Coke, and it was like, oh, I mean, a root beer. It was like, no, I went to go grab a Mountain Dew, and I'm like, it's already open. Why is it already open?
What's in the cup?
Yeah, so what's in the
The
cup?
very most important question in the beginning of that is, what size is the cup?
I don't think that was part of the question.
I mean, it could be a handful, a couple handfuls, a mouthful, or absolutely great enough to serve the whole construction crew. No wonder she gets whistled at.
Chris, I think you're a little off subject. Just a little bit.
Still in the cup.
Depends on if you
It's
put
still
it
in the cup.
You
You
could
didn't specify in the cup.
Okay. Now you could
That's what that depends on the size of the cup and what you put in the cup.
right, but you could put that in a cup, an actual cup, like a glass.
This is true.
That'd be a great picture, though. Just saying.
Go all over Twitter. Go all over Twitter right now. You can just hashtag natural milkshake.
There
you go.
It'll be the new trend. You just stick a cup underneath of it and shake.
Yeah. So, but we got a gamut of lemonade and sweet tea mix.
Jesse,
Sweet
we do
tea.
not bring up that.
All made by Milo's, and then we got some coffee when I left Brad's house that I haven't finished off yet. So there's 2 cups of that.
Jesse just killed the chat. He mentioned that forbidden freaking porn video from the 90s. Hey, somebody's ugly mug just popped in my freaking back room. I did not request any special privileges from you.
Howdy, howdy.
You gotta turn your phone sideways.
1.25 miles. Keep left to
Much better,
I-76
much better.
west.
That better?
We
All
we
right.
widescreen here because TVs are normally widescreen, and YouTube displays in widescreen. This ain't no TikTok.
No.
Well, I'm gonna welcome to the live stream, and I guess because I have the what's in the cup, it doesn't. Did you put your name in?
Yeah, I had Coke.
No, I didn't ask you if you had Coke. Nobody wants to know what you're doing.
Yes, Crandall too.
Crandall too. Who's Crandall 1? Is it Crandall 100 or Crandall 200? Does that
Well,
make...
if we're going by weighted.
Wait, does that make you the dump?
Keep left to I-76
No.
west.
Because a 10 100, is number 1, and a 10 200 is number 2.
Oh. Good point.
Am I right, Chris?
Good point.
All right.
Continue on I-76.
I mean, I can change your name for you.
You have to change his illustrious name to something.
We'll just
Could
call
go
you,
by my nickname.
we'll just call you the 10 200.
Especially since most doesn't know by his name that he would be referring to me, because nobody knows me by that.
Exactly. Yeah, nobody gets the joke. There's no reference to the joke that you're pulling.
Well, see, if I would have actually went with like weight-wise, it'd be Crandall 300.
Now you just sound like a used vacuum cleaner.
Yeah.
Old windbag.
Horrible.
He wouldn't make a good Hoover. He doesn't bitch. He doesn't bitch enough.
No, he's more like an Oric. All right, so you're drinking Coke. I'm drinking some Reds, which is about soon to be something different because that's almost empty. I come prepared though.
You're not gonna run out tonight.
No, I have a can of Coke.
Oh,
I have an empty glass.
slip biscuits.
I have a bottle of Gentleman's Jack.
I meant to stop back at that Sheets and see if they had any more bourbon cream.
Yeah, I don't know how you.
I forgot to stop.
I have some Red Cat, and I still have a little bit of bourbon cream.
I'll have to ask Miss Farmer if she tried hers since it got chilled.
It is better. It is better cold than warm.
Definitely.
I have lost my. Oh, there's my pistachios.
Goes down way too smooth.
Oh my God, yes. We also have we haven't cracked open. We have salted caramels Bailey's Irish cream in the refrigerator.
That's
There
good.
you go.
We got that from
That is
Jess, so
really
I'm
good.
not going to be touching that until we drink it together. Miss Formie says it still tastes like whiskey. Yes, it does, but it's whiskey with a hint of something good, a hint of chocolate milk.
Yes.
I do technically
Right.
have a mini fridge, Jesse. I have a little red one. If you remember back, I have a little tiny mini frigid air that holds what, like a 6-pack of soda? I think it holds 6 cans of soda. Only problem is it's not tall enough for a bottle of beer. So it's either I start drinking canned beer, which no, won't do canned beer, or I just drink soda. And she's right. We do have an actual mini fridge. It's out on the back porch, and Jess keeps her keto food and her snake food in it. Our frozen protein shakes for the snakes. They don't turn to shakes until the snakes start shaking them.
It's funny watching the tails dance, huh?
No, they're already dead, so they don't dance very well. I would probably not be drinking Ice House if it only came in cans. I cannot stand the taste of beer that's in an aluminum can. I'm not sure if anybody else does that. You notice a taste difference in a can versus a bottle?
Yes,
Yeah, I do.
Definitely.
I don't do canned beer. It does not.
I mean, that's the same way with a bottle of water. Depending how old the case of water is, you can taste plastic in the water.
Yep.
But yeah, no, I
Let's face it.
The only one
Some
that I'll drink
things-
in a can, and it's only because you can find it easier in a can than you can in a bottle, is Guinness. Try finding bottles of Guinness. They're hard to come by.
Piece of cake.
You can find a case of bottles of Guinness.
Yes.
That's not the extra. I think the only one that I see that's in the bottles, I think, is extra stout.
No,
which
I've
is a little
bought
bit of
regular
a-
Guinness in bottles before.
What? You seen the regular Guinness in bottles?
Yeah, regular Guinness in bottles.
I've only seen the extra stout.
I'll have to remember to get you some.
I need to get me
Next
some
time I
bottles.
see
Yeah,
it,
because I like to collect the bottles more. The cans are okay; they're kind of cool looking, but the bottles are cool.
I got one. Miss Foreman may have to read it. I can't remember the name of it. I don't know if Bradley still has a bottle of it or not. That one I brought home, you can only buy it in Colorado. It's the only place you can buy it. They don't ship it out of state.
Give me a second. Let me go check my little glass bottle rack.
Most of my glass bottles
I'm
are
pretty
still
sure
in a
I do
box
have it.
out in the back porch. I don't have anywhere to
Yeah,
display
back
them.
porch.
Well, I don't have anywhere to display them anymore because we don't have a shelf for them. I have.
But you
I
just found a
have
purpose for all them shelves you ripped out of the garage, didn't you? You can build shelves up into the ceiling
No,
in the
not
house
out of
for
that
display
material.
purposes.
Not out of the material that they used. No. They used like some 2x6s or 2x8s. But they were rough. They weren't even nice looking. And then the other some really old wood, but it was very brittle. It was nice looking, but it was brittle. So what'd you find, Brad?
Is this the kind you're talking about, Dad?
Gilligan's. I was drinking that a little
No.
while ago.
No?
You can buy that anywhere. That's Irish.
All right.
The other one's got like a
again.
bluish green label, I think.
Might be
Colorado
in the,
Amber, Miss Foreman says.
Colorado Native Amber, yes.
Now,
There you go.
what kind of beer is it?
A beer.
It's an amber. It's a darker beer.
Yeah. Well, all right. We can tell Brad's not old enough yet. A beer is not just a beer. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's like a darker amber. It's not a stout or an IPA.
No, but I won't drink anything that's lower than like or lighter than like a lager.
Yeah, I mean, it could. I'd say it'd probably be considered lager. It's a dark.
Yeah.
Go ahead and read. He can
The
read the
only
label.
thing
Hey,
I
he's
think
got good eyes.
The only thing that I think that I drink that is lighter than a lager is I gotta freaking think. Oh, and I see my
That's like the beers that they put in a clear bottle. How do you judge if it's good or not? If you can hold it up and you can see the coyote ugly chick across the other side of the bar through the bottle clearly, you don't want either one of it.
nope.
You have to read us a bottle. He can read what it is off the bottle. I think it says something in the back of it. Maybe.
I'm looking.
It or the box did. It or the box did.
Probably the box.
But you can
I don't
only
have the box.
you can only buy that in Colorado. They don't ship it out of state.
Heineken. That's the one of the lighter ones that I will drink.
They have some nice green bottles.
They do. They have some pretty green bottles. Yeah, I like their
Probably
labels,
probably
too.
the best bottles I think I've seen are the blue ones that you get in the Bud Light Platinum.
Mm.
That blue glass that they put those in.
I thought they used aluminum for those.
Yeah, you can get it in aluminum too, but yeah, that right there.
Except for I would
Yeah, right
never
there.
drink I would never drink that beer.
Oh, it's good.
No, it's not. Hey, number one, it's a Budweiser. I can't drink Bud. Bud will give me a massive migraine. My mom too. My mom's the same way. It's something that they put in the beer.
Yeah, I missed for me. You were close. You had half of it.
It's something that they put in Budweiser that will instantly give both me and my mom a full blown migraine within a half hour after drinking it. So you'll never catch me drinking a Bud.
Not
Even
as
though
bad
I
as Coors
absolutely
Light.
I love their commercials. I love their advertising. You know, especially with the Clydesdales and stuff. I just can't drink it.
Hey, we got three of us here. We could relive one of those old commercials.
Right?
Bud.
Yeah, no. Stop.
What do you got against frogs?
Nothing against the frogs, just the advertising of alcohol. I'm sure us talking about it on is bad enough. Get me flagged.
We'll probably get flagged for the cups anyways.
Yeah, I'm actually sitting here looking at the different ones or whatever. And Yeah, I don't get the whole freaking IPA craze. I don't find it tasting great at all.
No.
But I was definitely looking at some of the different stuff. And another one that I will never drink again is MGD, even though I grew up seeing those bottles everywhere. Because that was my stepfather before he got broke. That was my stepfather's let me get smashed of choice. He would go through a whole case of MGD in a weekend by himself, if not more than a case. So yeah, I can't even stand the smell of it anymore because it just reminds me of him. And when you have a drunk person yelling in your face, yeah, no.
What about Miller High Life?
No, too light. That was also one of the ones he used to drink. It's too light of a beer. That's why I like the darker ones now.
PBR, Straubs.
PBR was his mom's drink.
Straubs. Rolling Rock.
I got one of them.
Rolling Rock I used to drink. That's the one with the.
I got one of them bottles.
Oh, that's a good one. Ice House. That was usually my go-to when I could find it.
I don't think I've ever had
Which
an
one?
Ice House.
You never had an Ice House?
I don't think so. Do they come in glass, or is it like Pilots?
It comes in a glass bottle.
What are we
I
talking
don't.
about?
I
Rum,
won't buy.
vodka, and
I won't
gin?
buy beer in cans.
Oh, that's Jess's drinks. Yeah, she likes all the fancy stuff you make with vodka, rum, and gin. She likes like tequila sunrise and stuff like that. Fuzzy navels.
She can have an
Now, have
Irish
you ever
trash
heard?
can.
All right, hold on. Brad, you're from PA.
Oh,
You're from PA. And so are you, Chris, technically.
Yep.
Ever heard of a purple motherfucker?
ages ago.
I know that it's really popular around Warnersville. Because there's several bars that is their special drink. But that was something that I was introduced to back when I met Billy, who was in some of my early YouTube videos.
I can't recall off the top of my head what the hell goes in it now.
No. I do believe it's razzmatazz. Hold on. It tastes like grape Kool-Aid.
Yeah. Miss Formy's got one in the refrigerator now. We've never finished made. It's called Texas Punch.
Yeah.
It's a mix of different stuff.
I gotta figure. It's like 7 different drinks. So if I gotta find the right one, 1, 2, 6. That's only got 6. That's not the right one.
Now, Jess, you ever had an Irish trash can?
Yeah, I've had an Irish trash can.
Yeah.
You really not gonna go?
The bar up here, Barrel House, it's a restaurant bar thing. They don't have all the ingredients to make it right.
Wow, that just totally killed me.
No, you can't even get a good meal anymore or going anywhere else while someone around having to have a cherry.
Jess had me make my country style boneless ribs.
I mean, we went somewhere for lunch one day. The next town over.
Yep.
Thought we'd have a nice quiet lunch. Once you know it, the damn bartender from that other restaurant come in. So, hey, waitress, do you have any long stem cherries? Go deliver one to that table back there, please.
Oh.
Don't worry about it. I'll pay for it. It's an inside joke. Just go deliver it and appreciate your reactions. I think everybody in the building heard, oh my God, where is he?
Even the waitress that delivered that cherry turned bright red.
So what's with the cherry?
And walked away.
Well, we'll have to tell you the significance of that after stream because it's show worthy for the laugh, but it's demonetizing.
Yeah.
I guess this is the right the right one. I remember there being 7 alcohols in it, but let me see. Oh, that's definitely not it.
Yeah, back when we were really young and dumb, we used to walk in somewhere. That was the big thing. Who could live through a suicide? Ooh, somebody's gonna be upset. They lost their camouflage fishing boats on the side, seats out of their
Oh.
fishing boat on the side of the road.
Old favorite was called the Jolly Rancher. Yeah, that's Jess's favorite. As soon as I read Jolly Rancher, I knew who was talking.
It's like I was doing roofs up near probably 10 miles from Erie in Mayville, New York.
Yeah.
Went to a bar up there, and the waitress up there was like, "Oh, have you had this? Pour it. Try this. You'll love it." Yeah.
So it's vodka, Southern Comfort peach liqueur, Amarillo, razzmatazz, sweet and sour mix, and 7-Up.
I ain't sure that jug ain't been in there for 3 years, Miss Formie.
What jug?
The Texas punch that I made at the house.
You're looking up the wrong thing there, Jesse. I still have that bottle of Jaeger from, it was 7, it's got to be close to 14 years old now. Because it was 7 years old back in 2013 when I got it. And I've had it still for, what, another 7, 8 years.
God, if it was daylight out, we could make a stop up here for the Drew session.
But that shit, you know what? That Jaeger is so freaking smooth and so potent from it sitting. As I have a new bottle, and then I had that bottle, and the taste difference was just like night and day. I don't think anybody keeps Jaeger around that long to find out, though. And you also have to like licorice.
Yep, Miss Formie got to visit this store.
What store is that?
Summit Racing's warehouse.
Oh,
In
I just
retail
ordered.
store.
I ordered parts from there. They were in my video that was right before this live. Pretty sure that the spark plug wires, the spark plugs, the coil wire, and the fuel kit. What else came from Summit? Oh, and the coil pack and the spark controller, the whatever thing came from them too.
Now here's a wild. I don't know if it's working or not. Has anybody made any kind of a retrofit kit for an older engine to do a coil pack on the end of the plug itself, like all the newer engines have?
I don't know. I don't know of anybody trying to do that. Because to get that to fire, you need a computer. So basically,
Yeah.
if somebody did it, it would probably be Holly. Because, I mean, honestly, yeah, you'd have to have a whole standalone computer to be able to run that. I don't
As well
think
as a crank trigger.
crank trigger. I think you would also
Probably,
end up having
yeah.
to do. I think you would have to end up switching it over to fuel injection. But yeah, I don't know. Jesse's saying it still could be a mechanical. I don't know. Though I don't know. Why would you want to do that? Besides maybe spark control. Timing control.
Just from the standpoint that nobody ever has. What better reason than that?
I guess.
You want to be unique. You want to be unique.
He said the distributor would tell the pack when to fire. I don't think a distributor works that way. I guess it could. I mean, you're completing a circuit. If you have, have it ground through that, and you have the distributor grounded, so every time it came around and touched one of the prongs on the underside of the cap, that it would complete the circuit. But I don't really think it works that way anyway, because I think the only reason a distributor works is because of the current has the power to jump the gap from the rotor to the...
And from the rotor to the plug wire to travel to the plug.
Right. I don't think you could complete a ground, and I don't think you could complete a circuit, period, that way. Like I said, the only reason it works is because there is so much voltage being let loose through it that it can jump the gap just like a spark plug does.
He'd be the talk at a car show.
I guess.
Pop the hood and see something like that. What is that? It's our invention.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it would wear too fast with that constant contact. You know, the on-off contact of it actually touching, I think it would wear the contacts out too much.
Somebody with more money for R&D would have to say, I can't do it.
I mean, because the thing is, if you've ever played with a slot car and seen what the contacts on the bottom of a slot car look like after a couple races,
yeah,
if you don't have, if you like not the brush style, because you have the brush style ones where it's just got like the frayed,
yeah, like frayed,
like a frayed end of a wire that touches the
threaded wire, cable wire, call it what you want.
Yeah, that touches the contact.
Looks like the old grounding straps they put on the back of a block into the firewall.
I don't really like that style of
you
slot
like
car.
like the one with the flat blade, like copper.
Flat blade. I always ran the AFX tracks. Which I think the new game in town for that style of track is what, CSR? I think that's the new the brand,
I believe.
what took over AFX.
I mean, I used to have a setup like that I bought. They were the same company, but I bought several different kits, and I ended up with a setup big enough that we run it one day from upstairs of the house outside onto which was the back porch roof, down the side of the roof, down underneath the picnic pavilion, and brought it back up and back into the house through the bedroom window on the end of the house. I mean,
I had the Days of Thunder set with the pink Superflow car and the black and green mellow yellow car.
Okay.
I had a bunch of aftermarket cars. I had a Dale Earnhardt car. I had a Jeff Gordon car.
Did you ever buy the kit and build the cars yourself?
No.
Or did you just buy them already made?
I was too young at that point when I was big into those. And they were expensive then.
Yeah.
I think the Gordon car and the Earnhardt car, I think they cost my mom almost like $20 each. Just for like a 124 scale.
Easily.
Yeah, and they were only 120. They were the size of a Matchbox car. They weren't even the bigger ones. And the bigger ones I know are way more expensive. And that's what the actual like professional racers use, is the bigger.
Yeah.
They're not quite 1/18th scale. Maybe 1/20th or something like that. Because they're about what, like 6 inches, 7 inches long. The next size up.
Something like that.
I've come across them on YouTube a few times racing them, and like watching them race on the track is cool, but I kind of like more of the pit side of those videos, watching what happens, like, when they are fixing stuff that goes wrong or whatever with them, because it's just like a regular car. I mean, they get axles that burn out of them, and like when I was a kid, it's stuff when I was a kid, it was stuff that I wouldn't have thought, because the most things that I burn out on mine were just the freaking contact pads, or maybe the rear gear got like lint and stuff from the cats and laying on the track got picked up in the gear set or something.
Yeah.
But that was the most that I had problems with. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the stuff that I see that they go through is just astounding. And the fact
tires. I mean, who'd have think you go through a set of tires on a toy?
Right?
But
they're quick. Those 6-inch ones. I mean, not that the small ones aren't quick. I mean, you really had to play with the throttle control on some of the tracks that I had made that would you'd fling that car 20-30 feet off the damn track into the other freaking room.
Yeah, I think the last one I had, I think, was a Dukes of Hazzard set with an actual jump in the middle of it.
Hey, do we need to actually express my age there, Jess? I'm being called out.
Sure, why not?
We know Brad. You're a young buck.
Yeah.
Chris is an old head. I'm a not as old head.
It's actually a conference call with a few guys I know that drive truck the other day, and the guy who thought he was the youngest in the group freaked out because we found out the one cat that was in there talking with us was like 12 years younger than he was. I said, "Yeah, you want to feel old? I mean, look at the bright side." He said, "What's that?" I said, "You end up with a divorce, and your stepdaughter has her own kid of her own now, and she's what, 17, 16, or ain't driving yet or something." He's like, "Don't remind me."
We could always do the cardinal sing and call out Jess's age, since she wants to talk about how old other people are.
That is the worst mistake you will make, Sean.
Did I make it? Or did I just threaten to?
Well, even threatening, I learned not to do it.
I don't have to do it. She just did it herself. I just I've
well,
been
you're safe
of making that mistake.
Pilot's got us all beat. He can almost say that he predates the Corvette. Almost.
So you guys want to see the new T-shirt design that I haven't? I guess technically it's finished, but it's not finished. It's not finished to where I want it to be, but it's finished enough that I'm going to use it for a shirt.
I came by the museum down there in Bowling Green Wednesday, Thursday.
So there is the new design for a T-shirt. It is not. It is a sketch at this point.
Is this going to be similar to that one you were working on before?
It is. It is the what is the word I'm looking for? It is the a further iteration of that one. Does that make sense?
Rendition.
It's the evolution. That's what it has evolved.
Advanced rendering.
Yes, it is what it's evolved into.
So I remember that one you kicked ideas that one day you were bored.
Yeah, this is
ages
the fleshed
ago.
out.
You kicked it in the. I think that might even before you had the.
It was before
the regular chat group for the show.
It was before my new computer.
Yeah.
This was back on my original computer.
What do you think of this? Well, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, well, this is after kicking it around for a while, throwing it on the back burner and everything else. The one day, I grabbed up Jess's, which is right here. I picked up Jess's. My tablet for drawing. It doesn't have a screen on it. It's just like a giant mouse pad. Where Jess's actually has a full
display screen.
So it's more like drawing on paper. Maybe a slight lag to it, but it feels.
She's got an electronic etch and sketch.
Yeah, it feels more like drawing on paper. So I was able to I was able to pick that up a hell of a lot quicker than trying to use a pen on a black surface while staring at my computer. You know, I'm much more. It was much easier for me to stare at what I was drawing on.
Your original drawing was like 4 or 5 years ago, wasn't it?
We were in Tamaqua. So 3 years ago? Maybe 4 years
It's been
ago?
a while.
Jess is like, yeah, I get the cool stuff. It's because you don't end up using it. You buy it, you're all excited about it, and then you forget about it and leave it in the corner. I'm like, well, it's just not using it. It might as well get used.
You were protecting it from the house cab, having it by the computer.
There
It was
go.
in safe hands.
But no, I know, and I picked it up, and this was just with me. I mean, that other one took me a while to do, and this one literally, it was like a half hour, 45 minutes of tinkering around after I figured out how to use the program and everything. You know, it was like sketching again. You know, it's like picking up a paper and pencil and just, you know, going to town. Yeah, I'm using her webcam right now. I'm using her ring light and her mic, and yeah, I was using her drawing pad. She ain't wrong, but you know, when she just lets the stuff lay around and doesn't use it. No, I don't use her fun things. That's a totally different subject. And that subject
That's why the
is not
handcuffs are
appropriate for a
locked
live
up.
stream. Not on this platform. That subject's more for like OnlyFans or something.
No.
Oh my god.
There you can see it now. OnlyFans page. NOVAtazz does an Irish jig.
Oh my god.
Ignore his ponytail.
Just stop. You're gonna have her making fun of me looking like a tomato.
Tomato.
She does. She says I look like a freaking tomato when I blush. Oh. Wackanova. Oh my god. We have my two bosses. Okay, so I have what we call a team lead, which is basically like a glorified one of our positions, like a regular floor worker, but they've got like added responsibility with minimal pay raise. And then you have his supervisor, which is like the supervisor of a whole area of the workforce. And if you guys ever remember VeggieTales, we call them Bob and Larry. Because the big supervisor, he wears a red shirt a lot, and he looks like Bob from a distance. And we just haven't gotten to get the other one to wear a green shirt, so he can literally be Larry the Cucumber. Because the one is shorter and fat, and then the team lead is tall and skinny. It's Bob and Larry. It was either that or it would be Mario and Luigi. We just got to get him to wear a green shirt. But he's like a biker guy,
Oh
so
my
he
God.
wears like a bunch of black shirts. What'd you see, Chris? Did you look at the chat?
Yeah.
Did
her
you make a
latest
mistake
comment.
and look at the chat?
No, it wasn't a mistake.
Trying to get this to be more on the screen, but I gotta watch because technically touching the screen will draw on it because the mouse still counts as a drawing implement. Oh, now it's over there. There we
In
go.
1
No, it's
mile,
too big.
take the exit
Oh well.
on the right.
I think that's a big
Oh,
example.
hush.
I-76 west
Because
towards
that
Harvard
screen's
City.
really wide, so it messes with it. But yeah, I think that'll look pretty cool as a shirt. I was thinking
You didn't answer the.
Go ahead. What?
You didn't answer the GPS properly. You're supposed to say "Thank you, Lola," not "Oh, hush."
Normally it's fuck off.
Oh yeah, I know.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that's the lane departure.
Or not.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck off.
That thing is annoying.
Yeah. It's annoying until the day you actually need it, and you're so used to hearing it that you don't hear it. That's the problem with warning systems. I have that same problem at work. Like, we hear the crane makes the same beeping noise all the time. It's gotten to the point that I don't
Take
freaking
the
hear it
exit
because I'm so
on the
used to
right
hearing it.
to I-76 West
So
towards
it kind of makes
Robertson.
it useless.
Yeah, you tone it out. You get used to it. Just tone it out.
And then, you know, like when you are actually doing something and you kind of need to know that it's there, you just don't know it's there because you don't hear it because it's making noise and your brain's just like, nope, that's not needed information.
Yep.
No chance of toning these out. I cuss at them too much.
No, but when you're half asleep and you're rolling off the freaking lane, your automatic brain's response is going to be, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that position I'll never get into because I did that once.
I did too.
What
I fell asleep.
What woke
coming
me
home
up
from
is when it got deadly quiet because I was clean off in the grass. It's like, yep, okay.
I had got done working a. Let me put this back and take us off the screen here. Yeah. I was working at the state hospital at the time, and they had mandated me for an overnight. So I was already up all day, right? Because, you know, you, like a normal person, you get up in the morning and, you know, whatever your
Keep
day.
right on
And then I
I-76.
worked second shift. So I went in for my second shift. I got to the end of my second shift, and enough people on third shift didn't come in because of whatever. I got mandated. So
In 1
I had to
mile,
stay over.
keep right
So
on
7.
I-76.
Shut up. So 7 o'clock ish rolls around. 7 o'clock ish rolls around, and I have to freaking head home. So I get off the highway exit to go up to go up a surface road, and I make it maybe 40, 50 feet off of the exit, and enough to get going in a straight line. And there's a railroad track that goes across over top of the road, and the edge of the bridge is like almost even with the side of the road. I was driving my Nova as a daily driver at this point, and I caught myself because when I realized that I had fallen asleep for a second, my whole front I had a windshield full of bridge, which means I was pointing there when I was a split second from my wheel hitting the curb and going up into the bridge. And what really sucked is there was a tractor trailer up my ass. So if I would have hit that bridge, I would have been crushed like a king can on the you know, after you're done drinking it, because I would have hit the wall, and the truck would have hit me and just smooshed me into the wall. Needless to say, that woke me up pretty good. Did not end up in that accident. Drove home and threw my keys on the counter and went to sleep because I was exhausted. You know, I was basically had been up for over 24 hours at that point and working over 16 of it.
It catches up with you.
Yeah, and at that point they weren't letting us, you know, like they started letting us use. There was a ward that wasn't being used, so there was 24 rooms that weren't being used, and they had them all on individual key locks, and you could pick up a key from the office and go grab some Z's before going home when they mandated you. Because yeah, that's the worst thing in the world. I mean, I know there was a story somewhere of a nurse or somebody in a hospital staff somewhere that got mandated, and they never made it home. They got in an accident. They fell asleep at the wheel and got in an accident on the way home, after telling their boss that they were already tired and couldn't work. That they couldn't work, you know, the extra hours, and the boss made them work them, and they never made it home to their family. So, yeah, it's not cool working more hours than you're expecting to work, period, no matter where you're at. Because had I known I was working 16 hours, I could have, you know, changed when I went to sleep or whatever, so I slept later. So that way, maybe I'd have more sleep by the time my shift started. But, yeah. But I don't want to pinch myself. Wait. What were we looking at? Pinch him on St. Patrick's Day. He will wear green. No, I will not wear green. I think St. Patrick's Day is freaking... I think everybody celebrates St. Patrick's Day except for actual Irish. Because St. Patrick's Day really isn't something to celebrate. Not if you're Irish. Which is funny. It is a remembrance day, but it's not a celebrate day.
Yeah, the irony in some things is...
Yeah, it's more of a day of remembrance than a day of celebrating. But everybody who's not Irish, they definitely celebrate it. Celebrate it, but they get drunker more than the Irish do. And that's saying something.
Get drunk on green beer.
Well, the thing is, that's saying something, because we're Irish. We love freaking drinking. And when you drink more than the Irish people do on their holiday, that should tell you something. You know, she does not need a special day to pinch me. I'm pretty sure I get pinched at least 6 days out of the week. No, maybe less, because she's at work 2 days. I might get those 2 days off, because she's at work. I'm surprised she's still awake.
See, going with that, people drinking more than the Irish on their holiday. I remember being in Wyotech back in 2013-14.
That name sounds familiar.
Buddy I went to class with, went to the bar, got drunk, got arrested. I had to go pick him up from the county jail the next day to make sure he got to class.
Oh my God.
And it was 3 feet of snow that dropped in like an hour.
What year was this?
That day?
It had to have been 2014?
Yeah.
2000, somewhere around there. Because I'm trying to remember, when did we have that much snow? And it was like, for you to have been old enough to be able to drive, you had 2014, 2016, or 17. And we really haven't had that much snow since.
2014, it snowed bad enough, and they didn't take care of the roads for like 6 hours.
Do you know what I did that day? That was a special day on my YouTube channel. There's a video on it. That is the day that I flat-toed Jean Grey around, was it Red Lion? I think it was Red Lion. It was where my buddy used to live. He now has he just got a Corvette. But he has a GTA with a Grand National engine in it.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a turbocharged V6 in his GTA. Yeah, it was around York. I don't know what red something is around York, but yeah.
Red Lion.
Yeah, it is Red Lion. So we were flat towing in the middle of the snowstorm. So I got out of work. My buddy called up and basically told me, hey, they're going to declare a snow emergency down here. We need to get your car out from in front of his house. Because it was in front of his house underneath of a car cover. So nobody could see that it had no inspection on it. And we were going to tow it out behind his house or put it on a parking spot, off of the main road. So I had the green truck at that time. Now, this truck was a rusted out piece of it was rusty. And it had the 318 in it. And this was after we had replaced, I think this was after we had replaced the, I'm not sure if it was after or before we replaced the engine in it. But anyway, we got all the way down there. I picked up my buddy and my other buddy, and we went down there, and we moved it once. Moved it once just fine. For them to basically tell us that we didn't need to move the cars off of the main street because they can't declare a snow emergency route for that street. So there was no point in moving it. So we moved it back. Remember, Jean Grey, not running, no power brakes, snow. Flat towing.
Not a good combination.
Literally flat towing with a fucking ratchet strap. And it's all hilly, if you know Red Line or whatever. The main street's nice and straight, but every road that comes off of it is nothing but a hill. Either it's a downhill or it's an uphill. So we had gone, I guess, west, and we had parked it up a street. So we had to come across the top of that street, and then we had to come down the street to the stop sign. Then we had to go across that street, go behind his house to come up again, so we were pointing the right direction for his street. To park it on the right side of the road. So, yeah, we had to stop long enough to make sure that there was no traffic coming, but not stop long enough that the TA would catch up with the truck. Because the TA was not stopping in the snow.
Nope.
Not with no power brakes and no power steering.
Nope.
Yeah, no power steering. They are unhappy.
Yeah, and so this had to have been after. After we had done the engine swap. So this was after it got in trouble in Reading, and we moved it down there. And so yeah, this was after we did the engine swap in the truck as well. But anyway, so we get it all situated back in front of his house, get it parked, cover it back up, and get ready to leave. And I make the turn to go back the direction, so going back west, and my foot goes to the floor of the truck. On the brake.
That's a good feeling.
Oh yeah, just to the floor. I pulled the e-brake. That's what stopped me from going into a telephone pole.
Ooh.
Which the e-brake I do believe is on the floor in the truck.
Yeah.
But yeah, I smashed on the e-brake. That's what stopped me from going into the pole as we were leaving, and I'm like, what the fuck? Here, the brake line going to the rear brakes. Well, the brake line going to the rear brakes had rusted through. And was just pissing brake fluid all over the place. Everybody's closed. That's our only vehicle that was working and running. And it was now stuck. So we backed it back up in behind the TA and parked it there till morning. When we get up in the morning, you could not see my truck or the TA because there was that much snow that my truck was buried. You could see a slight hump for where the truck was, but there wasn't even a hump where the TA was. There was nothing. It was just flat.
Yep.
There was so much snow on top of the TA that it was flat. There wasn't even a hump. So we walked ourselves the half mile up to the convenience store. At least that way, the wind was behind us. The wind and the snow was behind us as we went to the store. But the half mile back to the truck, the wind was directly in our face with all of the snow. And so I pinched off the rear brake line. I just took a pair of vice grips and pinched it off. And filled the master cylinder back up with brake fluid. And we drove that son of a bitch that took us like 3 hours to get from Red Lion back up to Reading. And because I had to stop off in, I think near Harrisburg to drop my one friend off. And they had they purposely did not plow any of the on-ramps onto the highway. Because I'm guessing they figured that if you couldn't make it up the on-ramp, you couldn't get on the highway. And if you could make it on the on-ramp, then you would be fine on the highway. Because there was, 2 feet of snow on the on-ramps? Which that green truck had no problems, even with no rear brakes, had no problems getting through. And we trudged our way all the way up through, up past Harrisburg, up 78, up into Hamburg, and then we came down from Hamburg down into Reading. No rear brakes. The whole way. We were doing a good 30, 40 miles an hour, too. So, I mean, I figured at that point, if we needed to stop, the snow would stop us.
Oh, roast.
What are we doing? Is she Yes,
You
I
getting
didn't even
pinched
pay more.
and don't
but
realize
I don't
it.
pay attention to the chat when I'm telling a damn story. Jeez. 'Cause I can't read and talk at the same time. What am I reading now? Remember being told such things, and you have to pick me up for those exact reasons. Wait, I'm confused. I don't get that one. And the brake lines in the green truck went and you pitched them. She needs to be... well, I already was paying attention to the chat at that point. That makes no sense. And you spelled brakes wrong.
She told the story for you without you saying it.
Well, yes, but that's not. I did it better. Shut up. There's no alcohol in there. God damn it. Now I need a drink. Wow.
Yeah, the story ended with a drink.
Yep.
No, the story ended with me shoveling a shit ton of snow in front of my house because that's what I spent the next 3 hours doing after I got home. Oh. No, the truck was not dead when I got home. It was just fine. I think the only thing other than the brake line that went on that truck that day was we knocked off one of the vacuum lines for the four-wheel drive, so I couldn't get it back out of four-wheel drive. No, it lost four-wheel drive because as soon as the vacuum line came off, it slid the collet back over into. I still had four-wheel drive in the one wheel, but it wasn't like locked. The front passenger side wasn't.
Yeah, the passenger's that actuator that goes back and forth with a fork.
I had to replace that in a brown truck because it literally seized up with rust. Like the whole freaking rest of the truck doesn't have very much rust on it, and the inside of that rusted. It makes no sense. But it's got a new one in it now. It works just fine. And we've replaced all the freaking vacuum lines that the goat ate. I found the O2 sensor that the goat ate. It was in my toolbox. That was a fucking mess all in itself. Dead, broken tomato, potato. Yes, the brown truck has been dead for a while, but it's more because I didn't freaking do anything with it than because I did. It just sat there for a few years because I got tired of dealing with it. I'm just gonna go buy another transmission at this point. I'm not even gonna try to fix that one. Either I'm gonna send it to go get fixed, or I'm gonna buy a refurbished one. You know, we can tell you're scrolling, and we're getting finger pits.
Which one, me?
Yeah, you. Your camera's still
my
on,
phone's
you're
being
scrolling over top
stupid.
of it. Do you have to look at the live stream chat on your phone at the same time?
In 1 1/4
I don't think you
miles,
can do that, can you?
take exit 1A on the right to
Two phones.
I-71 south.
I got my broken phone for the live chat.
It's what a lot of us do. Like when I was doing the live stream when we were out in Boston. Yeah, I had the live stream up on the TV, I think, to see the chat, and I was using my phone for the camera.
That must make you very fortunate tonight, Sean.
I did not wrongly accuse the creepy goat. We literally saw the freaking goat eating the underside of the truck as he was doing it.
On one side you're getting pinched, and on the other side you're getting fingered tonight.
Oh, I know what she's thinking. No, the O2 sensor I have in my truck is the end that was in the exhaust pipe. It's the wire that the freaking damn thing ate off of the O2 sensor. So I have the O2 sensor and the chewed up end of the wire. Just don't have the rest of it that the goat ate. Obviously, he didn't eat.
Yeah, and
He didn't eat the actual hard, crunchy metal part. He just chewed the
And
wire.
Probably tried.
He might have tried. I'd have to look at it closer. But yeah, no, he literally chewed the wire off.
there wasn't no regenerating that after he regenerated it either.
No. But yeah, no. He ate both the O2 sensor wires plus all of the freaking the soft parts of the vacuum line system for the 4-wheel drive. He did a number underneath of that thing. But yeah. He uses his broken phone for Discord. I just use my regular phone for Discord. I don't know. Pepper goat, jerk chicken, and escapee pony. Oh, it's Peeper goat. That's right. The fucking stupid goat would freaking stand up on the wall across from our bedroom window and stare in our fucking bedroom window. You'd open up the curtains and there's the goat staring straight at the window. I have a picture of it too. Freaking, that was a creeper goat. Jerk chicken used to chase us around the fucking yard. And then, yeah, the pony
Continue
had a
on
habit of escaping
I-71.
the fucking, what do you call where a horse is at? Paddock? Pasture, yeah. He would escape the pasture and start freaking. The one time we got up in the morning and we're like, "What's that sound outside of our window?" Here, the horse was literally eating the grass directly outside of our window. Just open up the windows and there's a freaking pony. And we had
Chomp.
it wasn't like a little tiny window. It was a good like 3-foot wide window. So it was a whole ass pony in the window. Yeah, leaving horse patties in the yard that our kids are trying to play in. Frickin' horse patties would swallow a damn kid. Where'd
Daddy,
Johnny go?
Frisbee.
Oh, that's his shoe on top of that horse patty. What did you say, Chris?
I said, Daddy, look, I found a new Frisbee in the yard.
Right? I love how my freaking call bot did not work the whole fucking live stream. What are we going on anyway? Oh, we still young. It's only 2.5 hours in. What time is it? It's not even fucking midnight yet.
Nope.
7:25.
Back in here for like a half a freaking second. She made like one comment. You know the reason why she's not back in here? It's because she can't gamble.
Probably.
If she could gamble, she'd be in here in the chat while watching her hockey game.
Yep.
Surprised she hasn't screamed in the middle of one of them.
What? Hockey game?
Watching her hockey game when they
has.
scored or something.
She has. She just mutes herself.
Has she?
Yeah, she mutes herself. She's been out in the living room while doing while being on the live and watching the hockey game, and you'll see her making a bunch of flurry motions, and there's no sound.
You always watch your eyes go from like this to.
Yeah, exactly. I'm supposed to give him chats for being giving him points for being in the chat. I could give points. We could do some giveaways, some points giveaways.
There you go.
Because Kat's not here. Let's see. Need a good question. Jess, you already gets points just for being you.
She's not talking about brownie points.
She's got more than enough brownie points. And I ate her brownie. It was a cream cheese brownie.
That's like the points you got to give Luca for ending up with a girlfriend when we went to dinner.
Oh yeah.
You're my friend. I want to take you home with me.
He got timeout points today, man. I was down here freaking working on my video.
Again?
And I'm like, got awfully quiet. What's he doing? And so we have a camera set up in his room, and I checked the camera app to see what he was doing, because I didn't want to go up there, because I didn't want to, you know, I didn't want him to know that I was looking at what he was doing. So I turned on the freaking camera. Here, his bed frame was flipped up on its side. We have one of those like collapsible bed frames that you can like fold up and store away. And so his bed frame was up on its side, and his mattress was not on the bed frame. And in fact, the only thing I could see on the camera was a bed frame and a mattress, because the rest of the floor was, you know, covered. And I'm like, where the hell is he? Because I couldn't see him on the camera. So I
build
went
a castle?
upstairs. I went upstairs, and I looked in his room. I didn't see him. I didn't hear him. I'm like, where the frick is he? So I went down to the snake room, looked in there, didn't see him in there. Went to our bedroom, didn't see him in there. I went all the way back downstairs and went all the way into the bathroom to see if he had gone downstairs to use the bathroom. He wasn't there. I'm like, where the hell is my kid? Go back upstairs. I go back upstairs, and I flip over the
That's
mattress.
what he kept telling Sean he wanted to go home with me. He thought he was going to go home with me. You're my new friend. I'll go home with you.
Right. But
And he swept the garage out. He was a good helper.
Yeah. I go upstairs and I flip over the mattress. Here he was sleeping underneath.
Welcome
the
back.
mattress. Anybody hear me?
Yeah, you're working now. You went wheels on the bus there for a little bit.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Only on your end.
Had to
Chris.
been your end.
Yeah, Chris, I think that was only on your end.
Yeah, but usually if it's on my end, everything goes out. And it was only your feed that disappeared on my end.
Oh.
Brad was still there. I don't know.
Anybody else see me go freaking
Hey,
lame duck?
it's a pink moon night. What do you expect?
I don't know. Rain showers in the morning?
It's going to be snow, just like we saw this morning.
I didn't have snow. I just had. Actually, it was warm this morning. It rained in the evening here. Well, you had snow?
Yep.
No snow here. It was nice and 59 degrees this morning when I woke up. You're
Should
only
I
4
hit a
hours
high,
west of
what,
me. How'd you
42?
get snow? Huh?
Huh?
What?
When?
How'd we have snow? Higher elevation?
We're pretty high
Yeah.
up in elevation here. Okay, yeah. So it must have been Chris.
Yeah, about 11:30, 12 o'clock. We're out eating breakfast. He turns around, comes back in from paying the bill, points at me, goes, "Look outside. You'll love it out there." Stand up, look out, and it is just snowing.
No,
It's like,
I was right about when I went to go get Luca, because I went to go get Luca at like 12:30, and that was when the Jean Grey decided to come off the jack stands.
Cool.
You didn't see that? You didn't see that in chat? Thought you did.
I did.
Yeah, I jacked the rear end up, put it up on the jack stands, wanted to go around the front of the car because I was just going to lift the whole car up and just, four-post it, because it would have been easier to do the fuel system stuff, if I had access to the whole underbelly. And I only leaned against the car and it moved just a little bit, and I'm like, oh, that's not good.
Correct.
And I went to go walk down the side of the car as I watched the car start walking with me. And it just came down right off the jack stands. I'm like, fuck. Luckily, it didn't hit anything. The jack stands just, folded under. But yeah, no, I did not jack it back up as high as I did the first time.
Were they Harbor Freight?
No, these are Autocrafts, which I think is AutoZone or Advanced Auto. One of those two.
Your garage floor level?
Huh?
Or do you have a slight
it's
downhill
just the
grade
fact
to it?
that I had them up really high. I had them on like the last two ratchets, and they're really small. Like the footprint isn't very big at the bottom. And with the car being up as high as it was, and the front end not being locked as far as like a chalk under it, it just rolled. As soon as it rolled, it ketered off the side and down it went. This is actually the same set of jack stands that almost fell on Will with the brown truck when we were doing the transmission the one time. When the truck went sideways and came down. But that was a contributing factor of mud and a hill. Because we had a gravel/mud driveway.
What's your elevation
those
there?
exact stands that the truck technically killed that we beat back into submission. It still has a slight bow on the one leg. So it has the 4 posts that come down.
That I had.
It has the 4 posts that come down, and then it's got the metal strap that connects whatever. The one has a slight kink in it, very slight, where it folded over.
Just tiny.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to measure it, it'd only be off like maybe 2 millimeters from the total length. It'd be fine. What's the worst that can happen?
Last one I had come down was 77 Firebird.
Well, and the thing is I don't think that's what caused the problem with this one, because of the way that it fell. The orientation of the jack stand isn't in the right direction for it to have been the reason why it rolled backwards. It was up too high and there was too much leverage.
Yeah. Mine planted me into the ground. There was a nice imprint where I was laying when it pinned me.
Jessica needs to get atheist sleep.
Is that one that was over there in Farmers Valley at the farmhouse, Dad?
Yep.
Everybody wish
Yeah,
Jess a good night's sleep. She needs it because she's working
Bye,
in the morning. She's been at work since Friday afternoon. And she'll be at work till tomorrow, like 10, I think, or something. But yeah, she'll be out. Not Jess. Like, everybody's just doing spelling mistakes. Oh wow, she gets out at 8. She'll be here by like 9. I might still be sleeping. She'll come wake me up.
So Sean,
Public can intention you.
What's up?
what's your elevation there?
I'd have to go look. Hold on. Now you're gonna make me do things.
To prevent you from getting pinched?
No, it wouldn't prevent me from getting pinched. Actually, it's not as high as it was in Coaldale. We're at 980.
I'm at 2240.
But that's the bottom of Ashland. Because Frackville's at 1470 and Centralia's at 1467, and they're both right on either side of me.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure we're closer to the 1467. What did you say you're at?
2240.
Oh, yeah, you're pretty up there.
Yeah.
With a straight funnel off the lake coming out of Buffalo, basically. Blow
Pretty
and blow.
much.
I wonder if it'll tell me what my elevation is by the map itself. Where am I at? There's rain. Oh my god, they have a COVID-19 map detail. Really? It's gonna tell me what? Where high concentrations of COVID are?
Pretty much.
Why don't I have a freaking flu one? Because flu is more prevalent than freaking COVID.
Yep.
Fucking It's right up there with the wildfire one. That's more useful. Not giving me elevation here. It's not what I did.
Oh, you got an extra candy bar in your refrigerator. I forgot it.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's amazing what shows up when someone shows up to my house. You get free candy bars.
Yeah, after Miss Forming melted the other one.
Yeah,
It's still in the fridge. It's still in there. I forgot to grab it.
sweet.
Yeah, I thought there was one that would tell me. But I know. Yeah, I think the only reason our elevation is lower is literally because there is a mountain on either side of us. And it's just Ashland's like travels right up the valley.
You mean two less, dear.
But yeah. I mean Coaldale was pretty high up.
Shut up. Nighttime surprise of beef jerky and meat sticks.
It won't. Wow.
One doesn't know if we're grabbing wild boar, elk, venison, or what it is.
On the phone, the candy bar was the prop for the phone, so you be in his audio. Oh, ha ha ha. So we're live at least until I finish this Jack and Coke. So got most of you guys in here. I wish there were some people in here that have messed with this sniper system, because I do believe everybody in here has not messed with the sniper system at all. Hopefully I get
I have.
You have?
Yes.
On what?
300 Win Mag, 308.
Okay, let me
I quit set up
clarify
in a
this.
22.
Let me clarify this. The Holly Sniper EFI system.
Groundhogs.
Smart ass.
Groundhogs. Prairie dogs.
Smart ass.
50 cal into the tree at grandma's.
Brad, you need to use
Loophole
that
scopes
system.
are the best.
You need to use that system on his ass. We don't want to kill him, so just put it on a BB gun or something, or a paintball gun. So, like I said, hopefully we get some people that view the video and have some knowledge. But I'm not even sure where to start.
His classic pause. You have? Yes.
Dumbass.
Well, Sean, thing is, you don't know where to start. Usually people start with step 1.
There is no steps. I mean, you got to
Make
think about
steps.
it. What?
How much modification do you got to do to your fuel system other than
The whole
the
thing.
electric pump in the tank?
The whole thing.
You gotta run bigger lines.
Yep. We can tell
Step
Chris.
one.
We can
Fly
tell
and
Chris
return.
did not watch the video.
No, I did
Not
not watch
yet.
the video.
Well, there's step 1. Run your fuel lines to the front of the car. Start
I have to.
start from the back, move forward.
Okay, so I need to drop the tank and install the fuel pump in the tank before I can do anything.
There you go. Step 1.
Because I didn't know whether this. I mean, the other thing is I kind of want to pull the carburetor off and all of that stuff because I don't know if that intake is a dual plane or a single plane intake.
You both are wrong.
Chris, is this
You're
going to
both
be an
wrong.
appropriate? Is this going to be an appropriate on-topic comment?
Yes.
I don't trust
And
you,
if
Chris. I
and
don't
if
trust you.
if Jessica was still on, she would verify this for me. You have already performed step 1.
What is step 1?
Empty the gas tank to make its lowering much easier.
Correct! Correct!
I have done
Step
that.
1.
I have done that in the most fun way possible at 8 o'clock at night in a quiet neighborhood with a very loud car. By the way, Brad, you were in my live streams, like all of them, the other night. Did the audio sound that fucking crappy whenever I started that car
On
up?
my... When you fired the car up, it turned around and made your mic on. What were you using, your phone? It made your mic jump and change, trying to catch your voice more than the car.
I don't know. When I went and replayed back the one that was on Instagram, I think it was. Oh my God. It sounded so horrible. I'm sitting here trying to show off how well the car sounds, and it literally wasn't even picking up the sound of the car at all.
I should get some bonus points for that.
It just blew out the mic.
Very much.
You know that.
What?
I should really get some bonus points for that.
For what?
For making a smart ass comment that will not get the channel demonetized and stayed on top of the current conversation at hand.
Check chat.
Step 1 complete. Check.
Open up the box, throw out the instructions. But the problem is it doesn't really come with instructions. You're kind of on your own. Yeah, no, it comes with like how to wire it up and shit like that, but it doesn't tell you like.
I mean, if you want me to approach from the standpoint like we did when we built the race cars, fuel system was first because you sell one in, whatever you had to put in the plumbing for the lines to the front.
I mean, that's what I figured. That's why I jacked the rear end of the car up, because I figured the first thing I was going to end up doing was dropping the gas tank and tackling that first.
Now, the stuff that you bought, is that a direct placement into your tank and everything, or do you have to make any modifications?
Should be a direct drop in.
Direct fit?
It should replace the sending unit. It should replace the sending unit in the tank. So where the sending unit goes and where the lines go in for the filter and all that stuff, that's what it should replace.
Now, where does it draw its power to operate the pump? Or you going to have to run a separate power wire for that, or does it have a harness already built?
Power wire for that, which it should come with.
Yes, I mean, that's basically your first step. You know, looking now,
And then
when you do this, are you removing the lines and everything that are on the car now?
Huh?
You're going to take all your old stock lines that are on there now. Are you going to take them out?
I think I'm going to try to reuse the hard line that runs through the chassis.
Is it big enough?
Should be.
That's what I was asking, if you had to replace the whole line.
I'm going to try to use that. because that's going to be number one, the safest. But it's a hard
Yeah,
line
that's what I
is
said.
always safer
If you
than a
can,
soft line.
if you can really, because I know the race car, we run basically it's a 1-inch hose.
It don't need to be that big. It basically
On,
needs to hold
yeah, for
40
you,
pounds.
you don't, but
It needs to hold 40 pounds of pressure.
yeah,
And
but
the
your
line
pump
that
should
it
do
came
that.
with isn't much bigger than the stock line. It's just able to hold more pressure. It doesn't.
The
It also
kicker would
doesn't.
be, if you have any kind of rust or anything, you need to worry about being a weak point.
I don't think there's any rust on that. Like my car. Let's put it this way: I have no rust in the wheel wells of my car. I
Yeah,
have no rust.
Your
in
car is, for the limited amount of driving you've had to do and where you've had to store it, your car is in amazingly good shape.
The only part that I have a problem with my car in right now is the bottom of the driver's side A post.
Which is typical.
That's where the most rust is. Besides the front end where it got creamed and they didn't actually fix the damage.
Yeah. I mean, the bottom of the A post is typical in the birds, and I don't know if it's the corner of the windshield, the way it was curved there, or is it every bird that had issues, that's where I've always seen it.
No, that's where you start. If you got issues there, you probably got issues other places.
Well, yeah, but it's like
If
a
you
typical
got no
spot.
issues there, if you got no issues at the bottom of your A post, then most likely the rest of the car is fine. Unless it sat in a freaking salt bath.
I gotta laugh. You missed the video. I didn't. Okay, I missed a video. Yes, but I still have a unique advantage over everybody else.
But the funny thing is, you missed the video, but you were the only one that commented in it.
Go figure, right?
I remember I said in the comments in our group chat, I was like, it's really funny. You sit here and you make a premiere, right? And it's not like I have to. I'm sitting there for my own good, watching my own premiere, when I've already watched it about 40, 50 times making it.
Yeah.
Because anybody who does editing, they know you tend to watch the same part of the freaking clip like a gazillion times while you're making the adjustments to edit it. You know, I think that was a bad pistachio.
Yeah, I said the truth.
Tangy.
I got two unique perspectives and advantages over everybody else.
What's
for the
that?
most part. One, I've heard her run multiple times in person.
Yeah.
And
More than
two,
probably most people.
I got to drive her.
You've
and
also
feel the
got
vibration.
the biggest souvenir out of all of them. You own the biggest souvenir from Jean Grey that I could ever give, besides giving the car away. You have her original heart.
Yep.
Although be it broken.
Minor issue.
Do you have confusion, Brad?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if that's the one he came up on the trailer with.
No. The engine that he got from me, he brought home in the back of his truck. Back when he was with his ex.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know if it was
you've
one
seen
X
it.
ago or 2 X's ago.
Not just one. The last one.
Just one.
Yeah, because it was back in like 2014.
Yeah, I know that X.
Yeah, it was the corporate
Original
blue
403.
hunk of fucking metal that he brought home.
With the headers and the alternator.
With headers.
Oh, I did better than that. I pissed that dizzy shit off because we left the house like 8:30.
Yeah.
Somewhere between 7:30 and 8:30 that night to go up, and it was almost a 2-hour drive from us where we were living at.
Yeah.
So I'm like, dude, you come? Like, man, I just got home. You want me to come? It's like, dude, if you want to get it done, we should do it tonight. Well, I ain't gonna be there till like 9:30, 10 o'clock. Put it in the wind, son. Put it in the wind. On my way.
Yeah.
I drug her ass. I mean, she's all pissed off about that. And they made her carry
it was literally
shit.
just sitting in the bed of my pickup truck in the middle of Reading. That was not safe. there was no guarantee how safe it was going to be and for how long. Because I was considering it also was not sitting in front of my house at that point. It was up on the street behind my house.
Yep.
Oh, lovely.
Yep, in my truck underneath of a tarp. That's where it was sitting. Thank goodness in Greyhound. If only getting rid of X's was that easy. Yeah, she was definitely not misforming. Completely different meeting experience from misforming to her. I think Jess would have ripped her a new asshole if it would have been Jess that met her and not Ashley. I mean, you've met Jess.
Probably.
She doesn't take shit.
I've never met her, but I guarantee with how she harasses you in the chat,
she's a firecracker.
I could see it.
Oh, she's a blast.
I could see it.
She's fun to hang out with.
Oh yeah, she is. There's a reason I put up with her.
The day we had to load the SE, he disappeared because he had man issues, and then we think he got lost.
No, I didn't get lost. I found out that I had freaking kid issues, and I had to go.
Yeah, well, that was
afterwards. Shit to deal with the kid issues.
She's like, "Where's he at?" As far as I know, he went up to the gas station. I mean, it's right down the hill. I said,
I went to the Burger
You should have took Luca with you.
I went to the Burger King. The only reason I would go into the Burger King is to take a number 2. Because I'm certainly not there to order their food.
You should have took Luca. Why? You need to go find us. Well, there's a Dollar General and there's a Dollar Tree there. Okay, well, he needs some assistance.
Well, if anything, it was the needing shoes and other things that came into play. That's like, well, the dollar store is not going to have those, so Walmart it is. Which forced
you went all the way to
Walmart? Huh?
You went all the way to Walmart?
I had to go all the way to Walmart to get the shit that she needed.
That was a good 20-minute drive.
Yeah, 15 minutes. 15 minutes from the 15 minutes from the Burger King.
We're right there, yeah. Because they wiped out our Kmart down there.
Yeah, that was what was in that parking lot. Was a Kmart.
Yep.
I drove past the Kmart and I was like, nope, that's not a store anymore. Even all the signage and everything, it looked like a freaking open store until you rolled past it, and yep, no.
Yeah, they just closed out like a year and a half ago, give or take.
But
I got some deals on the clearance sales.
Yeah, but anyway, back to the build at hand. So the other thing that I was worried about with that build is if I pull the carburetor and that's got one of those dividers down the center of the intake, that's got to come out. I have to cut that divider out.
Are you gonna machine that out or just buy a different intake?
No, I'm gonna take my little freaking vibraty freaking whatever they fucking call it, Dremel, with the little.
You're gonna be in there going.
Blade. Well, yeah, it has that. I have that. What is it? You can use it for like cutting off like trim in the bottom of freaking.
It's like that oscillating blade, just back and forth.
Yeah, one of those.
Yep.
Just gonna freaking take that straight down through on each side, right? And then I'll take the freaking disky one and run the disky one up through across the bottom. Should knock 90% of it out, 95% of it out, and really that's all it needs.
Chat room. Be forewarned and aware. Next premiere, NOVAtazz ports and polishes his hole.
I'm not saying that I haven't ported and polished a set of heads and intakes to freaking port match them, because I have.
Oh, you have to port match to get the proper.
Yeah, you got as soon as you get done porting the heads, then you got to port them to match the gasket, and then you got to flip the gasket over to the intake and port match the intake to the freaking gasket, so that way you get that
intake,
nice
the heads,
flow.
the exhaust gaskets.
Yeah,
manifolds or headers.
It's a rabbit hole after that. The heads that were on that Caddy 500. They were ported and polished all the way. It's a shame I don't have them anymore, because that was a good probably 20, 30 hours worth of work on those heads. I mean, I ported the heads to the point to where we got rid of most of the hump that goes
Flashing.
around the valve ports. So where the valve comes
Okay.
up through the port, most of that was milled out away, so that way it was there. The only thing that was in the way was the valve stem. We cleaned up most of that all the way, and we gave it that nice twist to go down into the friggin' port. Those heads were nice. For being old cast iron heads, they were ported really nice. They probably would have flowed really, really, really well. But
But the flow rates in that whole engine from stock, anyways, are just ridiculous.
the what for the caddy?
Yeah, the Caddy 500. I mean, just in stock form was.
Yeah, but they got some freaking huge ass freaking intake ports. I got to tell you that. I had
Mm-hmm.
no problems fitting a bird down in those. They could have swallowed a freaking small kid's arm. They had almost a 2.5 inch. What size is the valves on that thing? The freaking intake valves on that thing were huge.
Or what? 268s, 270
I was gonna
something.
say like 2.5 inches.
Yeah, I think they're bigger than 2.5. Aren't they almost 2 3/4?
I'm looking up. That's a 5.7. That's a 472. It might have the same, but yeah, they're the same. All right, so description.
Well
At least
then.
he said nice and perfect, not nice and tight.
Right? No, these ones are the ones that I'm looking at here. The head diameter is 2 inches, which I don't think that's right. I think that they're bigger than that.
Yeah, the 500 is bigger now.
No, the 572, the 472, and the 500 had the same. Oh wait, this one's 219. Yeah, maybe they were just over 2 inches, which doesn't make sense because my freaking 350 had 2-inch intake valves.
Yeah, because most of them are what, a 202 intake and a 196 exhaust?
Yeah, and they were actually that was a 305 head. The 305 head that I had that's on my Nova currently is a 202 intake and a 195 exhaust.
Okay.
And they were the same size. The exhaust was slightly smaller than the 350 heads. The 350 heads was a 202 intake and I think like a 196 or 197 exhaust valve. So that's why I went with those heads, because although the heads had a lot smaller chamber size, the intake size was the exact same. The heads on the 305, the intake, the combustion chamber was a hell of a lot smaller than the 305 head, which is why that thing is so thumpy. The engine that's in my Nova right now has a lot of torque for it being basically stock. Because I mean, it's got the flat top pistons with the valve relief in them. And other than that, like the bottom end is stock other than bearings. It's got a stock cam in it, and it's got the 305 heads on it. Other than, you know, the non-actual performance stuff that I've done to it, like the double roller cam. I mean, the double roller timing set, the high flow, high output, high flow, high pressure oil pump that's on it. I did rings and bearings, and I completely redid the heads on the 305 as far as replacing all the valve seals, and I didn't replace the springs, so just valve seals. And I re-lashed all of the valves when I did it. You know, with the stupid you know, make a fire lasher. I've used one of those really big ass freaking valve seat cutting tools. It looks like a gun with a 90-degree tilt down, and then you put it on
Yeah.
the big cutters so you can put your 3-angle. I've used those, but I guarantee you it was from the 50s or 60s. But I've used one of those. I think it was fun.
Oh, they are. Put the big guide rod in, drop the stone over the top.
Yep.
Bing!
Exactly. I've used one of those before. I did that. That's what I used on the Caddy engine. We did the Caddy engine that way. So the Caddy engine had a 3-angle valve job plus the lashings. Had new double springs for the valve springs.
Straight
A new
straight strings or
design,
beehives?
a new designed spring, the head that goes on top of the spring. We also swapped out, got rid of the hard plastic valve seals, because the original style for those was, it was the cap that goes on top of the spring, and then there was like a hard nylon
Like an umbrella
seal
almost.
that went on the underside of the cap, and that's what sealed the top of the valve. The new style, it's just the cap, and then it's got like a GM, like a Chevy style rubber valve seal that goes at the bottom of the valve over top of the where the stem comes out of the casting. So it had all of those. It also swapped out the T-pedestal system for the rockers, and it had one shaft mounted all the way down, with each of the rockers on their own. Not their own shaft. It was all in one shaft, but the rockers had like a nylon piece that kept them in place from moving side to side on the rocker. I mean, on the shaft. So those heads were done. Those heads were like, had probably close to $1,000 worth of work done to them. Because what I originally did, that was my senior project, was to do the heads on that engine. I originally wanted to rebuild the whole engine, and my mom looked at the price for the rebuild of the whole engine. She's like, "No, I'm not paying for that." She goes, "I'll get you the stuff to do the heads, but we're not doing the whole engine." But I mean, I ported the whole engine, so every rough casting mark on the inside of the engine where the oil would drain back down into the pan, it was removed. I drilled the extra hole. There's 2 spots in the valley pan of that engine where if you drill a hole, it greatly improves the oil draining back down into the pan to get the oil back down to the sump as quick as possible. And so that was done. There's a bunch of different tricks from CAD 500 website that I used on that engine.
Did they put the screens in the returns to keep any debris from
No,
the top end from
I
getting
did
down
not.
through?
Nothing more than the giant metal chunk, the giant magnet chunk in the bottom of the pan.
Yeah.
Just
It's like all our
put that giant metal
all our
chunk.
race builds realize epoxy to screen in. That way, if you had anything break in the top, it wouldn't.
Right. Well, I mean, that at that
bring it
point
down through
I
into
was,
the pan.
I
But-
was 17, 18 years old,
Yeah.
and that was just I was just
Learning.
yeah.
With that said, though, if you have anything break that you're worried about getting down on the pan, you've got bigger issues to worry about anyway. So
Yeah, exactly. At that point, if you're breaking something that big that you're worried about it, that's gonna not fit through the screen, that engine's coming apart anyway.
yeah,
So nothing more than the giant magnet in the bottom of the freaking pan won't freaking take care of. But yeah, I mean, at that point, you might as well just put a couple of them magnets strategically placed around the engine. to where if it catches it and keeps it from falling down into the freaking lifters or whatever.
yeah.
But yeah, no, I really wanted to build that engine. I wanted to see the power that thing could have made. I mean, the heads alone, for what I put into them, would have been rated up to the 800 horsepower range. And at
Shame you
800
didn't have the
horsepower,
flow bench there at your school to be able to do a flow test on them.
right? At 800 horsepower, that engine makes 1,000 foot-pounds of torque. I don't know why people are not building more Caddy engines, except for the fact that they grenade themselves over 600 RPM or 6,000 RPM. They're not a high revving engine. They're just fucking massive horsepower and massive torque.
Stump pullers.
Oh yeah, they are. There are a couple people that were drag racing them back in the day, in the late 90s. And they were pulling off some pretty impressive numbers. I mean, and they still had them in some pretty big cars too. I mean, it takes a lot to get a big car moving, and to be able to get a big car to pull impressive numbers, it's a lot.
Takes gobs of torque.
Yep. That's what that engine, like I said, 800 horsepower on naturally aspirated. Like, not 800 horsepower running like E85 or a supercharger or a turbocharger or nitrous. No, 800 horsepower naturally aspirated on pump gas. Not even
single
fancy
4-barrel
gas.
carburetor.
Huh?
Single 4-barrel carburetor.
Single 850. It needs an 850. 850 CFM freaking and they were using a freaking Edelbrock. I mean, not an Edelbrock, a Rochester. Wasn't even using a freaking like an Edelbrock or a Holly.
Tell you what, people knock down on Rochesters a lot, but they were an impressive carburetor.
Yeah, I mean, there's, like I said, there's no reason.
If you watch, damn power.
If you watch my video, I said I would have rebuilt it, but again, rebuilding a stock carburetor doesn't get you YouTube views. It's not the same as, it's not gonna be as impressive as doing a freaking EFI swap.
A lot of that too. The current crop of enthusiast users or watchers, pretty much, carburetor. What's that?
Yeah, exactly. So it's not going to gain the views and the interest that I'm looking for right now, because I mean, right now, all of you guys that are probably in here right now, which I'm guessing is Jesse, Miss Formy, you. Speaking of, did anybody hit the like button today? Well, we got 5 likes. We're pretty good. Anyway, for those of you that are in here, you all know, at the moment, I'm building my channel to be able to build Jean Grey right, which I can't do right now. I don't have the income flow to do Jean Grey right now. So I'm hoping by putting off tearing Jean Grey completely apart till after I have the Nova done, that my channel will grow enough to be able to support
proper restoration.
Yeah, well, more new parts and things like that. There's I guess it's an old car dealership that's down at the end of town. Up until very recently, they used to have classic cars in the display window. They've taken the classic cars out. Now, I'm curious. A, why did they finally take the classic cars out of there? B, who owns it and what are they doing with it? And C, do they need somebody to keep the lights on and things cooking until they go to do something with it? Is it worth asking, hey, do you mind if we borrowed this space, even if it costs a little bit, and keep the place occupied for a while until you guys figure out what you're gonna do with it? It's a full-on fucking shop. It's got several bay doors. Like I said, I'm guaranteeing you, it used to either be some sort of service station or some sort of dealer. Either used or new car dealer. It's got to be, just from the way it looks and the way it looks like it's set up. I don't need all of the space. If they would be willing to rent out some of the space, that'd be pretty freaking cool. Because, I mean, as much as I appreciate the garage that I'm in right now, it's not big enough to be able to put a lift in.
No.
Not a good post lift, anyways.
Oh, no.
Nope.
I might be able to stick one of those, what's that, what is it, Ben Pack that's putting out all of those lifts right now for the different YouTubers and different shit. They have a, more like a scissor lift, kind of like what you would use on like, motorcycles and different stuff, but it's for a car.
Yeah.
Basically, it's two separate pads, and you put them, you know, in between the wheels on each side, and it comes up like a scissor, or like a Z,
Yep.
and lifts the car up on each side. It's good enough to do tires and get underneath the front and the back, but if you have to do anything on the side, well, fuck it, you're going down the tunnel.
Oh, play with me, fool. Oh, look, you lost. Isn't that a shame?
But yeah, I mean, if that'd be pretty cool to be able to, you know, use a space that somebody's no longer using because it no longer fits a purpose. You know, I mean, I've seen quite a few automotive YouTubers end up taking over shops from big race teams, like from NASCAR's heyday. And what is it? That one drifter, is it Vince? What's his name? He has the Mustangs. Something is it Van Jr. or something like that? I watch his channel. I'm horrible with names. He's tight with Cletus from Cletus.
Yeah.
Not Adam LZ. Adam
No,
LZ
he
took
got-
over
he
a
had a-
compound,
he
but
had
I
a
don't think that was
compound.
an ex NASCAR shop.
No.
This was Kenny
That was like
Schrader's
a
old
big
shop.
compound.
Yeah, this was Kenny Schrader's old shop. But yeah, literally, the thing was basically ready to move in and go. You know, had offices, had the freaking several big shop floors along with a paint booth, everything. Yeah, Von Gittin Jr., I guess his name is. But yeah, everything ready to roll. Just move in and go. And I've seen other people do that too, where they end up getting these old race team shops that, you know, because NASCAR is basically fucking dried up, you know, that they're able to take over this stuff. What's his name? He's a short tracker that I follow. He ended up acquiring his dad's old shop. And it was like hoarder central inside, and he cleaned it out, and he's now using it for his like hobby stock and stuff. What the hell is his name? I'm not, unfortunately, I'm not giving away points right now, Jesse. Just because it's, I start giving away points right now as far into the drink as I am. The points really won't fucking matter. Let's see. I have corn on the
Good
cob
grief.
recipes popping out. Let's see.
I mean, middle of April and it's winter weather out, 36
shit.
degrees.
Vice Grip Garage is getting fucking Jackson Jimmy's old race car. It's
That'd be cool.
Video just posted 2 hours ago. Abandoned Camaro race car. Will it run and race? I know that car only because I watched Cletus's channel long enough
Mm-hmm.
that I know that's Jackson Jimmy's old car. Landon Hoffman. I guess his dad was a big what was the name of that freaking series that he was in? The Goodies Dash series.
Right.
His dad was really big in the Goodies Dash series, and I think he even ran some of the lower end NASCAR stuff.
Probably ran in ARCA.
And whatever, and he had a really big shop in the 80s and early 90s. And obviously since then it's just kind of, you know, it's a 20-year-old shop that's just been sitting there doing nothing. Because apparently when his dad
Storage
was
space.
in, his dad was big into that. He was only like 6 or 7 years old. Because he remembers, having like toys and stuff that were still in the shop from when he used to be there before. So, and I'm pretty sure that a lot of the stuff there stopped at like the 90s. But yeah, I watched him clean up. Like the first video I watched of his was him exploring the shop after it's been closed up for so many years, which was pretty cool because it's like a time capsule. You know what I mean?
You have to share that channel link or something in the
Yeah, it's literally
chat group.
It's literally Landon Hoffman. Let's see. Video.
That'd make for interesting listening, traveling.
Yeah, I'll have to go back as far as I can. To the one that the first one I found was 10 months ago. It's called Abandon's 90s NASCAR Shop Tour. He didn't have very many videos before that. But yeah, he's definitely he went from having like 215 views to having like 81,000 views. I want to save to a playlist. I wanted to save link as. Okay.
So, and I'm pretty sure that
I'll have to share it later. I'll find it. Just remind me.
Yeah,
But
so you
yeah,
have to share a
his
link
videos
like
have been
in your
cool
chat
to
group or
watch
something.
because he's been going down to some different nostalgia stuff. Plus, he has like the race shop view of racing in these smaller series. So like building the car, racing the car, what happens when it gets damaged during the race, and what you have to do to recover to make the next race the next week. On limited funds and that kind of shit.
Yeah, it keeps you hopping.
So yeah,
Expensive hobby.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So I enjoyed watching it.
They'd be, oh, we need sponsors. You need sponsors. Yeah, sponsors would be great.
Most of them don't
Yeah,
have them.
Let me tell you a secret about sponsors.
They have expectations.
They want that car to be on track every week, number one. And number two, if you can arrange to do publicity stuff where you come and park the car in their place of business and sign pictures and shake hands.
Yeah,
and
the car's not half torn up because of freaking it's one of his complaints that I've seen a few times is, although getting young drivers in is great, young drivers make stupid choices.
Yep.
He was taken out in the last race by a 14-year-old. 14-year-old took out his expensive race car because of a stupid mistake. Now, granted, like
I've had people.
It's great.
I've had people ask to use my stuff. I said, "Yeah, sure, $12,000 deposit." What?
No. It wasn't him using his stuff. He was the one driving his vehicle. The 14-year-old was in another
he's using
vehicle
his,
and took him out.
As I said, I've had people approach me because they know I have it and used to race. Hey, your stuff's just sitting. You still, yeah, I still got it. Well, you think we could run it? Yeah, $12,000 deposit. You pay all the expenses of running it. Well, why 12 against it? Because if you total it, you can't replace it. I'm not going to be without a toy.
Yeah.
Pretty much. That's one of the things of, even when you go to car shows, they're like, yeah, do a burnout, do this, do that. The problem is, tires cost money. The engine costs money when you fuck it up. And different things. If I want to freaking do a burnout, that's fine. I'm assuming that responsibility and that cost. Somebody else wants you to do one or wants you to do something fucking stupid just for their freaking 30 seconds of entertainment.
At some point, I'm going to do something because I have got a host. Gobs of tires that
Jesse
are
doesn't
basically
know
junked.
this channel that often.
They would make some great burnout videos just to tear the tires up.
Jesse goes, I would do a burnout. It's just a little money. Well, that little bit of money turned into a lot of money and and losing a week's worth of work. I did a little burnout in the Nova. Destroyed a ring and pinion gear. Which ended up being a week-long journey of what the fuck did I do? Because I ended up buying the rear axle that's in it now, which was out of an 80, or I think it was an 80 Trans Am, and which turned out to be too wide, and I couldn't use any of the other stuff that I got off of it. Like, I grabbed the whole rear sway bar assembly, the leaf springs, and the axle. We thought we measured everything. We measured wrong. And we ended up having to cut the leaf spring perches off, moving them in an inch so that way they would fit my leaf springs. The leaf springs that came on that, as soon as we took the U-bolts off of it, they've split in half because they were cracked down the center, probably from them dropping the freaking car off of the forklift. We had grabbed the air shocks that were on that car. They were garbage. That was wasted money. I couldn't use the leaf springs after we moved we couldn't use the sway arm, the sway bar, after we moved the leaf spring perches in an inch on both sides, because now the sway bar was too wide.
Spring interfered with the mount.
Huh? No, the leaf spring perches mounted to the mounts. They mounted to the actual the
leaf spring bracket.
Yeah, the leaf spring bracket.
Pad or whatever.
So
right.
They were garbage. They couldn't use them anymore because the stuff didn't line up anymore.
Yeah, and anybody says, "Oh, we'll just cut it and shorten it and weld it back together." Doesn't work that way.
Not a sway bar, you won't.
Nope. You can cut it and fine. That's great. You can cut it. You can cut it. That'll be perfect. But you forget about using it as a sway.
Yeah, it won't be useful as a sway bar anymore.
It'll never be balanced properly.
Anyway, so we ended up chucking that. We got all that situated in, because the reason why is because we didn't want to go with another 7.5-inch rear that was in the car originally for it to just break again, and we couldn't find a ring and pinion gear for a 7.5-inch period that we could get reasonably quickly. You could get one for the 8.5-inch, the 10 bolt. Couldn't get one for 7. Was it 7 1/4, 7.5, whatever the fuck is in that thing from the factory for the inline 6?
7 1/4, I think.
I don't know, tiny little fucker. Anyway, so we threw it all back up in the car. It lined up great in the back of the car. We threw the wheels on. They poked out a little bit more with the stock ones, which just brought it out to the fender instead of inside the fender. It kind of brought it right up at the edge of it made it look good. And then we went to put the drive shaft in it. Drive shaft's too long.
Wrong yoke.
Wrong yoke. Too long. So, no, we didn't. It wasn't wrong yoke because we had already figured out that it was going to need a different U-joint setup. So we got one of those adapter U-joints that had the one yoke on the drive shaft side and a different size on the pinion side. So we had already taken care of that. We got that all fixed. But it was too long. So then we had to send it out and get it cut. And that took forever because they didn't prioritize my freaking, drive shaft. So it sat there for like 4 days while they freaking, cut and balanced it. And then they were complete assholes too. So I will never go to that fucking drive shaft shop ever again. Yeah, it's the one in Reading. So I don't remember the name. It begins with an H. I will never go there again. They treated me as a freaking literal freaking shitbag as a customer. And I'm pretty sure it was the son of the company that did it, not the original owner. But by now, I guarantee you the son's running it if they're still up in business. Pretty sure that the dad's no longer running it, if he's even still alive. Because he was old as fuck.
Yeah.
But yeah, that cost me a week's worth of work. And probably almost $1,000. The rear itself was like $200 some plus renting the freaking arc welder. the stick welder to weld the
Redo the purchase.
redo the perches, and then there was the freaking cost of cutting and freaking shortening and balancing the drive shaft, plus getting the parts to get that to work. Yeah, it was about $1,000, and missing a week's worth of work. All for a neutral drop. Because the tires decided to actually grip the road, and the leaf springs are what gave. The leaf springs wrapped and then unbound, and when they unbound it threw the rear up into the air, and that let the tires spin, and then when the tires hit the ground again, something had to freaking give, because it wasn't the tires' contact to the ground that gave.
Yep, you always find the weakest point.
Well, the weakest point was the freaking
Yep.
center section of that rear. It sheared 7 teeth off of the ring gear. Literally 7 teeth just sheared them right off. And it boogered the pinion. Didn't shear the teeth off the pinion, but pretty damn near close. I had
Yep,
that ring
not
and
driving
pinion.
that one home.
I had that ring and pinion for the longest time. I don't know where it's at now. It might have been in the storage unit when it freaking went belly up. But I had the ring. But just as a reminder of, look, don't do stupid shit on freaking subpar parts.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's a freaking inline 6. It's not a race car.
Even though it would do burnouts.
Oh, fucking. Well, the thing is that burnout that you see like at the end of my videos.
With
Yeah,
the new rear.
Yeah, it was the new rear, but we also kind of tricked it. There was a chock underneath of the front tire, and to get the rear tires to spin and let go, considering the back of the car was already up pretty high in the air, it just only needed 2 people to lift the back end of the car up just enough to get the tires spinning, which is why the shot is really in close, and you never see me move away.
Mm-hmm.
Because the car was stuck in position because the front brakes would not hold that car. Because it did have some pretty fat tires back there. Those fat tires would overcome the front brakes.
Oh yeah.
But the fact you were doing it with an inline 6.
Oh yeah, and that was the inline 6 in that. So that video that's on the end of my videos, that's the inline 6 doing that burnout, not the V8. I have the original video. But yeah, I mean, currently that car is sitting with a 350 with 305 heads, an Edelbrock aluminum intake. Edelbrock, well, the Edelbrock carb is sitting on the Jean Grey at the moment, but would have been on there. It had an HEI distributor with the Excel, like you get it at Pep Boys. It had like the control module, the higher output coil, and cap and rotor stuff that you could buy it as a complete kit.
Or you could have the external coil.
Huh?
Or you could have the external coil.
Right, but this was not an, this was the HEI style coil that went underneath of the on top of the cap.
Under the cap on the top, yeah.
But it was
I
high,
had
it was
that
the
same
high
coil,
output
but
one.
I had the external coil that you put on the firewall.
Right. Well, this I didn't want that look. I didn't want the whole external coil.
Yeah.
So it had that upgrade. The TH350 that's in it had a B&M shift kit on it. Obviously, it has the upgraded 8.5-inch rear. Only problem with that is it's an open diff. It's not a limited slip. I had 8.5-inch by 15 Kraegers on the fronts, and I think there's 7. There are 6 or 7 by 15 Kraegers up front. It's got the shackle kit in the rear with the Gabriel truck shocks in the back with the stock Gabriels in the front. Both of them are heavy duty. They're garbage now. I can already tell you. Me and Chris watched that car bounce all over the frickin' place. It was a Mexican jumping bean on the back of that trailer. So those shocks are completely fucking garbage. There was no absorbing any of those bounces with that shock. So they're all blown, obviously. That car,
when
like I
he
said, that
figures
car
out
is
his
going to
gimmick,
be.
you'll be able to purchase a part of NOVAtazz history.
I have a whole baggie of freaking pieces
Yeah,
of Jean
piece
Grey.
of rust.
I have 1/4 of a gallon
Jean
baggie.
Grey and the Nova.
No, not Jean Grey. Jean Grey's got no rust.
Work with me here, damn it.
I'm not gonna lie to the peoples. I mean, come on. But no, when
Hey,
Christine
you did
ends up,
too have rust from Jean Grey.
not anymore.
You just threw that radiator core support out because you re-welded it to fix it.
Yeah, I don't have the core support anymore. That went out. That went in the pile outside of her grandfather's shop, and her brother, guarantee you, took it down to the freaking scrap heap. So, but when the Nova goes in the shop, the black Nova, anything usable will come off of it, and the rest of the car is getting scrapped. Unfortunately, I originally intended to wanting to keep the main body and just cutting the floor out of it and making it a tube chassis race car. But I don't have I don't have the ability to store it. I don't have the ability to store that freaking body until I can use it. Because I originally wanted to be able to make twins. I wanted to have the street car and then the full blown race car. And both have them painted up and looking exactly the same. I thought that would have been freaking cool as shit. But then we had to move, and I didn't have anywhere to put it, so. And I still don't have anywhere I could put both of them. Because I only have 2 bays. But anyway, so the black car is going to be. I'm going to pull everything off of it that's useful, because I'm going to have to pull parts of it to fix the gray car.
Continue on I-71.
That was interesting.
Because there's parts on the gray car that need to be fixed. There's the transmission tunnel. I showed them to you, Brad. The transmission tunnel, the bottom of the rocker, and some other stuff that needs to be fixed that that are good on the black car. Which is funny. As rotted as that black car is, the rockers are solid. Which is absolutely hilarious. All the rest of the car is completely a freaking rusted mess. It's got solid rockers on it. Jesse is commenting on your door chime or whatever is dinging. Chris, what is dinging?
I have no idea.
You have a warning something.
Yeah, I have no lights or nothing on the dash.
What's the point of the noise if there's no notification?
It's the GPS for whatever reason.
Are you going off course? You going rogue?
No. I had to. Hush.
Anywho, so yeah, the gray car is going to get completely stripped as well. The whole front suspension off the gray car is at least the frame is garbage. I might pull the A-arms and all of that stuff, but I don't even know if I'm going to use any of that stuff either, because I may just go with like a what is it, QA1 or whatever, tubular front suspension.
Yeah.
What's
What's your wheelbase and width on the Nova? Do you know off the top of your head?
I can find it. I mean, the front suspension is the same that's on the Firebirds, minus I think the width. I think the width is a little narrower, but like control arms and all that stuff are directly from the Firebird and the Camaro.
Waiting for Miss Farmer to give me hell now, because she just looked this up for me this past week. At least wheelbase.
For what? The Trans Am?
On the Novas. No, on the Novas.
Why? Curiosity.
Because I have a complete roller chassis, NASCAR chassis, that I'm contemplating and thinking what kind of a body to drop over it.
You could do yourself a Dale Earnhardt Sr. tribute car. He
I
ran
have
a
a complete
freaking
NASCAR car with a body on it that I could do a deal saying
no,
your
no, no, no,
turbo
no, no.
car.
The Bush Series 77 Nova that he ran, or is it 79?
That's an idea.
He ran a 4th gen Nova.
That's an idea. Or I could
Length
do the
length
early Wrangler car even.
yeah. The length is 196.7. The width is 72.2.
And what wheelbase did they run?
111.
Ew. Has some slight trimming to do.
That misforming timed into 110 or 111. What's the wheelbase on the stock car?
110.
So not that much trimming.
No, that'd be minimal.
I'd almost say lengthen the frame, not freaking shorten the car.
But being you're dropping the body over it, you could adjust a reading. I mean, an inch would be nothing to
Well,
take
yeah,
out.
you don't even really need to have the wheels centered in the.
No.
You could just split the difference and give yourself a half inch on both ends.
Yeah.
Continue on I-71.
I don't know if have you guys ever seen
Blow it out
seniors
your tampon puffer.
Nova? Dale Jr. has it. He has his dad's Nova.
Ages ago.
Completely
I'll
restored.
be honest, I don't remember what it looks like.
It's a good wrench car, I do believe.
And to the best of my knowledge, they don't have anything in them building for cops. Never done that for our Lord. They just go by a cop in the middle. So I don't know. That was new.
There she be.
Oh, sweet. Send that to me in our private messaging.
I can send you the Junior's got Junior's got the whole restoring of that car.
Yeah, hell, send me the link or whatever it is
You
got.
can see the pictures flashing through.
That could be an interesting read and idea to do.
Yeah, it was a 1977.
So like I said, I've got a full car with the rear end, the fuel cell, and everything in it. It's all tube chassis. The other one is a complete car with a body on it.
One you talking, is that the one that you got towed home this year?
Yeah, the chassis that we have with no body is the one we took home this year.
Okay. The one Justin went out with you.
Yeah. Did he go with that one or did he go? Yeah. Yeah, because he brought the gooseneck back. So yeah, that'd be the trip he went out with me when we took that car home.
Here is that car after Junior restored it. So Junior literally took that whole car apart, repainted it, and restored it.
Can you say Chubb?
So that's a nice looking car. And as you can see, there's a lot of cutting to that body because those wheel wells are way bigger than the factory ones.
Yeah.
The back is a little wider. They've definitely got a bubble around the rear fenders. I would say the greenhouse is stock. The hood is stock. The front headlight surrounds are stock, and the top of the fenders are stock. Maybe the rear tailgate is stock. But everything from, I would say, level of the top of the door down is not factory metal. So, like, from the door height down is all replaced metal. Because it's way too curvy. You've seen my car. That's got way too much curve to it. to be
Yeah.
factory.
Yeah.
So I would say the
Still a beautiful hot
greenhouse.
rod.
I would say everything on the top half of the car, like the if you were to look at it from the top down, all of that is factory. As far as sheet metal, but the sides are definitely not stock from the door down. But yeah, no, it's a cool car. And it's kind of funny because, like I said, nobody considers the 4th gen Novas anything. And here, you know, you have like one of the greatest freaking NASCAR drivers of all time drove one.
Yeah, because I'm in debate what to do with that car, whether to do like an open tube go kart style type thing like Cletus Mem did with Leroy.
Yeah.
Put a truck over it. Make a slam truck. I'm just in, what route or what options to go. I mean, I'd probably do the other car first, but since it's all complete.
Yeah. I mean, that looks nothing like my car as far as, because my car is definitely not in that slammed to the
No.
ground look.
Yeah, that's been dropped and fattened. You can see that. Even in that, you can see how it's got the curve from the front to the back.
Mm-hmm. Those rear tires are definitely a lot wider than factory. Tuck the bumper up in, smooth the back. The whole back area is smooth. That is not a stock deck lid in the back. Actually, no, maybe it is. It might be. The tail pan is definitely not stock. But yeah, no, it's a freaking cool looking car. Not the direction I would have taken my Nova. There are people that are in the 4th gen Nova thing that have taken the car that way. There are some NASCAR clones in our group. Hey Harvey, gambles are not working right now. I don't know what's up with my chat bot. Not that I really need a moderator. My chat right now is full of moderators. There's more blue wrenches than there are non-blue wrenches. Well, it's because everybody that's in here this late are people that I trust and people that are here all the
Regulars.
time.
Regulars.
Yeah. If you are a regular, you are here all of the time, and I can trust your judgment, most of the time you'll get a blue wrench. It's not to say that people that don't have a blue wrench are any less or whatever. It's just, yeah, they've been through the freaking spam bot fucking attacks that I've had and everything else and know what to look for.
Which was hilarious.
It's been several. I mean, geez. I mean, all the way back when I had less than like 800. I had what, like 300 subs at one point, and I was getting attacked.
Something like that. I mean, I got to give her credit. It made for a hell of a good laugh with her creativity.
Well, I don't know.
Some of the names they come up with.
I was gonna say, I don't know who it was.
Yeah, some of the names they come up with
I've
were
gotta love
really
the whole
unique.
fucking. We had all of the branches of government that one night.
Yeah.
Had the FBI, the firearms,
CIA, NSA,
yeah, I had them
NRA,
all.
Secret Service.
That was also back when the live stream was freaking crazy. We'd have 60 people in the fucking chat. Remember those days?
Yeah.
Fucking the chat was going by faster than we could read it.
That was the days I didn't even try to read the shit because I was driving.
Yeah.
Pops. If someone says something to me, make a shout out to Sean to repeat it because I can't see this stuff.
Exactly. I mean that was. I mean, I don't know what. I mean, it was several things. It was the not being able to do live streams for a little while. That was what killed it first, when my computer took a crap. We were going, several weeks in between live streams because I just could not get the computer and the internet to cooperate long enough to do a live stream. We'd start one, and
And then
that would
someone
be it.
sabotaging didn't help you.
Huh?
And then somebody sabotaging it didn't help you.
Yeah, it didn't help when
Or walking off with it.
do what?
And eventually walking off with it.
Yeah. Yeah, so stop doing my live stream to help somebody else's live stream, and then freaking end up getting screwed on that deal.
Mm-hmm.
It was all about them. Didn't fucking do anything to promote the rest of us, just themselves. I mean, even here, I mean, granted, Brad, you really don't have a channel, and neither does Chris. But Kat does. We freaking promote Kat's channel all the motherfucking time. Whether it's talking about whatever she's got going on, or whatever videos she just put out. You know, we also have the NOVAtazz community page on Facebook, which is used to promote everybody's stuff. You know, or just a chit chat. I haven't seen very many people using the web page to join up as a community yet, but that might take a while to get going. Because there is that section on the website for the community interaction, the forums and all that stuff.
Yeah, we've been trying to grow ours, but it's a slow go.
Well, yeah, it's because
And
most people just gravitate towards the big social media engines, and it's not like the old days where you would go to a site to go find that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, now most of those sites have converged onto Facebook or Twitter or wherever, Discord.
And our content to get uploaded is slim pickings because just ain't time to do nothing.
Right.
And a lot of it that
You're
we
always
were
on
going
the
to
road.
do, COVID put a big kick in that. I mean,
Yeah.
I got short clips where, well, you know, here on the road like this, I've seen times where, you know, hell, I'll see a car show, I'll pull over to walk, or
Jesse,
I'll stop somewhere and I'll see, just like the pictures I put in the group the other day when it says some days my days are blessed.
yeah.
I was stuck. I got stuck for 16 hours at a place making a delivery. So I bobtailed out to go get my own breakfast.
Right.
Pull in this little strip mall, and here's a third generation Trans Am and that old pickup truck sitting there in the parking lot.
Yeah, I get crazy stuff like that once in a while.
But I've done
Jesse
that where I've
doesn't
seen somebody and shoot a quick video of it.
Yeah, I don't think Jesse believes that I had 60 people in the chat way back when.
It's been a while.
The other thing that contributes to that is the fact is when I was doing those live streams, people weren't doing live streams. You didn't have every channel underneath the sun doing a live stream on a Saturday or a Sunday. You know,
See you, Harvey.
I was kind of, all right, see you later, Harvey. Hope to catch you next week.
Later.
I was one of the few people that were running live streams in the automotive community at that point. You know, we were like the only podcast to come hang out in. And then it was when my friends started seeing how much I was getting that they started their own. I mean, what is it, Route 66 or whatever that has the Mopar? Joey Raschenberger or whatever his name is. He started his YouTube after joining mine how many times? You had Salad Bar started his after seeing mine. Yeah, I still won't mention his name. You know, you had a few of them that saw that the live streams were viable and that they were getting views and watch time, and then they started their own after being on mine for how long? You know, and again, I'm not bitching that they did so. I mean, go for it, support your. But the problem is that created more and more places for people to go, and I wasn't, I guess, an option anymore. This is no longer Harvey. Who is it?
With 3/4 of a mile.
Who is not
keep
Harvey?
right to I-71 South.
Harvey is not Harvey now. What is Harvey's alter ego? If Dr. Jekyll is Mr. Hyde, who does Harvey have?
Mrs. Harvey?
Maybe. It might be Mrs. Harvey or Harvey Kid. Oh, it's Mrs. Harvey. It's Mama Harvey. Apparently Mama Harvey took over.
Welcome in.
Yeah, you're a real OG when.
Be in
Wait.
either of the
Yeah,
two
you're
right
a real
lanes.
OG. You were on YouTube. Yeah, I've been on YouTube since 2013. I don't know if that's considered an OG, considering I think YouTube came out in what 2008, 2009. It was out for a few years before I jumped on the bandwagon. All right, Jesse's pulling our chain. He doesn't know who it is. He's making a fool. Well, out of me. No, yeah, it was not common for an automotive channel to do a live podcast. I mean, geez, I was doing live podcasts before Nick's Garage was doing live podcasts.
In 1.25 miles.
I don't
Keep
know.
left to
I don't know if there is a
I-71 south.
podcast that was out really much
You
longer
want to play
than
chicken?
mine.
You will lose.
I mean, I don't know of many YouTubers that had an automotive channel that was doing podcasts
In 1
longer than I
mile.
was.
Keep left to I-71 south. Then keep left.
There might be. I just don't know who they are. I mean, they might have called them Q&As or whatever, but ours was never really a Q&A.
Go home and run your dildo.
We originally it was just a hangout. It was a garage hangout, I think is what we originally called it. NOVAtazz's garage hangout, I think is what we originally called it. But that was also back before YouTube kept your live streams. Like, none of those are on my channel because as soon as the live stream was over, it deleted them. You only got to, join the live stream when it was live.
Like, you didn't have the option to save it yourself, did you?
No, it would just be gone. They wouldn't save them. It like, you couldn't even rewind and watch stuff because it was like literally just live. That was it.
Yeah.
They were literally, YouTube didn't save them, and unless I had the software to save to save the recording,
you'd have had to set everything up yourself to.
Yeah, I would have to save it on my end on my computer.
Too cost prohibitive.
Not necessarily that. It was PC performance. Because to save and render a video while you're recording one live, that took a lot of, PC.
Yeah, as I said, cost prohibitive.
And I was
your system wouldn't support it.
I was running on a freaking 10-year-old alien potato. Not that it was a potato when it was new, because I don't even know where it's at now. It's somewhere in this room. It's probably over there. It was a 2011 Alienware gaming computer. Like, they're top of the line plus added parts kind of deal. Like, you pick this computer and then you add certain parts to it, and that's what because he used to use it for like World of Warcraft and stuff like that. So it was a hand-me-down from Jess's other partner, Adam. And I'm internally grateful because at that point I had just given my computer back to my ex. I had just given my built computer to my ex, and I had nothing but a Levino, or however you say that, Pentium 3.
Not by choice.
Pentium 3 with an APU. So it didn't even have a dedicated graphics card. It was the CPU plus graphics card in one. And it was a Pentium 3. No, I lie. No, not Pentium 3. It was an i5. It was an i5 APU. It was great for surfing the internet and, watching YouTube videos on, but gaming or trying to render a video, forget it. Nope. It was like trying to hurry up a grandmother across the fucking street with a walker.
Missing one wheel.
You were more likely to knock it over and have it crash on its face than you were to get it to move any faster. You don't. No, there. I mean, I could not screen record my PC. No, that wouldn't have worked. Hey, Kat, welcome back.
Hola.
I mean, especially back then. I mean, for me to be able to screen record my PC back then, you would
Keep
needed a
left to
freaking Elgato
I-71
card.
south.
If you a Big East deal.
Because back then, even the software that I was using to broadcast my live stream would have been the software that I needed to record the live stream. So even screen record, which would have been stupid because the software that was sending the signal out to the YouTube was the software that could have recorded it. I wouldn't have needed to screen grab. It was already making it. But my computer literally could not handle that much processing. I mean, as soon as YouTube got rid of YouTube Hangouts, or Google Hangouts as its main source of group live streaming, that's when we had all the problems, because as soon as I tried to use Skype or any of the other freaking video chat, multi-chat deals, is when it was what pushed my computer over the edge. It was barely making it before that with just the Google Hangouts. And that's when we ended up building, well, the beginning of this computer, because this computer still is nowhere near where it was when I first built it. I was like, oh yeah, I'll build this fast-ass computer. And then I freaking downloaded the software that I wanted to run to render my videos. And it stopped like a freaking bobcat in quicksand. Really fast. Until it hit the quicksand. And then it just stopped. The rendering videos and editing them brought the original configuration of this computer to its knees. And it wasn't a shabby computer. It was it was a 2600X Ryzen CPU. It was 570 Radeon 570 GPU. It was 32 gigs of RAM. Decent motherboard. Yeah, no, it brought it screeching to a halt.
Sounds more like a baseball game than a hockey game.
What? 9-1?
The score. Yeah.
Yeah, Jesse, that's the iPhones have been able to do that forever, but
iPhones suck.
Computer is different in the way that it works. And B, we're talking, what? How many years ago? 8, 9 years ago? Well, no, because I wasn't live streaming back in 2000. Well, no, yeah, 2014, 2015. I was doing live streams. It wasn't, my computer was dying back in 2016, 17. I think it was 17 or 16 that the computer just couldn't keep up with what YouTube wanted it to do, or what I needed it to do the YouTube stuff.
Yeah, everything's come a long ways from back then till now. That's Jesse's last little comment.
Well, yeah.
Of everything coming a long way.
If you take the computer that I built when I left my ex, so right before I left my ex, we built that computer. It's up on the channel, all the parts and everything that went into it. That computer, compared to the computer, the first computer that I built after that one, was not even 1/10 of that second computer. It would not. It wasn't even faster than some Xboxes and PlayStations. And this one's quick. I mean, I sent the video in the chat of it trying to render that video that we put out. So I rendered 2 videos plus the intro, because I rendered the intro as its own separate video, so I could use it in future ones without having to remake it every time. It rendered 2 full 15-minute videos at 1080p, plus the intro in less than 3 minutes. That's, and that's with, color grading, 2 different audio tracks, 3 different video tracks, and all of the transitions and edits and everything else that go into it. Everything more that you do than just cutting and putting things together takes computer power. And color grading and things like that take a lot more than you think it does. Speeding up or slowing down the footage takes a freaking crap ton of power to freaking do, which is actually what killed my last one. Doing the time lapses for the transmission in the truck totally wiped out my computer. You would get like 2 or 3 time lapses in, and the computer would just lock up. It would just sit there and say not responding, and you'd have to wait like 10-15 minutes for it finally to catch up to itself to where you could actually click on something. Because it took so much processing power to do what I asked it to do that it had no power left to just even move the mouse around the screen. It just sit there and freeze and lock up until it finished whatever it was doing, and then it'd be like, boop, I'm fine. But yeah, I thought that was Pilot that said that at first, because technically all of the screen names are hidden behind the edge of this other window, and I can only see the 71, and I didn't see the full name until after I read the comment, and that would have totally been a Pilot comment to make. Though I'm pretty sure that he would have said my first computer was a stone and chisel.
I was about to hell. The first computer I ever had was a Commodore 64 with a cassette drive.
I think the first computer that I remember using was one of those Apples with the freaking the hard disks that weren't hard, they were floppy, and the floppy disks that weren't floppy but they were hard.
Yeah.
And we used to play like the Oregon Trail and stuff on them. And Oregon Trail used to be like 7 or 8 not floppy disks long.
Yep.
And now
and you had to
could
hook
literally
this thing
fit
to
them
a
on a
black and white TV.
Literally now they don't even take up how big is the original Oregon Trail?
– 64 kilobytes.
Is it somebody already looked it up?
I'm guessing.
No.
Okay, so the game ran on the 5.5-inch floppy disk or hard disk. The game originally came out in 1985, which would have been about right because I was born in '83, so I was in kindergarten and stuff by like what, 89-ish, 87,
88 or 89.
Oh, I lied. It was
old.
It was originally published for Macintosh back in '91. But it was originally released on the the Apple II is the one that I'm pretty sure I used. And that was made in '85. I'm looking for a size. How big the game was. It wasn't big. It was.
I had my first commercial software I ever bought to use was a Wildcat bulletin
It was
board
ported
system.
to the Commodore 64. Oh, that was the original text game. We used to also play this game that we called the Barney game, where you were like this purple dinosaur in some caves and shit, and you get to explore the caves. I don't remember what game that was called. That was also really popular for break time or recess time when you were stuck inside. I can't seem. I'm trying to skim through it, and I can't seem to find something. Alright, primary goal of the project was to incorporate accurate geography into the game with the segments. The second goal was to add human characters into the game, which had not been present in 1975 version. Many of his ideas for the goal had to be cut from the game due to both limitations to the game's budget as well as to the size for the game on a 5.5-inch floppy disk. He retained the addition of player-named characters to the traveling party, as well as named which he later described as his biggest regret about the game was complex interactions with Native Americans, though he was able to include some simpler ones. Something about replayability does not tell me freaking how big it was. Okay, here we go. The entire size of the original Oregon Trail games is less than the size of a picture taken with a typical smartphone today. The original size for Oregon Trail is 1.8 megabytes. Oh, cat's back. Hello!
Yeah,
Did we
I've
have
been
an alpha
doing shit
change?
down there for like, I don't know,
I wasn't
6-7
looking.
minutes now.
I wasn't
Yeah,
looking.
clearly.
So the original size of Oregon Trail is 1.8 megabytes.
Yeah, it's like, and one thing is, you said, yeah, less than your average picture of your phone, but like the thing is, actually, when you think about it, your phone takes pictures typically, especially if you do it at oh, what the hell is the resolution? Like,
1080p.
you know what I mean? Like the high resolution, which basically every phone shoots at now. You're looking at probably 10 megabytes just for
Right.
one.
But
picture.
the thing is what is I don't know if you've ever played the Oregon Trail when it was on floppy disks.
No, I have not.
It was 7 floppy disks long.
Oh yeah.
You got to a point in the game where it would tell you, take out floppy disk 1, please insert floppy disk 2.
To continue.
Please insert floppy disk 3. 7 floppy disks long for a 1.8 megabyte game. Because that's how much information those little floppy disks held. Yet now we have storage disks that can hold terabytes of information.
The size of a credit card.
I mean, you can go get a thumb drive that literally will hold over 500 gigabytes. Yeah. Like, it's just insane.
Which is millions of copies of Oregon Trail.
Yeah. And the one thing is, like, because especially when I was growing up, because that's like when the big boom sort of happened when I was in school, because like I was born in 96. So, you know, every year, like, computers were just getting so much better and better and better. Like, for a while, they were getting better, but they weren't like leaps and bounds the next year.
Miss Farnborough brings up a very valid point. All the code back then that they wrote programs in was designed to save space.
Mm-hmm. Well, you got to think about it. Some of the first code was actually written on fucking paper with holes in it.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's how the computer read the fucking program, was literally reading where the hole was at on the paper. By the way, I did say I was getting off when I was done my freaking Jack and Coke, which is, geez, that was like a double Jack and Coke. That was a whole can of soda. I'm now on wine.
Well, I saw y'all still up here, so I was gonna go have a bath.
I have no idea what time it is.
You know.
I was complaining when it was like 11:30. It's now 1:11, so still not crazy.
What are you complaining about? Hell, we were up till 3 o'clock in the morning the other week.
Me and Kat were up till past 4:30 that day.
Yep.
I think it was
we-
5 o'clock when I went to bed.
Yeah, we kept talking for like an hour and a half afterwards.
We were definitely online until like 4:30 and, well, no, 3:30. Then I went to bed at like 5. And it was only because I realized what time it was. It was almost, okay, so me and Jess, we play this game called 7 Days to Die. It's a zombie tower defense apocalypse game. Basically, you got to build yourself a base to survive a horde of zombies every 7 days. A day is like 2 hours in game. So every like 14 hours in game, you get a zombie apocalypse. But anyway, me and Jess were sitting there playing one night, and we were just going, we were just playing. Next thing I know, I'm sitting at my computer, and the window is right behind me, right? Actually, it would have been this side. It would have been right behind me. Probably about as close as that window is right now. I started hearing birds outside. Now, we had blackout curtains in the office. So that way, if I was recording during the day or whatever, you couldn't tell what time of day it was. It didn't have, horrible-ass backlight. Like poor Cat does if we start the live stream too early. Yes, I'm calling your backlight out. Your window.
Oh, there's nothing I can do about that.
No, there's nothing you can do about it except for put blackout curtains up, but...
There, is that better?
No, it's not a problem because you don't have the sunlight shining through the window as you do earlier in the live stream. Where we have a shadow of Cat instead of, Cat's facial.
Hefty, garbage bag.
I mean, hey, it happens, and and in the summertime, when it's warm enough, I'll have the top down of my convertible, and hanging out in there.
We'll just hang out there. But anyway, so I started hearing birds outside. I'm like, what the heck? I peek out the window, and the sun is coming up. We had played from 9 o'clock at night all the way till the sun came up the next day. Just played straight through. And we both looked at each other. I was like, "Hun, I think we might need to go to bed. The sun is coming up." We have a 4-year-old that's going to wake up anytime now. Because 4-year-olds like to get up when the sun comes up and shines in their room. It's like a natural alarm clock. So yeah, we pulled an all-nighter playing 7 Days to Die, and we had a kid. We got screwed. We were so freaking under. We were zombies ourselves that day because we got like 2 hours of sleep, and kid was awake.
And they wake up wired.
Oh yes, and wanting everything. And us parents were so not in the mood to be dealing with that shit with no sleep. So yeah, we started setting alarm clocks to go off at like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning to make sure that we went to bed instead of getting so engrossed in the game we were playing that we played all night. So yeah, our gaming is that bad. We have to set ourselves alarm clocks to stop.
See, the one thing is, like, my gaming used to be that bad, but since I became an adult, I just get tired and go to bed. That's what happens.
We weren't tired. We were playing.
Yeah, well, even if I'm like dead encroached into a game, doesn't matter what it is. Like some of my favorite games, I will still get tired and like I'll start falling asleep.
People, and I have ADHD.
Yeah, hi, I'm a night person too, and I also have ADHD. What's your point?
I don't know. If we're gaming, if I'm playing a game.
Great, they're gonna make charcoal together.
If I'm playing like a racing car game or something where I gotta actually like whatever, yeah, I'll get drowsy and do the same thing like when you're driving and just I have been playing Forza and had woken up to my car grinding the wall around the track because I fell asleep and hit a corner.
Yeah, but that doesn't happen with me that way. It doesn't matter what game I'm playing.
But I think with the 7 Days to Die, it keeps you
Well, even if
brain-wise
it's not, like,
engaged that you kind of
but
have
even if
to
I play
be
like
involved.
Call of Duty or anything like that.
Huh?
Oh, there we go. That's better.
I was gonna say there was a wardrobe change in there somewhere because I don't remember that shirt when you left.
It's a jersey.
It's a shirt. Jersey is still a shirt. My description of your article of clothing is still correct.
Yeah, but you don't call that a shirt. It's not a shirt. It's a
Hey.
jersey.
Hey, I am not a sports person.
So,
Clearly, because
is
yeah,
he your favorite player, or has it got your name on the back?
it's got my nickname on the back. Because I had to.
I
Bless
am
you.
not at liberty to say what I was going to say.
Oh hey,
I am not that far in the drink.
But I mean, but
Pat,
also,
you are in a room
as
full
much
of guys
as,
and you hold up
I'm
that
even
shirt.
more of a nerd. Well, I'm even more of a nerd because that is Pikachu's number in the Pokédex.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Yep. Oh yeah, I totally.
And the thing, I actually said a channel safe on topic smart ass comment before, and she missed it.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I don't
Sorry.
remember that. I missed it too, I think. Maybe I didn't.
No, you didn't. When we was talking about your step 1, step 2, what you're doing with
first
the Jean
step,
Grey.
first.
Remember? And I
Maybe.
said, I got the perfect comment. You said, whoa. I don't trust you. Is this going to get us demonetized? I said, no, it's perfect. It's on topic and it's channel safe even. You already performed step 1. Empty the fuel tank before trying to lower.
Yeah, buddy, you're SOL on me trying to find you those parts. Jesus.
What?
Some guy's looking for parts for a Toyota Cressida RX-60, which is like the 80s Cressida. I'm like, good luck. I can't. I can even barely find the car, let alone the parts for that. Like some guy just randomly commented on my video.
Hey,
saying,
that's when you like charge an excessive amount for a finder's fee, and then you use that as actual income.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I would absolutely do that. And like, there are times, like for friends and whatever else, I have found them vehicles and I don't really charge for it. But if there's certain people that are looking for vehicles, like I'm looking for a long time, yeah, I will absolutely
Hey,
charge them
Sean.
money.
Jesse, got your game to work finally.
What?
Yeah. Yeah. Check it out.
What?
Yeah, I'm sure. A for effort.
Hey, you got me to type, so there you go.
Cat's automatic response. Gamble. Gamble.
Hey, after I found out that my motor is probably fucked today, it's just like, yeah, why not? I need a gamble. I need a drink. Come on now.
This one's for you, Cat. By the way, anybody see my cool ass cup?
That's a sweet cup.
It looks like an old school like fucking campfire fucking copper cup.
It's too small.
Oh, it's not that small.
It's too small.
It holds more than one beer.
Well, it's American
Okay.
beer, so really.
On my screen, it's too small. It looks like a dang, a testy sack on a freaking pick.
It holds let's see, how much is a beer?
Depends on the beer.
Well, this is a 12 fluid ounce, so I'm pretty sure it holds probably 16 to 20 ounces.
Okay. C cup challenge. Keep pouring until it's full. How much is in it?
I don't know. I don't have any more to drink. I can pour wine in it, but the only problem is I can't tell you how much wine I've poured in it.
And you don't have any cheese.
No, there's plenty of cheese on the screen. Specifically down in the bottom right-hand corner. Followed by its offspring in the top right-hand corner.
No.
But I mean,
Hey, hold on, Kat. I have to interrupt you.
Okay.
See, we all know the big cheese sinks to the bottom. The small cheese floats to the top. All right, it's funnier to me.
What are you saying bad things about Cat for? Man, that's horrible. Listen to
I
you.
said right hand of the screen, not left hand of the screen.
like,
The physics are different on that side.
You didn't specify the side of the screen. Also, what are you trying to say? That that when it comes to the cup measurement, we got to get out a different tape measure now?
Yeah. She's on the other side. She's on the other side of the world. She's on that side that uses metric system.
I love when you say other side of the world. We're above you, dumbass.
Well, it depends on
At
what
least-
side
at
of the
least-
ball
at least
you're
she's-
on.
This is fucking.
At least she's on the good side of the country.
Hey, I got a question.
It's much prettier over there.
If the Earth is a ball, all it depends is which way you're looking at it, whether or not it's the other side.
But no, the other side of the no. If you said the other side of the continent from you, yes.
I reject your reality and I substitute my own. It's not perfectly right.
No continentals allowed. We already talked about big car motors tonight.
Wait, what?
Dicks aren't any better. They're just as stupid. Trust me, 3 out of the 4 people on screen have them. We've all made horrible decisions. And most
I
of
wouldn't
them
say horrible.
Most of them involve that unit of measurement.
I would not say horrible.
Well, I don't see Kat
would
making
say-
horrible decisions involving her penis.
I'm not talking horrible. I would say we have made very educational and entertaining decisions.
Educational,
sure shit was
as in we
entertaining
have
for
learned
somebody.
From our mistakes, maybe.
Yeah, and it was entertaining
But
for
the problem
somebody.
is that some of us have made those mistakes more than once.
I might resemble that remark.
I might too. Kat gets excluded from that one because she doesn't have one of those to make those mistakes for her.
I've got a detachable one. Does that count?
Does it make your mistakes for you?
Her factory got deflated because the dam
you
broke
make bad
once and for all.
mistakes while it's attached?
I mean, I could.
But
I
have you?
think hers may depend on what it's attached to.
Probably not.
Not the outlet above the bathtub.
No, electricity and water do not mix, no matter what they say.
Yeah, I no.
Apparently, clit lengths are measured in millimeters.
How big is that? I don't know.
Kat,
Just send a damn tape measure
what
with
did
it.
you walk back into?
I don't know. Like, I'm just like, okay.
You were so safe staying in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, I was just like, I was like, hey, I saw you guys online. You were talking computers, da 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 da, and all of a sudden, as soon as I get up on screen,
I should say, all right.
This is
I may have
Look
had
at
more
Jesse's
chances
comment.
to drink.
See, now,
I don't think
this
I've
is what
seen.
happens when there's a girl that comes up on screen. You guys just go nuts. Like, what the fuck, man?
No. I don't. I mean, granted,
We were already there.
we were already there. It just was just below the surface. You just popped that pimple.
Yeah, well,
That's always there.
but as soon as you saw a cute
Look at
girl,
Jesse's
it
last
immediately
comment.
came out right afterwards. Just saying.
I think it was more of just trying to hold back and it not working. But
You've already discussed that about
Brad,
making
have you been
delusional
drinking anything
decisions.
tonight, or is it just
Oh,
me?
please. We're
we
already
already know
way
Chris.
past
Huh?
the watershed. So, there's that.
What'd you say, Kat?
I said we're way past the watershed, so we're fine.
Oh, okay.
Tell me I'm wrong.
It's
Wait,
late. Sanity
this
has
has
gone
been
out
going
the
on for
window.
almost 5 hours. Like,
It's late.
You know what's really interesting about this conversation?
The fact that we're having it?
No, the three of us are talking to her yesterday because she hasn't advanced to our stage of time yet. So literally,
So
I mean, and
we're
this is
talking to the
and
past.
Cat, this yeah, you know, and
It's the past Cat.
this is no dig against Cat, but when you make the comment that she needs to catch up with the times, she is behind. On a serious note, what time zone are you guys in equivalent to us? Or are you like
We're in
mountain time? You're in
We're
mountain, okay. So you're
Yeah.
2 hours behind Sean then.
Yeah, so she's definitely, it's not midnight there yet.
Nope, not yet.
Nope.
Yeah, it's 1:30 in the morning here.
Yeah, see, that's why these freaking live streams are so simple for me, because like when we stop,
When
it's like only
when we
like 1
start,
o'clock in the
your
morning.
sun's still up.
Yeah, well, and here's
Well,
the
now you
thing.
Thank
froze.
God she's not on the coast. I hate this time of year.
Yeah,
The funny thing
yeah,
is when I used to do the live streams before, back when we had 60 some people in here, we would literally have groups of people that would come in and leave at almost the same times as we drifted through the time zones across the states.
makes sense. I mean, it's interesting because when I do some of my live streams, weirdly, the more successful ones, if I do them past midnight, because I get the Kiwis and the Australians,
Well,
which there's a lot of them that watch my channel.
apparently they're not here, so
No, they're not. Well, I mean, mind you, I did not say that I was going to be here. So do that.
you've let me down, Kat. I'm mortally wounded.
I was, I'm sorry. I
One
was
cup
just
deflated.
test on my car, and then I decided to say fuck it and jump in my other car, and then drive and do a burnout because burnouts are good for the soul.
Yeah, I may or may not have broken the tires loose in Jean Grey the other day when I took her out for a little spin. The illegal spin around the block. Though I have.
You know what?
Go ahead. It's not,
Well, I was gonna say,
it's not that
what's fun about my car, Stitch, which is right there, is the thing is that car, unless the only time it'll do a burnout is if the road is wet or there's a little bit of gravel on the road, which perfect spot is just like right around the corner. Like I can go into a really good slide around this corner and then just stop at the corner and do a burnout at the stop sign. It's great. Like it's just perfect setting. Which
get you a little bottle of bleach to carry with you. You'll really be impressed.
Oh yeah, but once I like I think if I put a header on the car, I might actually do a burnout not on gravel and water.
I think you get more horsepower gain out of replacing that engine than you would be putting headers on it.
Well, no shit.
I don't think headers are going to bring any power back into that vehicle.
Well, you'd be surprised.
In its current
the one
state.
thing is the stock manifold.
There is an aid she could put there. If she could find a couple horse chips, like you was talking about earlier, to put on the tire when she starts this, guaranteed it's going to slip.
Shit will fly.
It will, literally.
I don't know. Were you here when we were talking about that, Cat?
You can hear the cows tell.
We were talking
about
my old place of
She
residence.
burning that shit down.
We were talking about my old place of residence where the pony used to get out like every other fucking day and leave us nice presents all over the yard.
Along with the peeper goat.
Yeah, I was gonna say if it's leaving you a present in the yard, that's kind of concerning.
Yeah, nice big round.
Along with the peeper goat.
Nice big round freaking present.
Frisbees.
Yeah. The cheap dollar store shitty kind.
But the one thing is with that stock manifold though, it is so restrictive that actually there's a baffle inside that if you remove that baffle, no word of a lie, people have done that, and on the dyno they've picked up 10 horsepower.
Yeah, but the problem is you're losing like 70 horsepower out of that engine just with the freaking blown rings.
No, I'm talking about my inline 6. No.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the other one.
No.
I don't think headers are going to make up for that poor car.
No. I'm talking about Stitch on this one.
Yes, they will. Yes, they will. She's just got to bolt the headers on the correct block when she sticks it back under the hood.
The fresh block.
What makes that car so fast? I gave it bigger head.
See now, I might just attempt to do this because why not? Because the one thing is, if I swap the 302 in
Now,
my other
question.
car, well, if it has like the later 302s actually came with GT40P heads, which is like the best heads that they made for Fox bodies, at least out of the factory for the 5 liters. But and actually those came in Explorers. The thing is, my headers actually won't work with that. So I was thinking like, what if I can just cut it up and make it into a header for my Mustang, my other Mustang, my inland six?
No idea.
Just chop up. Hey, it'd be fun.
Beyond my scope of knowing Fords.
If you do headers, are you going to do a dual system of your header, or are you just going to have the header into one pipe?
Oh, I would do a dual system. If there's already a dual exhaust underneath the car, it's just wide off into an H pipe. So yeah, and I'm also
I know a lot of the guys like in the Jeep, the off road, when they build a stroker, they'll put a header on, but it's actually, it only scavenges 3 cylinders and drops into a dual system with a balance tube.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't want to do it that way. I'd much rather actually just do it proper. Of having it, 2 separate pipes for 2 separate exhausts, and then feed into that H pipe that I have, which is actually stock H pipe out of a 2014 Mustang. But it fits. So there's that. And it was free. So I can't complain about that.
Speaking of exhausts, I had a concern with when I went around the block in the TA, considering the fact that it's Ashland roads and they're about as good as a dirt fucking road.
You scraped a muffler.
Both of them, yeah. They were like an old man's balls dragging on the fucking ground.
Oh.
So I definitely have to find a way to bring the center of that exhaust system up closer to the underside of the car, because they be hanging way too low.
Oh, just grab a bunch of speaker wire and just tie it.
There you go, right? Because speaker wire is encased in plastic.
It's the best. Just
you'll have that James Bond smoke screen going on while you're driving.
Right? No, it's just there is no exhaust anchor like where the back seats are. So you have the exhaust hanger, in the wheel tub back by where the tips come down, and then you have the engine. There's no other exhaust hangers on that car.
Yep.
And it's running a 2.5-inch X pipe system. So yeah, there's a little bit of sag in the middle.
That's right. Well, I could actually I need to send it to myself here. Because the one thing is, there is a picture of my car. Now, bear in mind, this is after I had cut out the exhaust, and then I did not have a proper hanger on it, so it sat really freaking low, like really badly low, and it actually fell off that night. So there's that.
I remember. I think I remember that day. Do I not remember that day?
Probably. I did talk about it. Because I kept trying to re-weld it to itself for like 3 days, and finally I said screw it, and I just sent it out to the shop. There it is. Okay, send that to myself. Now you want to see a low hanging the rust. Okay, let's go open up Facebook here.
As I get ready to share your thing.
Yep.
Because I'm actually paying attention this time.
Wow, what a concept.
Yard? And you missed the dog on the Nova?
Where? What? I've got to figure out where I'm hanging my banner in the garage, too. I haven't figured that one out yet.
Take a set of shelves out.
I've got plenty of freaking shelves. I have more shelves than I know what to shelve with.
So I said, take a set of shelves out. You'll have a place to hang it.
Every single wall has freaking shelves built in between the freaking joists.
Put some shelf on your shelf. Come on now.
I have shelf on my shelves and a shelf on a shelf.
Could a shelf? Oh no, that's not gonna work.
Could a shelf chop wood if a shelf chopped up wood?
Yes.
There you go. I managed to make it work and fuck it up at the same time.
100%.
I'm waiting for the stupid thingy to share. Where is it?
Yeah, hey, my computer's slow as hell. Calm down.
Arrgh.
I've got an i3 processor in this
Down
bitch,
to
okay?
Davies Jones' locker with you.
I'm already down here.
So says like how many L's
Yeah,
could the
you're right
shelf
here with the
shelf
rest
if the
of
shelf
us.
could help the shelf?
There.
Oh
So-
my god.
I don't know when you're sharing it.
Maybe now?
There you
She's
go.
trying to
So,
share.
Wait,
She's trying to
wait.
share
I'm
her
trying to
thingy and
share
it's not
this as
popping
slow
up.
as her computer is, so it's going to take a hot minute. We'll get to it.
That's what we just said.
Maybe now? Nope.
Somebody,
Nope. It's still
somebody
not
cue
fast
the
enough
Final
yet.
Jeopardy theme.
There it is.
My
My God. Those are the saggiest titty mufflers I've ever seen.
That's only one. Bear that in mind. That is one with a very badly booger weld there. And then I actually took a coat hanger that kept slipping. So then what I did afterwards to redneck it really good is I had the coat hanger mixed with zip ties to hold it all in. And it was great. It was mint. It was mint.
You need to correct your terminology. There is a more appropriate version of that slang that does not offend people, because we're all about not offending people on this channel.
Wait, that was offensive?
You said what?
I said I rednecked it, and it was mint.
Oh, I thought you said something else. Never mind. The redneck is a perfectly acceptable term. I am a redneck, and I approve said message.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what do you think I said?
I'm not.
She backwoods
brain,
engineered it.
My brain registered redneck and inserted another inappropriate, older term that we used to use.
His sponge is soaked.
Well, speaking of politically incorrect terms, it's kind of funny.
Me?
Now, you guys might not have heard this term, because somebody I posted my car in this big
Jalopy?
group, because I took those pictures that I shared earlier, right, of the car. Yeah, somebody called my car a res rocket.
A res
Which is
rocket?
like, oh my, a res rocket. It's a big thing up
We
here
call them
because
rice rockets, but
no, it's different. Because of what you'd call Native Americans, we call them Aboriginal peoples. They tend to have very clapped out cars. They just do. It's just a thing. Usually though, it's interesting though because I lifted the ass end of my car up with those big tires. Usually their ass ends are going like that because there's so much weight in the back. It's just a thing. I've seen.
I don't know.
So many
Up here we normally have that problem with a different ethnic group, and it's normally because they just don't feel like replacing the damn shocks, and they're blown out, and their ass is dragging all over the ground.
Yeah, see, that's the same thing here, except for it's not those people.
Or
Stretcher shot.
or those certain group of men that seem to think that their truck needs to be driven around like that too.
I'm gonna put a lift in the front end.
And
Yeah, see,
drop
I
the
think-
back end.
Yeah, let it
I
straight.
think I'd use that
It's
M
the
word very
modern leveling
loosely.
kit, isn't it? I mean, I
Totally.
actually said that correctly. It's the modern leveling clit, not kit.
I mean, they're trying to achieve the look of the old lead sled ass draggers that throw sparks, but they're using
You
the
gotta
wrong
drop
vehicle
it
to do
all
it.
down, not just the front or the rear.
Yeah,
Yeah, oh yeah, like the thing
they're
is,
trying
if
to
they
create
were
some
actually-
tail draggers.
Yeah, like if they were gonna do it properly, you bag it or you static drop it, whatever, it would look fine. But doing that is just so stupid. Like
It looks ridiculous.
I hate it.
I mean, granted, okay, my car has its nose down in the weeds and its ass all up in the air like it's ready to get insert term.
Like I
But
can see somebody coming in here in her comment just hitting the exit stage right button immediately.
I think I did just lose like three subscribers there, but oh well. I actually lost a subscriber during our last live stream, and I have no idea why. Yeah, it literally tells you like if you lose or gain subscribers during a video, and yeah, it said I lost one during last live stream, so apparently we offended somebody.
And disclaimer: we're sorry if you're offended. To help you with your educational purposes, you can find some thicker skin
Wait,
downstairs.
Jesse calls it's a squatted truck. No, that's a squealed truck. It's squealing all the way home.
Well, no, they actually do call it the Carolina Squat,
Yes,
so they
I
call
know.
it
I
the
know.
squatted
Technically,
truck.
it's called a squatted truck. That wasn't my point. The point is it's squealing like a stuck pig.
Oh, and speaking of kind of funny terms too, somebody on that same post also called my car a fox in heat.
A what? A fox?
A
What?
fox in heat because the ass is up in the air.
They haven't seen my truck. My truck. My car. Then.
Yeah, hey, go post your freaking car in the Rust Brothers Restoration Group. Rust
My
Bros
God.
Restoration.
What would they say about mine? Mine's got so much freaking. Why would I consider actual stance?
Hey, I don't know. You'd get a lot of people that say, "Hey, that's freaking badass," and you'll have one guy, because I have one guy that's telling me it's stupid on my car. Because like he's saying, "Oh, that's not old enough to care about. You shouldn't care about that." What? It's 1986 and it's got a carburetor on it. What more do you want? Like fuck.
I love doing this. Do you ever search your own name on Google?
I've done it a few times. I haven't done it in a while, but
I love searching my name and literally that's not mine, and that's not mine.
yeah, I was gonna say.
But that's mine. That's poor Jean Grey sitting in the weeds.
I was like, now I'm curious. What happens if I search my name?
A lot of this is newer stuff though. Where's the rest of it? The rest of the results might not show me anyway. Oh wait, I should make sure that my search filter is set to freaking safe only.
Now, see, I do know that. Okay, so that's a little different when I search my name than it used to be.
Hey, hey, cat, cat. I
Nice.
search my name and you show up.
I remember that.
This is Wicked Fabs. That's Joe. See,
Sweet.
and you think that I don't promote other people's shit. That's why when you search my name, their crap shows up.
Oh, the difference is we use you to promote ourselves. Duh.
All right. See, this is I think you too. This has got to be cat, right? This down here with the windshield wiper sticking up.
Yep. That is my 81.
I think some of these are from sites that I'm on. Ooh, there we go. That's the Nova that's in Christine right now, along with her old Nova that's now a table in the background. Oh, I came across the freaking smashed pictures of that table.
See, Jesse, your search isn't safe. That's why you're supposed to be in incognito mode. Like, what are you doing?
No. I have mine to share things that aren't necessarily age appropriate. So I kind of have to watch as I'm scrolling to make sure I need to scroll back up real quick. Hey, look, my merch. That's got to be. Is that Roy Marco's channel?
That, yeah, I think so.
See, I know, I got this. That's Jess. That's Roy Marco. I don't know who this is. That's definitely not me. I think these are people that referenced my videos. This was apparently posted on the NOVAtazz community Facebook. I don't remember seeing that. This thing?
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
I don't remember seeing that. Now I'm going to have to go back and go look for it. There's more merch.
Okay, I've never posted. What is that? Hang on. What the?
Oh, look.
Okay, this I need to see.
Wait, what the hell is this shit? Pulled over Gadier Nova commercial YouTube. Because that's definitely my image. Let's mute the sound here.
What's up with this? Like, it's interesting. I'm seeing some stuff, and the problem is it's not actually popping up. Because I decided to Google my name and go images, because I normally don't do that.
Right, but they had
And
my image on this.
that does happen. Like, I noticed at one point. Oh, that's cool. You can't see my face because of the NOVAtazz thing. Nice. I'm censored. Um, um, but the one thing is, when I was a lot smaller than I am now, I used to see my videos actually on a Russian website,
I
which was
get
a
that a
joke.
lot. I will get, but it is actually linked to my YouTube channel. Yeah, but see, when you look at it here, it's not here. Because this was it right here. But when I clicked on it, it was... Oh, you can't see any of it because I didn't play it. It's my image. That made no sense. It's my image, but
Well,
it didn't link to any of my content.
that is weird.
Because it was this
Someone
video
stole
right
your
here.
picture.
It was this video right here.
I don't know.
That
That's
it went
strange.
to. Roy Marco again. I don't know who this is.
It's interesting that Roy Marco does show up actually quite a
He
bit in here.
tags me in freaking everything.
Ah, that's why. See, I don't tag people in my stuff.
I don't
just,
either. I find, I mean, nothing against Roy. I do find it slightly annoying.
yeah, like, and the one thing is, like, I don't, because I'll still see it every now and then of people like promoting other people's channels, whatever else on Instagram, but it's
That's
like
fine, but he
promoting.
wasn't promoting my channel at all. He was just tagging me in it, period.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like, and every once in a while I'll tag people and stuff, but it's not very often. So.
Oh, the fucking goat. The mother...
You got a picture of the peeper?
Yeah. Then there's this one. It's not... That's my hack.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that other people haven't used it and did their own, except for this time it's on a Camaro instead of a...
Yeah, they used my hack in their own video. I'm curious as to whether they tagged me in the video or not.
Yeah, you can always look. Yeah, because it might just be, hey, I saw this on another channel, and it's, this guy. Like,
It's
and then
got
I
no
have...
comments, and it's got over 6,000 views and only 2 likes.
Interesting.
From 2016. When did I do my video?
See, maybe you're copying him.
I don't think that's me. No, it's definitely not me, because I didn't use that type of angle. It might be. I might have.
According to Wikipedia, Indiana is a
Hey,
state
Echo! Shut up!
Yeah, that's great. I love that. See, I don't have those weird things in my house for that reason.
No. Mine uploaded 2014.
No, maybe he had the same idea and he never watched your stuff. It's possible.
I highly doubt that.
You never know. There are other people that have engineering minds too. Just saying.
I disagree with you.
Okay, Mr.
Highly.
Yeah. Mr. High and Mighty and knows everything in the world and
Yes, that is definitely me. I know everything. Yeah, bullshit.
what's the square root of 7?
6.
I have no
that
idea.
wrong on purpose. Because there is no square root of 7. it would be 3.5. No, that's wrong as
Oh.
well.
Good night, Jesse.
Oh, bye-bye, Jesse. Or is it Miss Formula that's leaving?
Night, Jesse.
Hey, buddy.
No, it's Jesse. It's Jesse. Because if you read the chat, it's Jesse.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, for though I'm not quite sure. 6,000 views and you only have 2 likes on your video.
That's kind of sad. Because
I mean, if
like,
I were to go back to mine.
I mean, I've got burner videos that at least like. Actually, let me look. What does my top video even have?
Granted, I have 112,000 views. I have 506 likes on that video.
I'm surprised it's not more than that.
I have 506 likes and 84 comments.
See, if I look, okay, my top video, just show me my likes in here. It should. Come on.
Okay, I said that I was going to get off when I was done my root beer, my Jack and Coke. I've now done my wine. I'm guessing the live stream's still going.
It seems like it is.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to buy another bottle of wine.
So I actually gotta go to YouTube and find that. Lame. This way. Most popular.
It has 11 likes on freaking Facebook. I didn't think I shared it anywhere.
See, now my top video, because it's just talking about the issues of both my cars, which was a year ago before I sold the car and then bought it back. That has over 8,500 views and 104 likes.
That's not bad.
Now let's see my Civic video here. My will the 78 Civic start after?
I almost exited out of live.
Oh, that would have been bad.
Yeah, that would have really been the end of the live stream. So I
Yeah,
almost closed this whole tab, which has the Facebook. No, I don't think it would have ended the live stream because as long as my Streamlabs is still up, it still would have ran, even though I'm not watching it.
Oh, here we go. I have a video with 4,300 views with 127 likes. It's my best one so far.
Not to brag. Let's see.
For likes, I'm not saying for
likes, the most likes.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Okay, hold on.
You have to physically go through like all of them at least. What I'm doing.
How many of my videos have content? It's a filter by likes. Come on, load. Why have I gotten potato internet?
You're stealing my internet. Why?
Don't know. I cannot filter by views. You can filter by age restriction, copyrights, description, made for kids, monetization, title, views, and visibility. I cannot filter on likes.
I mean, realistically, I can just brag with overall views of what most of my videos get, but I'm not going to.
Yeah, you get more views than I do. Shut up.
I get more views and more subscribers.
Shut up.
Thank you. Don't actually, I'm joking.
I know. I'm not offended.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I don't get a little jelly when your stuff gets way more views and shit than mine do, but I'm not offended by that jealousy.
I mean, get a cute girl for your thumbnail. It might help.
Oh, there you go. That's all I need.
Sometimes that does it, but it doesn't always.
Likes? That's annoying. Why? I used to be able to look for likes.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Because like actually, surprisingly, my tour of that Dodge, that's a 385 views. It's kind of nice. I didn't expect that video to do anything.
For views, but it won't let me look at.
Well, I think it's because they got rid of
the freaking likes versus dick likes. Oh my god, brain, shut the hell up.
Dickling. Nice.
Right? Like, that's not appropriate.
Not at all. It's fine though. Because like I know I
Of
can look
course
at
it's
individual
fine.
videos.
Oh my god. Aren't you so glad you joined this live stream, Brad?
Yeah,
How's your phone still alive?
it's got a charger on it.
Oh. it's being life supported.
Yes.
That's
Let's see,
okay.
he was
Also started it.
Mine is too, but I'm not using it. It's just plugged in.
I also started with a percentage of like 92%. So
I should see how well that video is doing that we posted earlier. Excuse me. It's got a whopping 15 views.
Woo!
It's ridiculous. Sorry, that is a really. I mean, it is really disheartening when you post a video and it just does nothing.
Yeah, I mean the one thing is with me, like, because I don't ever have a video that completely flops like that.
Well, thank you.
Sorry, I don't mean it that way. Sorry. Because usually I have at least, I don't know, in the first few hours,
Bouncing
I at least
cups.
have like 30 or 40 views minimum. But because like actually that Dodge D200 video, like in the first hour, it was
Well,
about 100.
It's got
But
a
then it just
decent
went down.
average view duration at least. So the people that are watching it are at least watching it.
There you go.
Got a 7.5 minute out of a 15-minute video, so they're at least 50% of it.
Nice. I should look at that on mine. Where is that? Yeah, see, kind of sad that my Dodge video, even though it's got really good impression click-through rate at 6%, but the average view duration is only a minute 58, which is pretty sad.
I watched the whole
video.
thing.
Well, I appreciate you. I appreciate you.
I was almost. I have to admit, I was almost laughing at you, with the whole pumping the pedal thing, because I've owned plenty of classic cars, and no, you don't pump the pedal. You pump it twice, and then you hold it to the floor.
Yeah, well, depends on the vehicle. Because the thing is, my dad's
Continue
truck,
on
it would not
71.
start if
If
you didn't pump it more.
if it's got a power valve in the carburetor, you will flood the carb. I mean, you will flood. You will flood the
Yep.
engine if you overstomp it.
Oh, you can, yeah. You absolutely can. Like, the one thing is, I was just used to the one barrel carburetor that my dad had on his Slant 6 ramp. And that one did require, you just had to pump it a bunch for it to finally start, as opposed to just, full throttle. So, and that's, again, it's been a bit. I mean, and that thing also, you saw it ran like crap too.
Yeah. So it's a 15 minute and 51 seconds. So basically a 16-minute video, and then we're watching about 7.5 minutes of it on average.
Yeah, so that's pretty good. I mean, for
And it's
viewer
got
attention, that's
2
pretty good.
likes out of 15 views.
Well, you'll get another one from me. So,
What did you guys think of the new intro, or haven't you guys seen it yet?
I has not.
Didn't see it.
Okay, hold on. I can play it.
Turn right at the stop sign. Then make a U-turn.
File view. Done. Intro. Stop. We're gonna drag you over. I said I'm gonna drag you over here.
Turn right on I-71 South.
Shut up.
This window.
yes, turn right.
When possible, make a U-turn.
Okay.
Then
Hopefully
take the first
the
left.
sound shows as well. I don't know if it has sound. Oh wait. Share screen. Share system audio and window. Let me know if this is sharing sound, because it may not be.
Turn left on State Route 350, then
Would
make
you
a
shut your
U-turn.
Alexa up? The bitch is speaking at a turn.
When possible,
Or speaking
make
about
a
turn.
U-turn, then
It's
take
not
the first
possible.
right.
Be quiet.
All right, you ready?
Impassable for campers, semi-trucks, and trucks 2 miles ahead.
Okay, let me know if this has got sound.
When possible, make a U-turn, then take the second right.
White snow, red sky, reach out for a soul so high. Blue eyes, fake cry, beware of the fox tonight.
403 was a runner.
Cold feet.
Literally, because most of those burnouts were with the 403. Well, actually, all of those burnouts were with the 403.
Yep.
And one of them was down on 6.5 cylinders. Because one of those, when it was still primer gray and gold, it was running with one cylinder not getting any fuel, and the other cylinder with the exhaust valve collapsed. Because the lifter was collapsed. But could you guys hear it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if you could.
Yeah.
I said it at the beginning.
I couldn't hear you guys. That's really loud on my end.
Ah, okay, yeah. It wasn't near that loud. It was just a little laggy.
I watch a channel called Bourbon Moth. He's a woodworking channel, and he uses that for his intro, that music. I came across it while making the last video. I came across that sound, and I was like, "Oh my god, I must keep this." And I was like, because I absolutely love that track. And I didn't know where to use it, because you can't really use it in the middle of a video because it's got words to it and stuff. But I started making this video. I'm like, I don't want to use that one where I hear my ex's voice again. I just don't want to. Not to mention, I don't have the original video anymore because it got corrupted. So I have to cut it out of another video and put it in whatever video that I'm making. So it's just a pain in the ass. I can't just insert it. So like my outro and my intro, I normally just insert it. I have a pre-made one and I just paste it in and there it goes. I haven't had either of them because both of them got corrupted at some point. They just come out really all jacked up.
You see, I've never had an intro or an outro that way, so not yet.
You guys have watched my video. I've had an outro. I've had an intro and an outro for a very long time. They've just changed over the years. I had one where it was like this, I don't know, rainbow effect, ripply effect one with the Firebird rippling, which was actually filmed from a shirt. I actually filmed a shirt, and then I added effects to that film footage to make it look the way it does. I've had the Nova burnout one for, oh my god, as long as I can remember. It's just changed a little bit here and there. I have a Dodge one where it's like the front end of my Dodge with a bunch of freaking film effects on top of it. You can see that one, I think, in... Was it the heater core change one? Or a different one that has that one? Who's yawning?
Casper.
I was going to say, it better not be Chris. He's driving.
Nope.
Oh, it's the young buck. It's getting too late for him. Got it.
No, ain't getting too late.
We don't... You know what? I bet you Joe didn't know to join our live stream because I didn't share it to everyone like I normally do. I only posted it in the group chat.
Probably. I mean, the one thing is with him, he forgets about this every week.
Yeah, and
'Cause I
that and the
talk
fact
to
that
him often.
he has the freaking the group chat muted unless he wants to share something.
I mean, I have the group chat muted all the time, but I
But you
check my
check it
messages
constantly.
constantly. Yeah, so it's
It's
just one of those
different.
things. Like, 'cause like you guys in the group chat can send like 60, 70
Ooh,
messages pretty quick, and like I don't want much
what
longer.
is the white Matchbox car behind you? I just noticed it.
Civic.
It's a Civic. Okay.
Yeah.
No, you don't have to take it down. I just was curious.
Oh no, it's see.
I just saw like I could only see it from a distance.
Yeah, it's a 77. Now I do have something cooler over here though.
What do you got? What you got? What you got?
What year is this? It's a 75 Chevy stepside.
Ooh. See, I like those step sides. That was back when step sides were freaking cool looking.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Not the like the
Absolutely.
Z71 90s trucks and shit.
They definitely look
The
better
90s
than
weren't as bad as the later Z71s, like the late 90s, early 2000s Z71s. They might as well
Yeah.
not
I
even
don't
have been
mind.
step sides.
I mean,
There was just a step there, but there was
no,
no flare to the wheel at all.
see, no, the
Nope.
ugliest of the step sides outside of the Lightning for I think it was the Ford of that
I
generation.
wasn't even considering any other brand. I was just considering Chevys, but okay, go ahead.
Oh no, but of any step side, that is probably the ugliest, excluding the Lightning, because it matches the Lightning, but it does not match a regular just base truck. It just looks wrong.
Now I got a question. Is the Lightning, was it stock blue with like orangish lightning bolts? Because we had a truck around when I was in school that had drag bars and everything else, and the hood scoop that was a Ford Lightning.
Oh yeah, see, no, the Ford Lightning, well, depending on which generation, because there was two of them. Now there's three because with the electric one, but we don't
Ew,
consider
that
that.
doesn't even count. That's a Ford
Yeah.
Lightning only
Yeah,
because it's electric,
there's
not
no
because it's
count in
actually
that
something.
one.
Yeah. Well, I know it's supposed to be stupid fast, but we'll see. But I mean, it's electric, so that's a thing. But because the first generation was actually the OBS Fords in the early 90s. That was the first generation. It had a 351 Windsor. I believe you could get it as a stick. But it wasn't really anything that special yet. The second generation, they put the 5.4 motor in it with a supercharger, and it made, I think it was like 450 horsepower. So, that was actually a proper performance truck. And then it got completely outclassed by the SRT10 Ram when that came out. But, Dodge won them. And Chevy, sadly, didn't really have a proper entry into that, because like the 454 SS was not that good of a performer, considering.
He had the Cyclone.
You did have the Cyclone, that's true, but the full size truck.
That was the S10 pickup truck with a freaking turbocharged V6.
Yeah, I know. Actually, a friend of mine has one.
Yeah.
I know
How is
exactly
that
what it
not
is.
included in that?
Because it's not a full size pickup.
The Lightning's not a Ford. It was a Ford Ranger. That's
No.
the freaking same thing. Yes.
No, it was not. It was a Ford F-150. Go look it up, dude.
The original Ford Lightning?
Yeah, it was a Ford. Yeah, 100%. The original Ford Lightning that came out in I think it was 91 or 92 was absolutely a Ford. It was always on the F series. They never did it on the Ranger, because the Ranger, the biggest motor that ever came in that was a 4-liter. The friggin' overhead cam, awful motor with dual timing chains that are on the front and back of the motor. Awful design.
Yeah, I guess. But the Ford F-150 back then looked fucking tiny as shit.
Every truck in the 90s looked tiny. Let's be honest here.
No, a full size 1500 did not look fucking tiny.
Compared to modern trucks, it is. Let's be honest here. Look at a Brett. It's kind of scary actually. Because my dad had his 81 D150, and one day he decided, okay, let's see how big a second gen Dakota is as an extended cab short box. It's the same size as the truck. I'm like, what the hell? You're supposed to be a mid-sized truck. That was wrong. And now mid-sized trucks are the size of full-size trucks, but they just don't want to admit.
I can't find that truck. That's kind of sad. Because that was like a staple where I was when I grew up, was seeing that truck on the road. 'Cause it was so fucking badass looking.
You see, and that, because I'm trying to think, the color schemes for the Lightnings, well, depending on which generation, either first or second.
Yeah, they all look like they're red. From what I've
Most
seen.
are first generations, I believe, were all red. Second generation could be red, blue, or I believe white.
Well, this was a baby blue with like electric orange freaking lightning bolts on it. It had a wheelie bar and it had one of those roundy, elongated, like NHR style hood scoops on the freaking hood.
Yeah, see,
and a ground effects
was,
kit.
That was definitely modified that way.
Oh yeah. But
it may have been an original, like it
cool
may have
looking.
started life as an actual Lightning, but then he decided to go nuts with it.
Yeah, somebody fucked with it, but it was cool looking, and I can't find any pictures of it, so.
Big sadness on the stick.
It was not made internet famous somewhere.
Yeah, the first Ford Lightning came out in '93.
93, that was the year, okay.
And 93 to 95 was the OBS style, and then when they switched to the 97 to 03 was the second one.
Question. What does OBS stand for?
It technically stands for old body style, technically.
So F-150 OBS should be all the way back in like the fucking 60s and 70s.
Technically, yes, but no.
I hate the fact that modern fucking kids seem to think that OBS is 90s. That's like fucking mid-generation. That's like second or third generation of those freaking trucks.
Well, because like the thing is, those trucks, because when they started, they had like in 1980, they had the bullnose, they had the.
I do not accept any of these modern terminologies for these trucks. Because you have first gen, second gen, third gen, fourth gen. In order like that. There's freaking. It annoys me. Because like I grew up with these trucks. Most of these trucks are older than I am. And when you start calling something an OBS, which to me means original body style, OBS would be the original body style.
Oh, see, no, OBS means old body style, and it
not from when not from my generation. It don't. Chris.
Yeah, well, to
you, what does OBS stand for?
Obsessive boob sag.
Of course I couldn't get a straight answer out of you. You're more crooked than a fucking thief.
Yes, we're getting old. But no, in regards to that, I would agree with you. That's original body style.
Yeah.
That originally, way back in the day, when we still packed our pipe with a stick, that's what we considered and called it.
Yeah, OBS always to me meant original body style.
Yeah, see, and that's just... And I don't know when people started using that term, to be honest, and then especially with like
I don't understand half of this freaking new people. I don't understand half of this freaking current generation.
A lot of it started because of the stupid plug underneath the dash that you could plug in and read the code computer
OBS port
and make it flash lights.
OBS.
Yeah.
That's
what started. Yeah.
OBD1
and they adopted
the 80s,
they adopted it to the vehicle that plug was in. That's how it's derived from. But what do we know? We're just old people.
But yeah, it does annoy me when they call a 90s fucking Chevy truck an OBS truck. It's like, no.
I mean, damn, how ancient am I?
The F100 or the F-150 or the C or K 1500 started way back before the freaking 90s.
Whenever you were starting kindergarten, I was starting trucking.
Back when you had like 3 gear selectors, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I know. I like watching people fucking jam those gears. That fucking shit's fun to watch.
Yeah, having the Eaton Fullers.
Nope. Back then they were Road Rangers.
Ah, okay.
Yep.
That was that long ago. Okay.
One of my favorite
if it was a Road Ranger,
kid was,
and even before the Road Ranger was the first. And I could be wrong, but in my knowledge, the Road Ranger was the first transmission that synchronized the gears into one switch or one shifter, where you had the high-low box built into one complete unit instead of 2 separate transmissions or 3 separate. And usually, if you had a 3-stick, you had 2 separate transmissions with a high-low box at the back of it, kind of like the Gear Vendor's underdrive unit that you can buy to put on the back of your stuff
I
now.
want one of those so badly for the TA. I
Yes.
would love to have my TH350 with a fucking gear benders.
Or you can,
Give me a 6-speed.
way back in the day, you used to have a 2-speed rear end
Oh.
where you did a high-low rear end and
Yeah.
the rear end itself.
Go through all 5 of your gears and then flip a switch and switch your rear end over to high range.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hell, look at the. It's kind of interesting if you look at the 4-speed Corvettes of the '80s, like in the C4 generation. They had a 4-speed, but every gear had an overdrive, so technically, it had a 7-speed transmission.
What fucking tranny is that? Because that's aftermarket shit.
No,
No, it's
it was
not.
factory. It was what
it
was
was
it?
the four-
Was that the Doug Nash 3x4 or something like that? They called it.
I think it was. I think they called it the 4+3, but I
That
can't
was a
remember.
Yeah,
factory-
maybe it's a 4+3.
That was
That was a factory option. Yes,
factory option,
Yep.
not a put in after
Nope,
factory.
that was a factory transmission. They did it like 1 year, maybe 2 years.
It is. I was today years old when I learned that freaking.
It's kind of the same way that when the first C4 came out in '84, they had what they called crossfire injection, which
I
was
know what that
basically the 2 separate 2-barrel injector, throttle body injectors, but it was set up in the same principle that the old Dodge, the Mopar engines drag racing in the '60s had the 2 offset 4-barrel carbs.
Yeah.
But this was
it
a 2-barrel cross. And if you ever wanted pictures, ask. They look weird because that's how my '84 is set up.
Yeah.
With
I
the
know
they
about
are
the crossfire
weird, actually,
injection.
But it was a Doug Nash transmission that they had in those Corvettes.
Yeah, I never
and
heard
these
of that
came
before
from the
today.
factory that way.
Or at least not
Yeah,
that
I think it's a
remember.
4+3.
But then again, I'm not a
Yeah, it
Corvette
was
enthusiast
from-
either.
These were 84 to 88 is when they could be put in these, until they finally just got replaced by a 5-speed.
Yeah. I wonder if I got freaking ever accepted into that Firebird group that I applied to this morning. So there was a Firebird group with something about like women posing in front of them. And one of their first questions, I do believe, read something similar to, what year did the Firebird build? That's how it was worded. What year did the Firebird build? Which I'm pretty sure they were asking what was the first, basically what was the first year that
First year the
was
Firebird
made.
came out, '67.
Right, which is what I said.
Yeah.
But I had to let them
When-
know. I said, hey, I think you were meaning to say, and I listed off 2 different options, and I'm pretty sure that the year was 67, but also this is not a fair question for somebody joining your group that is just a Firebird
Enthusiast.
or somebody that finds Firebirds nice looking. Not
Yeah, see, I
everybody's
mean-
going to know stupid freaking questions that are
Yeah, like when
super specific.
when was the first Trans Am produced? First
1969.
Trans Am never come out until '69.
Well, and most people don't even realize that. Yeah,
Trans
that
Am
there
and the
is a
Firebird are the
'69
same
Trans
vehicle.
Am. Most people think of the '70s Trans Ams, right? Like when they think of a Trans Am, they immediately think '77, right? Most people do that. For me, I think it was '69 personally,
69
but
is
that's
the
just
first
me.
year.
I'm biased for that. Well, I'm
Yeah,
also biased
67 through
because
69 was the first
74
generation. 70 brought the second generation
For
out.
performance-wise, 74 would have to be my favorite year. But
73, 74.
yeah, with a Super Duty. Oof.
The Super Duty 455. Yep.
But I don't necessarily like I mean, they're not bad-looking cars, but they're not my favorite as far as looks.
So, yeah. Well,
The honeycomb
again,
wheel is weird.
I am completely biased because I have this. I've had this since I was like 4.
Well, even that's not a. That's.
It is a Trans Am. It's missing the spoiler, and
I was
yeah.
gonna say it's missing spoiler, but it's also
And it's more
not
color.
like my generation where it's got all the ground effects kits on it as well.
These were all they were was okay. You had this double snorkel
And actually, it
hood
wasn't
here.
a spoiler. It would have been a Because
Oh no, it was.
no, because it wasn't a duckbill. It was just a it was a raised wing.
It's basically like a wing like they used on the GTO.
Yeah, it wasn't a spoiler because the spoiler actually connects to the trunk and is solid to the trunk, whereas a wing is up off of the trunk.
Yeah. See, I've always interchanged the terms, but that's just me.
Like the third gen Camaros didn't technically have a spoiler. They had a wing.
So yeah, then technically what I call, well, I mean, it's kind of funny, and I'm gonna make a shirt that says this at some point because it'd just be funny, or even a sticker that has the ass end of my 81 because it has that big whale tail on the back.
Yeah, whale tail is a spoiler.
Yeah, well, I'm just gonna have the ass end view of the car, and all it's gonna say is #save the whales.
I think Porsche wins the fucking ticket with the fucking.
Well, they do, but I don't care. My whale tail's fucking massive too. Like, even though yes,
my God, what is
back
worse is when you see those like Porsche style spoilers on the back of like second gen F bodies. Have you seen those yet?
No.
You're lucky.
They absolutely look hideous.
Okay, now I need to look this up.
A freaking
Don't do it. Don't do it.
A second gen F body with a Porsche spoiler. Oh my God, is it freaking hideous?
We warned her about the eye damage.
We did.
We warned her.
No, there was like John Travolta's fucking Trans Am from the 80s.
See, it's not showing up for me when I say
You're
that.
probably not going to find it as a whale tail. It's one of those things you just fucking come across as a modified Trans Am from the 80s.
Hang on.
And come up with what the F?
There was so many like, what the hell were you thinking Trans Ams?
Oh, I found one. There we go. Oh.
Where did you go,
Oh.
Brad?
I don't know. Everyone
Apparently
disappeared.
you're moving around the Brady's fucking squares here.
Okay, why were people doing too much drugs in the 70s and 80s?
I don't know.
Why?
There was so many freaking wide bodies that look absolutely horrible from the 80s.
It's like some of the wide bodies I didn't mind. Like there was a few of them.
There
that
was
like,
some
okay,
that are
this is
really
kinda cool.
horrible. Like look up John Travolta's fucking second gen Trans Am.
No, even that. Look at
that thing is ugly.
What was that? Corvette Summer?
No, I
Oh
like
God,
that one.
yeah, dude.
Where it wasn't even symmetrical on either side.
Yeah, the Corvette. Was
I
it
kinda
Corvette
like
Summer?
that
The
one.
one that wild ass.
It's one of those
Wild
ones
ass
that
vet.
is so iconic that you kind of like it even though it's ugly. I don't know.
See,
I grew up watching Corvette Summer, so that car kind of has a little bit of a
Nostalgic memory.
a something.
See, no,
Kind of like a gold Trans Am.
Okay, Travolta's, there's aspects of it that I like. I don't like the spoiler. I don't like that it says freaking Travolta across it, but I like the wide body.
No, the
Not
wide
gonna lie.
body's ugly. It
Well, no,
totally
because
kills
that's like,
it kills
no.
all of the lines of that car.
well, the thing is, you know what that's emulating? The old freaking Can-Am and Trans Am racers. They had very similar ones.
No, you do not
Can-Am
find a
racers did.
Can-Am Trans Am that looks like that.
Well, it's very esque of that.
I'm sorry, but the Trans Am, you know what the best Trans Am to look at for the old school SCA racings? Fucking what is his name? I have him on my Facebook.
69.
No, it was a second gen.
See, now that's a Monza, and that's much more pronounced. See, man, I loved the freaking IMSA cars though from back then. They were just so damn cool. But I mean, like, and to me, it's emulating that, but it's not actually like saying, "Hey, that's exactly what this is." I'm just saying it's a little bit of emulation of it. That's all.
Now, there's a guy that is currently racing a vintage Trans Am. Not Jerry Titus. Is this it here? But it's white with blue.
Oh, Miss Formy apparently sent you pictures in Messenger.
I didn't see them. Hold on. It's not Chris. It's Christopher Titus. It's Jerry Titus's freaking paint scheme, but he's a modern racer. Well, I see a for me. She sent me old pictures of live for me scoops.
Well, see, and that formula that I looked at, that I did I did the video on and
I'll show them
everything.
in a second, Miss For Me.
That thing, it's actually still for sale. So, I mean, but the problem is, it's still too much of a project for me. Although he did get the door open, so I'll give him that.
Let me see if I can find him. He's from Germany, I think.
Germany. Germanic.
What is everybody laughing at that I'm not looking at?
I happened to look up from my phone reading some things, and she's doing her typical hands all over the place.
The cat.
Well,
the
and
cat
then it was just,
dance.
it was his reaction to it though that like he just went like, what the fuck? Can't help it. Sometimes ADD just takes over.
Yeah, my brain just saw nipples somewhere, and there was no nipples anywhere.
Random thought.
Well, no, Nikolai just posted something, and I don't know why I saw the word nipple, but there's nowhere what he wrote says nipples.
No, there's nowhere.
None. I don't understand. It's just where my head is at the moment, I guess. See, this is why this show is not made for kids. There are reasons. Why can I not find it now?
I keep hearing you getting messages.
Yeah, I am getting messages. It's because I'm on Facebook and Facebook isn't muted. Hold on.
It may be me or
Yeah, well, it could be any of
Nikolai.
us. It's all group chat.
Well, I've been answering some of his stuff too, so.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not bitching. I'm just saying.
What's the sitch?
What the fuck?
What'd you get?
I just had a bunch of it looked to be either Korean or Japanese wording for everything on my tracking app for like shipping, like tracking packages. Like, what the hell? So now I'm trying to figure this out.
The name of there is Roger Bollinger. That's who it is. I thought it was Friends. Why did it not freaking pop up? This car is absolutely freaking gorgeous. Hold on. And his YouTube videos are just the same. I mean, you could just sit there and watch them and drool. Look at that car. Oh. See, that's a wide body done right.
Oh yeah, that one.
That is a wide body done right for those generations.
Oh yeah, I will agree.
Oof, just yummy.
What the fudge?
I'm just scrolling through his pictures, so.
What year is his body? 74, 75?
Let me go back.
I mean, that's early 70s because of the tail
early
lights.
70s. It's got the freaking two open grillets.
Yeah, like that looks like it's 72, 73.
Yeah, the tail lights in the front end.
Well, there's the
I
front.
I think they used that 70. Yeah, that's a
There's the
beautiful
back.
car.
He wrecked it. He wrecked it a couple years ago. Stuffed it into the fucking tire barrier and freaking brought it back.
Now, what's amazing about that? Huh? In that picture, he's chasing down a GT40.
That's all they do is they race old school cars. That's what
Or
they
I
do.
love it. I don't I'm not saying that they're not. I'm just saying that he's racing against a GT40. That's freaking cool. And
Fucking
GT40s
Remy.
ain't
hard.
freaking cheap.
Hey,
Oh,
ouch.
Oops. Oopsie.
We're not even back as far as when he wrecked it. He was coming out of a corner and something let loose and he turned around and backed it into the fucking wall, I think. Because I remember the YouTube video. But yeah, he has a Butler performance engine in that too, by the way.
462.
Probably. I know it's a Butler.
Yeah, they make badass shit.
Well, if you're gonna build a Pontiac motor, it should be a Butler.
Right?
I wouldn't necessarily say that.
There's very few other ones that I would go to.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, who else?
Johnson's in Ohio
Oh,
makes the
who's that
same.
guy that's on our Facebook groups that does the heads and stuff?
Don Johnson
Yeah, he makes some freaking trick
in
shit.
Ohio. He's over near Youngstown. He builds his badass
He
motors.
has a,
What
what is
Butler
it?
does.
Something 4A or whatever heads. He has his own custom heads for them.
Hey, he developed his own heads like the old 4X6X heads. But they
But
did
with
everything
modern,
in
but with modern.
CNC. Yeah, with all the modern upgrades. CNC'd out of a block of aluminum.
Hey, it's floating.
It's a flying car.
You're freaking getting air, man. He might not have had it on this. I don't know what photo group I'm in, but it's definitely not in this group of photos.
This farmer have to answer her question she was asked in the group.
What is it? What is it? What is it? Oh, in the group. Well, I'm doing,
Yeah, in the chat group.
It's not looking at my phone at the moment, so. Yeah, those were photos of. So it was other people taking pictures of him, where he's tagged in them. Obviously that's not going to find his shop pictures at. This is like, no, that's not it. The 77 green Challenger is one of my favorite. This one, this is the 78, but the 77 is the same one.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite SCCA cars.
Oh yeah.
That and it probably is here as well.
Okay. So what she's showing is her car back in the 70s, probably right after they got it, when it had the side pipes.
Yeah, I did see the pictures. I didn't share them yet. I said I would in a minute.
It had murals that are painted on the top of the Formula scoops.
Oh, I didn't
and she
see
still
that
has
in the
the original hood in the garage.
I looked on the picture.
Yeah, it's hard to see in the pictures. Yeah, there's actually a mural that was painted, custom paintwork airbrushed on top of each scoop. But the black and white photo doesn't show it up worth.
Yeah, I can't see. It just looks like hood scoops.
Yeah.
It literally just looks, because of the YouTube compression after it gets through it, I can't see anything.
Too much contrast.
Something.
Or in movie language, it's got too much white noise.
That's something. Let's see. Photos, albums, mobile uploads, maybe? Nope, he's got nothing in that.
They're awful grainy too.
What, on here? Or
no, her pictures. Her pictures. Yours are fine. The ones that she sent her, when you try to blow it up to look at it, it's real grainy. It's hard to see.
Where is those pictures, man? He had pictures of the car completely torn apart all the way down to, like, the bare chassis.
Travolta's fucking... Ah. Travolta fever. What a joke.
Yeah, because he is from Germany, I think. So some of this stuff is hard for me to read.
Germany.
Trans rate.
Problem is I don't know how old these pictures are as far as where I'm going back. So I don't know what time I'm at.
You could just look up Roger Bollinger Trans Am crashed
I could.
instead of scrolling through everything.
But
And my computer just.
your computer just took crap. He's got so many albums, man. It's freaking ridiculous. Oh, this one looked like he had fun. It had to have been from like 2015 or 16. Oh, way back here. Or 2015 here. Okay. Anyway, it was cool. He had the whole car torn apart, and he thought he was going to lose it, but he ended up catching it. As far as being able to save the car from having to be scrapped. We lost Cat. Oh.
See.
And Chris is falling asleep. Chris, are you awake there? We can't hear
Hey,
you.
do what now?
I said, are you awake there?
Yeah, I'm awake. I was looking at something on the tablet, so I muted it so it wouldn't show up.
Yeah. You still driving?
No.
No, he stopped.
Well, I think we need to stop here shortly, too. It's 2:30, 2:40, and I need to get some sleep. So, hang out, guys. Don't go anywhere. Because we still have the end screen. Though we didn't have anybody donate. I'm not sure if you guys have seen that yet. That if I play the end screen and somebody has donated during the live and stuff, their name pops up on the end screen as part of the credits. So I'm gonna mute us and play the end screen. So